1, 1, 2, 2. Mani dzird. Visam vajadzētu būt chill, jo es dzirdu. Halo, halo. Halo, halo. Dzirdu, viss kārtībā.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good morning from Hornchurch. We are set for the start of the ECS T10 Women's Series on this Super Saturday. We got three star-studded sides in Gunnersbury, Upminster and Hutton who are set to do battle in a triple round robin. There's not going to be a playoff. There's not going to be a knockout round. This is good old-fashioned league cricket, and I'm certainly looking forward to it. There are plenty of stars, as I mentioned, in all of these sides, looking out for the likes of Sunette Villione, Esther Delanga, Catherine Dalton and Shimako Kato. But all these sides also have a very strong youthful flavor. Well, which of these stars will come out on top and dominate this ECS? Or will one of the rising stars who hasn't quite made a name just yet stand out and shine and go on to make themselves a name? Stick around and find out, because live action is up next. Well, unfortunately, it's bad news from here in Hornchurch. We were set for the start of Upminster against Hutton. Upminster had won the toss and decided to field first, but right as we were about to start play, unfortunately, the heavens opened up, the rain picked up, and the start of match number 1 of this ECS-W has been delayed. We'll continue to provide you updates in the chat, and fingers crossed we're able to get play underway soon. It's time to hop back onto the time machine and go back in time to 2023, to the first ever ECC-W final and the last match of the 2023 season. We're about to witness the England 11 against the Netherlands.
A wonderful moment that is, as the two teams, the two finalists, exchange handshakes before the start of this battle. And what a battle it will be. And the news from the middle, of course, that it was Kiara Green that won the toss and had no hesitation in wanting to bat first. So he's hoping that her batters can go out there and put valuable runs on the board early on. I get the feeling that once again they'll be looking for around about a 110 to 120 score. Anything more than that, I think, will be a bonus. They have been extraordinary with the ball. Have lost though, don't forget, England. They did have that quite amazing, surprising defeat to Italy, when Italy, having put 107 on the board, it was enough. They restricted England to 101, winning by 6 runs. That's the only blip on the record of England. Where's the Netherlands? Well, they're 2 blips, and they know all about it. It was England that beat them on 2 occasions, 103 to 59. England batting first, and then chasing 98, doing it comfortably. And of course, Tashi Pai was the batter on both occasions. That was in amazing form for the England 11, scoring a 50 and 42 not out in those 2 matches. Bowler that was in fantastic form in the win over Italy was the captain, and Iris Zwelin will be opening with the ball to be looking to get those big wickets early on as the 2 openers make their way out. So Bethan Ellis is listed to be out there, and the non-striker will be Cassidy McCarthy. McCarthy has been pretty brutal in the power play, and that's what they're looking for here to get a good start. There's Spy, sat and waiting. I wonder if she's going to be coming one down. First delivery, it's outside the off. I think Ellis looking to see if she could maybe look the umpire in the eye and maybe get a wide for that, but that's nothing wrong with that. Dot ball to start. There'll be plenty of nerves out there, and I think both batters, until they find bat on the ball and get a run on the board, they'll be very nervous. And well, that's one way to do it. That will go all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. in the zona. Shaka Logya. What a start that is. Well, Nathan Ellis is probably thinking, why leave it when I can do this? Boom. That's boom-blastic. That goes all the way. What a shot that is. Beautifully timed. There's the danger warning signs early on. Welling now goes to the short one, gets pulled away to the fielder. Will take the single. It's well handled by Merrill Declan. Fan zone buzzing, really is. See this, all the other three teams are up there. Spain, Austria and Italy looking on. And a lot of support for both these teams out there as well. A lot of English supporters have come in. It really is a marvellous spectacle at the moment. So, pitched up, driven down the ground. De Lange makes the stop. Keeps it to just a single. Trying to restrict in the power play, of course. Hey, it's been lovely. I don't know if you've been following on the social media, the players talking about various random questions. I've certainly enjoyed watching that, and I'm going to enjoy watching this as well. Not if you're a Netherlands supporter. That's going to be 6 more. Manos, arriba, 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 arbitro, porque eso es 6 más. And Bethanelli certainly wants to get the most out of the power play. Cracking shot. Looks at that, gets across. Still has a lot to do with this delivery, because it is. I mean, she jumps across. Zwelling sort of follows her. That's a cracking hit. Sensational. Oh, McCarthy likes it. Got the best seat in the house to watch that one. To this Kiara Green, a very proud captain. Remember, Stringer players never played together before. Came together here, and you would never have thought it from the moment they stepped foot on the field when they played their first match. That's all the way back. Match number 3, when they convincingly beat Austria by 10 wickets, chasing 43. They looked like a unit then, and they've looked like a unit all the way through, and real credit to Kiara Green and the coaching staff for getting these girls to gel. This is the way it all shaped up. Spain, after their incredible goal-and-ball win last night against Austria, took on Italy. Their batters just proved to be a little bit too powerful. Even though Spain had some joy taking some early wickets. And then Italy had a tough one against the Netherlands, even though they did extremely well bowling out the Netherlands. For just 94 with 2 balls to go, Italy then stumbled to 68. They themselves lost to both their key batters early and couldn't really put up a big fist fight, falling 26 runs short. This could be out. If this is straight, this is gone. It is. That's De Lange. That's what she does. It's great bowling. She's been consistent all the way through. Floats it up there. Holds the pace back. The batter for me plays too early. And asking the question. And this has been given. And I think it's umpire school for me. Because I think when you look at it, you've got to see where it pitches as well. Does the pitch on line? And then I think the umpire's got to have all these things going through her mind here. Is it pitching on line? Is it going over the stumps? Is it going to hit? New batter comes in. Talking about coming in, I'm very excited. Mr. Maximo comes in as well.
Yeah, let's have a look. I mean, De Lange, it didn't take too long for her to spin away. Probably my only concern here is about where it hits her, where the impact is. Can't pitch outside off. Anyway, De Lange gets that big wicket. It's a tough one, and especially with the spinner. It's kind of putting a few different variations on the ball. Some spin back, some just kind of skid on, some go away. He may be a bit unlucky to not get the benefit of the doubt there. But when you call it as you see it, we're very, very proud of the fact that we got our very first all-female umpiring crew in this tournament. So it was nice to see all of the women lined up for the anthems, including the umpires. Anyway, this is cut away by Austin, who won't waste too much time at all. Gets on the cut and gets 4.
Beautiful shot. It just goes to show, even when there's not that much pace coming on the ball, if you get your timing right, then on this beautiful outfield at the Cardamom Oval, you will get reward for good stroke play. That's a very good shot, a good way to get off the mark, Meg Austin.
And they've stacked to the top of their order. You wouldn't expect anything less. England 11. There's another top spinner. She bowls a lot of these. The way she kind of comes over the top. But, you know, you look at, well, they're going to go for two. I think this is out. Well, where did that come from? I don't see her making this. We'll have a look at it on the replay. I thought they were just going to be happy for one, but they pushed the envelope. And I think they might have lost McCarthy here. It's not something they want at all.
It's a strange
Turns
option.
blind slightly. Let's have a look. I just don't think she's made it. Here we go. She's struggling here, and she is going to be gone. O-U-T. And Cassidy McCarthy, she's already walking, and there's the decision. So needless, and I suppose you never know where the line is between aggressive running and insane running until you cross it. And McCarthy couldn't cross the line. Ultimately, as she'll be the second to go, 21 for 2.
Yeah, there was no need for that. That was too risky, too early on. Just when you're playing some nice shots, you've just lost a wicket already. That of Bethany Ellis, who I think was a little bit unlucky with that decision, but it goes down as umpire's call. But that one there is totally unavoidable. It's been an issue, though, hasn't it, for the top order for England? They have got the knack of running themselves out. And the batter who comes in now, of course,
guess who?
know all about that.
It's Shachi Pai.
Yeah.
Non-strikers then to start. This one's a full toss, not really timed. They'll get a single. Now, Shachi Pai, I did have a little bit of a grin on my face when I told her in the warm-ups this morning that she had a new nickname, which was Kamikaze, because she has been a bit of a run-out magnet herself. Sometimes she's paid the price. Sometimes it's involved her partner. But a pretty good player to be able to come out in this number 4 position.
Yeah, she certainly is. And I've already mentioned, Vinny, that in the 2 matches that these two have tussled in, it's been Shachi Pai that's been the player of the match. She scored a 50 and a 42 not out. So she's pretty key here. And I think thing is, though, you know, there were those 2 run-outs she had on the trot. Good players learn from that. And I think she would have learned from it. For example, just looking at that single there, she didn't mess around. She went for it big time. Talking about big time.
Look at this.
Take a look at this.
Do you know that you're watching the 1,663rd match in 2023 on ECN, and all-time we're approaching 5,000. Fairly early in the new year, we'll reach 5,000 all-time matches. I know I reached my 3,000 just like last week. You're not too far behind me. You're kind of in the high 2,000s. Quite incredible stuff, unprecedented stuff on ECN. Thanks for coming along for the ride. As Rika gets an early over here, she's going to bowl the third. First ball pushed, and they don't want to take on the run. Maybe a bit gun-shy now, the English.
Yeah, I think a little bit. You need a couple of balls just to stroke around, a couple of singles, maybe pick up the odd boundary or two, get the confidence flowing again. And this Richard will be a little bit concerned, but at the same time, though that's a serious face, he'll know that there is plenty of batting still to come. England have been there before, and they've come out of it. Netherlands are trying to get a good grip of this. It's going to be just too wide. I know what Rocky's trying to do, trying to keep it out of the hard-hitting zone of Austin, but Austin is also, she's shown already, very good at playing outside the off as well.
How good is it to get Sebastian Brutt in the chat as well? He's a former ECC winning captain for the Netherlands 11 in the men's, winning it in 2022. And he's saying, who is staying calm? Some final nerves already on display. Well, Seb, he'd know all about that, I'm sure. Not many people would get this experience. Rika gets lifted up into the gap, though. Kind of catchable height, but Austin chances her arm and gets 4, moves into double figures in pretty quick time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just seeing there the reaction from Zwelling. She's not going to be too disappointed about the outcome of this, because I think it is a bit of a false shot. I mean, it doesn't get it right. It goes in between the 2 fielders inside the ring. It could have gone anywhere. It is a boundary. Valuable runs, of course, but also there's some good signs there for Rika. That's what they're playing for. What a magnificent trophy. You see the main trophy there.
Can I tell you about that trophy?
Yeah.
It is so heavy. I think it's heavier than any other trophy we've ever had. In the air slightly. Great diving stop from Van Kolwijk, who fires it in, but they do get a single. And then, of course, got the MVP trophy as well. You've got the watch.
Yeah.
So you've got the watch from Frederic Constant, the official timekeepers, also for the MVP. It's a bit of a tradition to give away the watch. Previous winners include Andy Rishton of the England 11. He won it in the men's last year. And then we've had Hamza Salim Dar, of course, this year won it. Clayton Floyd won it the first year, of course, from the Netherlands as well. And by the way, maybe you can give us your opinion, who you think the MVP of the series is. Of course, includes this game, but yeah, give us your thoughts in the chat. Riker gets banged over her head, and that's motoring. That's 4, 1 bounce. So not a bad way to get off the mark, Shachi Pai. That one was as straight as the day is long.
Yeah, very good shot. And she plays beautifully straight. This is the way she started yesterday when she put a great score together. She's a tremendous hitter of the ball. She made a quick fire 42 of just 20 deliveries and in that win against the Netherlands. And she plays some amazing shots over cow corner as well. Some of the biggest sixes that we've seen in this championship so far. So she is very dangerous. And she has been a bit of a headache for the Netherlands. They would love to see the back of her. Now they make a change in the field. Mid-wicket goes back and they bring up the sweeper on the offside.
Maybe allows her to bowl a little bit straighter, but there's kind of no one back in the fine leg or deep backward square leg region, so can't get too short. Pitches it up, gets hit in the air. Well, DeLanger is going back and she almost reels it in. She was the only person that might have been able to reach it. Zwilling was coming across from the other side of the field. Bit of luck there for Shachi.
Yeah, it's a bit of thought as also, I think, for the captain, Zwilling, because if that's the line that's going to be bowled, I mean, Shachi does like to hit dead straight. So it might be an option. Maybe you bring the mid-wicket up but I think and push too straight.
I get what you're saying, but I also think you hope that maybe she'll drag it a bit to the onside and Zwilling's there for that. So that was a bit of a false shot. Pai gets away with it. Speaking of pie, mince pies in the fan zone right now. Nice shot. Picks out the fielder though. Glenn Kulvike does the fielding. Pretty even power play for me, Rico. Something for everybody. 32 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, I agree with you. Very even. So this partnership's very key. Netherlands, they want to see the end of Pai because she finds her best form against the Netherlands. Yeah, I have to admit, I've had my first mince pie of the year, and it was very nice.
Also, some sort of, I think, they're chicken and apricot sausage rolls.
Yeah, there was a
selection. That was a weird combination, but it worked.
Chicken and apricot. You had some cheese rolls as well.
Our final food chat of the year.
Some mulled wine.
God, I missed you for the last game of last year, so it's nice that you're here with me this year. But yeah, some mulled wine as well. I smelt it. Of course, don't want to break any rules. Let's just be clear about that. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
I had some. I'm naughty.
Well,
I'm on the naughty
You're
list
naughty?
anyway, so
I'm
it doesn't
nice.
matter. I did have some. Only a little sip. They're only small cups. You'd be
okay.
all right. You could have had one.
I thought the cups could have been bigger. Anyway, here's Deckling over number 4. This one slides on to Pai, who works away for a single. Now look who's in the chat as well. Clayton Floyd, right on cue, saying that he has an idea who should be MVP, and then kind of like a cheeky monkey emoji. I think that he's feeling that might be someone from the Netherlands that deserves it, but that'll be decided after the game. Deckling, interesting choice for over 4. Pretty much on the money, they turned down the single.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a number of names. Now, let's talk about some of the names. Ratanaika from Italy.
Oh, yeah.
Has been absolutely sensational. Great behind the stumps.
True.
And in terms of the runs, she scored.
Consistent, hey?
Yeah. I think in terms of the run, she gets to 200, and I think she finishes over 300 runs.
The other thing is she's scored runs against good opposition.
Yeah.
You know, she scored runs against some of the best bowling we've seen this week.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting choice. I mean, obviously, you've got to look at Iris Filling. She has scored 2 centuries during the week.
Bowled very well as well.
Bowled well, captained well. I mean, the English, in a way, they've got a lot of good performance. In a way, that might kind of harm their chances of the MVP being from their team.
Yeah.
Because they have really shared it around a lot. And it's hard to pick out, you know, a standout player because they have shared those responsibilities. Just like the English 11 men did, to be honest. In this tournament in particular, they really tried to upskill everyone to prepare them for the biggest match. And
yeah, but I mean,
worked.
On the English front, Kiara Green, can't look past her. Her bowling and fielding's been pretty exceptional. 9 wickets. He's, before the start of the day, was the highest wicket taker. Naomi from Spain. Now, This one's a little bit too full, and it gets pumped away. That is sweet out of the middle of that bat. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai, or maybe sweeter than a box of mince pies. That is a biggie.
Yeah.
Boom, shakalagya.
On the charge, and look at that contact point, probably a metre outside the crease, and then puts it over the fence. That's Kate down there from the Netherlands. And let's come back to the action here, and the next one worked away for a single. But Kate was down there, and I said, oh, hey, Kate. And she's just here spectating, and it's great to have her here. But she had looked like she was wearing the orange vest. I said, Kate, they got you working. What's going on? You're meant to be here. And it's just that she's wearing the Netherlands jersey
top,
draped over her shoulders.
Yes,
So she's a fake ball retriever. Anyway, it's 42 for 2 at the end of 4 overs.
Yeah, they needed that hit at the end, didn't they? Otherwise, so up until then, it was a very tidy over. Still, though, only just a 10 come from it. So keeping it pretty tight. Yeah, I mentioned Naomi. She was fantastic. She scored just shy of 250 runs. A lot of good performances. But, I mean, it could be decided by somebody puts a good performance here in the final. I mean, if Zwelling gets a good knock in here, maybe picks up a couple of wickets, he's right up there as a contender.
Yeah.
I mentioned Green already.
And like someone like McCarthy, I mean, I look at when they've scored their runs, what they've provided. Cassidy's bowled very well as well. The all-round skills of Maddie Ward, for example, as well, who's taken wickets, done a great job behind the stumps. She's been very, very versatile. Really, I mean, look at all the England 11, you could say. They would be very worthy of it. Now, might have just had to change the ball here, not quite sure why, but it looks like Hannah Landia is going to bowl over 5. Now, she had a few issues just with slight errors in line earlier against Italy, drifting into the pads a bit too much and getting hit down to the fine leg. Now, the fine leg's up in the circle at the moment, so she just has to be careful that she doesn't stray into the pads, I think. She gets this natural kind of in movement. Also, very good fielder, as we've outlined many, many times. Here we go with over number 5, and Austin has made a bright start to her knock. That's a pretty good spot to put it, because at least you've got a fielder out there protecting it, and it'll just be a single.
Yeah,
Van der Voon, pardon me, Rico. Yeah. Van der Voon is in at the expense of Annemine Thompson. Annemine Thompson has a couple of injuries.
Yeah.
Obviously desperate to play, but she was ruled out. That means that Isabel is back in the side.
Yeah, Thompson didn't take the field, if you remember, so she's obviously picked up a bit of an injury. It's nice to see Isabel out there. Remember, she herself picked up a bit of an injury.
Yeah.
Yesterday, I had to go off the field of play, but good to see her back on the field of play.
This one nibbles away, actually. That's why it's a wide. So the thing about Landia, she's a bit of, I'd call like a bit of an ambiguous bowler. So most of them do come in, but you could see that one definitely went away. And even if she's not a big hooper of the ball, but the fact that it can be unpredictable.
Yeah.
That's always going to cause problems, because you only really have to move the ball, half a bat or something to take it to the edge.
I think the conscious effort being made to keep this ball outside the off. That's where sometimes they have got it wrong. And once again, you see, keeping it outside the off, making the batters play onto the offside, because the field is set for that. In that match against Italy, she did straight. She strayed down onto the pads, onto the legs, and that's where Italy were able to get away. So it's very important they keep this nice and tight. So Landia just takes a moment to compose herself. Austin drags this out towards long on, where no mistakes from the El Capitan of the Netherlands. You can see the drive and the commitment, the desire, the passion. That's what this is all about. Is this the final, everyone? You're watching the Women's European Cricket Championships here at the Field of Dreams, the Cartama Oval, in the beautiful settings of Andalusia, Malaga.
Landia again. This one comes in and it disappears. What a shot into the jungle. Maximo! Well, Shachi time, baby. She brings up the 50 with a big shot over forward square leg.
Yeah, now this is where she was really dangerous yesterday. Picks the line really well. Watch her go down. Yeah, gets right underneath it. And when she's hitting this, well, they're going to disappear. That's not the biggest she hit. She can hit bigger than that. There was one that ended up right at the top of that hill. So, fantastic hit. So, that's why I think, going back to Landia's line, she was focusing on keeping it wide outside off. You go at the stumps, you go a little bit too short. Both these batters are able to play that shot.
Landia, plenty to think about. Need to break this partnership. It's looking dangerous. Hit straight, and straight to Zwilling, and gone, and right on cue. The Dutch fight back as Pai doesn't get all of that one. There's a big embrace between the fast bowler and the captain, and it's the third wicket down. 52 for 3, 6 and out for Shachi Pai.
Yeah, well, she goes for it. And I think the issue here is she goes back and then tries to get the momentum into the shot going forward. And one thing we know is Zwilling, the captain of the Netherlands, has taken some super catches. There is no way she was going to drop that. Well, there you go. There's your passion shot of the day. Lovely moment as the Netherlands players come around to congratulate their captain on taking an important catch. Shachi Pai, remember, was the one player from England that played beautifully in the 2 matches beforehand and led England to victory in both those fixtures, scoring a 50 and a 42. That is a huge wicket to get. Pai will go. Zwilling takes the catch. And Landier gets the breakthrough. 52 for 3. 50 does come up, but they lose the wicket. Very much 50-50 this for me. You can see the win predictor saying England 61%. I'm thinking otherwise here. Short delivery, played well. Should be swept. Will be. They might think about the second there because it's not taken very clean.
That'll take us to the end of the over, Rico. And pretty interesting one here. 53 for 3 after 5. Hey, I want to go into 3.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Well, we got good news from here in Hornchurch. We're set for the start of match number 1. It's going to be a reduced match of 6 overs. All the players so eager to make their way out there, and thankfully the weather's improved and we're ready for the start of play. Upminster against Hutton, and look at that name right at the top of the list for Upminster. Sinead Villion, an absolute sports star for South Africa. Certainly looking forward to seeing her silver medalist at the Olympics, and this is going to be huge. As we take a look at the win predictor, Hutton fancied as 61% favorites heading into this game. That is quite interesting. I think this match it's just so unpredictable, isn't it? We don't really know too much about these teams. Haven't really had a chance to see them in the past on the network. It's a shortened match, of course. 6 over innings, 2 over power play, and only 1 bowler can bowl 2 overs. So looking forward to this. Should be an absolutely thrilling encounter. Well, this is the start of a very exciting ECS-W series. A triple round robin between Upminster, Gunnerbury, and Hutton. It's good old-fashioned league cricket, as I said, right in the morning. No knockout rounds, nothing. It's just going to come down to how you do in these league matches. Should be very exciting. Day 1 is, of course, today on this Saturday, and then our final day will be next weekend. And the first ball has been left alone as we're now ready to get underway. Quested bowling this first over. Hobson and Paminter are out in the middle for Hutton. Upminster won the toss and they decided to field first. She struck down the ground, and it should have enough to come straight into the commentary box. So, well, first thing into the morning. And we've had a shot come straight into the commentary tent. There's been a few times during the men's matches where we've had a few near misses. We start the ECS-W series, and the very first ball is sent straight into the tent. Great shot there by Hobson. Just doesn't look to overhit it. Times it so sweetly. And it goes away for 4 runs. A glorious stroke. It's nice and deep in her crease this time, and this one's going to go up in the air, and it catches. Unfortunately, just going to be put down. Got in a good position there, but just unfortunately unable to take it. Chance there for Quested to pick up a wicket. We'll take a look at that again. And yeah, just an unfortunate drop. Good bowling there by Quested. Almost managed to get rid of Hobson. Away towards mid-off for a single. So we did see the start of Group B for the men's yesterday, and today's the start of the ECS-W, which will be taking place over 2 days, this Saturday and then next Saturday on the 14th of June. Catches a thickish outside edge, is racing away towards third, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. Rather fortuitous boundary there for Paminter. Some good bowling, you have to say, here by Quested. She did produce a chance earlier and now manages to draw the outside edge, but is rather unlucky that it goes away for 4 runs. That's going to go away for more runs as well. Does it have enough to go to the rope? Yes, it does. And that's going to be a few runs of byes here. So a little bit unlucky there, Quested. Those runs are not going to be credited against her, but it's some valuable runs for Hutton, who will be very pleased with this start. Managed to get 13 runs off the first over. Reduced 6 over game, so you want to get off to a flying start. Don't have too many overs to waste. Here's a look at the groups for the ECC-W over in the emerging division. You got Czechia, Malta, Greece, Croatia, and Sweden. The challenger division features Italy, Germany, Spain, Austria, and Cyprus, and then
look at all the quality in the Premier Division. Certainly, some of the players we're going to see throughout today's play will be featuring in that England 11 side. They got Scotland 11, Ireland 11, Netherlands 11, and Jersey. Got to catch a little bit of that England 11 versus the Netherlands match during the classic match we had on earlier. Nice balls to start off here for Coco Thomas, getting some beautiful shape back in. It is worth mentioning, though, these players were so keen to get out in the middle. About 20 minutes before we started play, they're like, well, we don't care, let us get out there. Let us get out there. And like the match officials, that's just remind them that these aren't conditions fit for play, and they're so eager that they can get a game underway. Beautifully played away by Hobson. She's played a couple of gorgeous shots, hasn't she? And it's just to get this one away for 4 runs. Really good looking shot, beautiful pull. It's looking very good to start off, isn't she here, Hobson? Certainly like the look of this opening pair. Two very talented batters, you have to say. Hobson, based on early impressions, certainly does look like a very dangerous batter and someone who the opposition is going to really be threatened by. Digs this one out. That's going to be a dot ball. Good comeback delivery there by Coco Thomas. Got the length spot on. Nice and full. Didn't allow Hobson to get underneath it. Oh, it's a full toss, and Hobson again just doesn't look to overhit it. Picks out the gap. Gets it away for 4 runs. Hobson's just got impeccable timing. And nice little celebration there after striking that 4 as well. Just made a little gesture towards her dugout. Don't know if we were able to catch that. Let's take a look at her right there. Just flexing her muscles, showing off her strength. I got some planes flying overhead. Certainly does look like a aircraft from an era gone by that is probably being flown by a hobbyist. Oh, this is pulled away as well. That's going to go away for more runs. It's another 4 back-to-back boundaries here for Hobson in the 3rd of the over. This is beautiful batting, really is. And just the margin for error against Hobson is so little. Slightly overpitch the ball, or you just go a little too straight. Just going to punish you. This time looking to go towards cover, and they're going to come back here and get a couple of runs fairly comfortably. So good running between the wickets since second over comes to an end. Hudson off to a really good start, 27 for no loss after 2. Let's just take a look at the graph here for this Hutton side. 27 for no loss after 2 overs. Looking really good. A couple of very productive overs for them. Largely been led by the brilliant batting of Erica Hobson, who's certainly displayed her wide array of strokes. Had a beautiful shot down the ground, a couple of glorious pull shots, one through cover as well. Starts off with a dot ball over here. Push towards cover, and that's just going to beat the fielder. Go away for 4 runs. A nice stroke there by Paminter. Places that one really nicely. It was a good effort in the field, but not enough to deny the 4. Tapped away towards point. They're going to look to pinch a quick single here, and Hobson was off in a flash. Managed to make it very comfortably towards the striker's end. It's going to be a wide. Doesn't quite get that one right there, Goody. See a lot of exciting young talent from around the area featuring in this match. We did mention some of the stars who we're going to see over the course of today's play. That's an outside edge and just going to fall short of the fielder. Let's take one more look at this. Is looking to use her feet there. Hobson catches a thick outside edge and just falls short, as you can see. And well, if that edge was just a little thicker, might even have carried to the fielder. Oh, wow, that was a whisker away from the leg stump. This is good bowling here by Goody, really is. Easily about her first ever European Cricket Series wicket. Oh, well, that was close. That really was close. Looking to this one away, just gets the line wrong, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. So that is going to be a minimal, really costly here for Upminster. Goody's over was looking very good till that point. Just a little mistake there. It's beyond the keeper's reach as well. And off it goes for a boundary. Not much Felicity Russell could have done about that. Behind the stumps for this game. Had a good comeback ball there. Just about manages to get that one inside the tram line. As we're halfway through this first innings, Hutton are 39 for no loss. Struck straight down the ground, and look to pick up another run here. You've got to say they've struck their boundaries, but Hutton's running between the wickets has been immaculate as well. We'll take a look at this. Oh, well, she managed to get a hand to it there, didn't she? Managed to get a hand to it. There, Gable. That one's certainly going to sting, but good ball there by Gable. The length was wonderful. Really looking to toss that one up, and this has been a really good battle so far, hasn't it? Like, even though we've seen Hutton score a few runs, Upminster haven't quite let them get away either. Well, this is nice bowling. This really is here by Gable, and Hobson probably getting a little bit frustrated at the non-striker's end as well. You can tell she wants to get to the striker's end, especially with that brilliant strike rate of almost 200 currently boasts. Oh, struck away behind square leg. Does that have enough to go for a 4? Not quite. It's cut off quite well in the deep by Beth Libby. Full toss, and this is firmly struck away. Fielded well out in the deep by Sunette Villion, who we're talking a lot about over the course of today's play. You can see her opening the batting as well in the second innings. Gable, talented 17-year-old, coming in for the last ball of the over. Full toss, and that's going to be struck towards mid-on, so a single from this over. Really, really well bowled by Gable. Ends up conceding just 4 runs in this over, and that is absolutely vital. You get a quiet over in a brief 6-over innings, then certainly can make a massive, massive impact. As Hutton find themselves 43 for no loss. Hobson looking very dangerous. And I think right now, if you're this Upminster side, you'll prefer to keep Hobson at the non-striker's end, and let's try to see how many dot balls you can get in here while Parmenter is on strike. Parmenter has played some gorgeous looking strokes, it is worth mentioning. One cover drive in particular that was really beautiful, but Hobson's been the key aggressor here for Hutton. Interesting thing here though is that one bowler can bowl 2 overs, and based on what we've seen so far, wouldn't be surprised if Gable comes back for the 6th over. This one's up in the air, shouts a catch it. Could we see the first wicket? Not quite, it's just right in the gap and goes away for 4 runs, and nicely played there by Parmenter. Really nicely played, goes the aerial route. Gets it up. And you can see it just lands right in between the 2 fielders. Goes away for 4 runs. Goes down the ground and lands safely. The dangerous Hobson back on strike. Daisy Cole, just 15 years of age, and another one of so many emerging stars in this Upminster lineup. You see a lot of young players throughout today's play. She turned 16 in September this year. Has to go down the ground here. It's going to land safely, and it's fielded superbly. Brilliant work. Great stuff there by Paige Roche. Covered a lot of ground and just plucked that out of the air with her left hand. We'll take a look at this once again. Hobson looking to use her feet, trying to go downtown. Great work there by Paige Roche. Ensures that it's just a single. Knocked away by Parmenter, and another single. Credit to this Upminster side for really slowing down the scoring rate these last couple of overs. Hutton were going at 13 and over the first 3. And since then, they managed to muster just 11 runs off the last 12 deliveries. Hobson will strike this towards square leg, and here's Coco Thomas who bowled that 2nd over. Fields it. And got the last ball on the 5th over that's produced 8 runs so far coming up. Full toss, worked away towards square leg. That's going to be a single as well. So Maisie Cole's 5th over ends up going for just 9 runs. They won't mind that one bit, will they, Upminster? And they've done a really good job here of containing these two very dangerous batters these last 2 overs. Hutton find themselves 52 for no loss. And I wouldn't be surprised if they now turn to Gable for this final over. But before we move on to the final over, let's have a look at some of the cricket coming up tomorrow. So it's the start of the Central Europe Cup T20I series over in Czechia. Going to have Danny Hudacek and Vinny Sundu on the call as Czechia, the hosts, take on Austria and Norway. And a couple of T20I matches should be a lot of fun and a busy day as well for Czechia. A lot of cricket for them to play. Back-to-back T20Is. Going to be a real test of their fitness, their depth, and their squad strength. Starts off with a great ball there. Really does. The length by Gable was terrific. That's what I love about Gable. I think he just hits those Yorker lengths with such great consistency. Oh, gets a little bit of bat on that there, Palmenter. Just going to be a single, though. I think one thing worth commenting on is they probably chased a few too many leg side wides here. Hutton maybe have been better off leaving a couple of these deliveries alone and just letting them go for wides. Hit beautifully. Fielded on the deep by Villione. Three balls to come in this innings, and it's a very decent score here by Hutton. Upminster certainly back their chances of chasing it, as this is a 6. It's a Maximo. Brilliantly struck. The first Maximo of this European cricket series. Beautifully hit there by Hobson. It's got to the pitch of the ball, turned it into a half volley, and managed to pump it away for 6 runs. Let's just take a look at this. Takes a couple of paces outside the crease and just effortlessly strokes it away for 6 runs. Her timing is just wonderful, isn't it? Such a sweet, sweet timer of the ball. This time looks to go to the leg side, and that's going to be 4 runs. And unfortunately, it's having a little bit of rain coming down here. Not overly concerning at the moment. And I did mention earlier that a lot of these players were so eager to play that the match officials just had to hold them back and say, hold up. You know, we can't play in these sort of conditions. You know, they were eager to be out there 20-30 minutes before we officially started play. So they won't be discouraged by these conditions at all. Yeah, it does seem to be easing up now. Looks to go down the ground, and well, that's the second time Gable's got her hands on one of these firmly struck shots by Hobson. As we come to the end of the 6th over, let's take a look at this one more time. Hobson hits that one beautifully. And Gable does well to just get a hand to it. That might have slowed it down a touch and ensured that would only be a single. As the final over of the innings brings about 14 runs for Hutton. They end up with 66. A very solid score, you have to say. As Hobson, Palmenter making their way back to the dugout. A good opening stand for them. Didn't lose any wickets in this innings, Hutton. And they'll be pretty pleased with the score they set up here for Upminster. Although Upminster, I think with the quality they have in their lineup, based on the things we've heard, will certainly back themselves in the second innings. So it could be a close and competitive chase. It's time to have a look at the highlights. Hobson was the star performer, making 35 runs of 17 deliveries. We did see her present a chance that was put down in the deep in the first over. Zoe Quested, the captain of Hutton, bowled that first over. We went for 13 runs, although he will say she's a little bit unlucky at times. We did see that by. And also that chance put down, message draw on edge as well. Palmenter with steady at the other end, going at about a run a ball for 19. She did a very good job of rotating the strike and making sure that Hobson would be able to do some damage. It's good bowling as well, you have to say, by Upminster, particularly in overs 4 and 5, when Hutton were only able to make 13 runs. They really put the brakes on their scoring there and just made sure that Hutton wouldn't end up posting a behemoth of a total. In the end, Hutton ended up with 66. There was the only Maximo we saw this innings. A beautifully struck shot by Hobson. And Gable, well, there's a couple of times she got her hands to Hobson's shots. just helped slow that one down a little bit. As we'll now take a look at the scorecard of this innings. It's a range-shortened match, 6 overs apiece. Hutton managed to muster 66 runs in this first innings. Hops in the top score with 35 runs of just 17 deliveries. Palmenter with a run of ball 19, as you'll just see from the scorecard that's about to come up. Hobson struck 5 fours and hit a 6 in that final over. Palmenter with 3 boundaries went at a run of ball. And they also benefited from the 12 extras that were coming their way. We'll take a look at the bowling figures here for Upminster. Upminster won the toss, decided to bowl first. Zoe Quested, the captain, bowled that first over. Coco Thomas bowled the second. Harry Goody the third. Lois Gable the fourth. And then, because she only conceded 4 runs in that 4 over, came back for the final one. Maisie Coles, the talented 15-year-old, superbly as well, conceding just 9 runs in the over she bowled. So Upminster needs 67 runs to win in the second innings as we are underway in match number 1 of our European Cricket Series here in Hornchurch.
just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Morning, cricket fans, and unfortunately, we have some pretty grim news again from here in Hornchurch, as it looks like we're going to have a delay in this game between Hutton and Upminster. Just a moment before we're about to come back live for the start of the second innings, the rain significantly picked up, became a lot heavier than what we saw it was at the end of the first innings. So this really is a rather disappointing news. We always are at the mercy of the weather gods in this game, and we'll be hoping that the weather improves. It was a very exciting first innings, you've got to say. Even though Upminster failed to take a wicket, you got to say they did a pretty decent job of containing Hutton and making sure they didn't quite get away. We saw some good batting, in particular from Hobson, the captain and wicketkeeper of Hutton Cricket Club. She made 35 runs of 17 deliveries. Palmenter with a solid run of ball 19, and the two of them, their opening stand of 66 runs, set Hutton up well for the second innings. Upminster with a target of 67 to chase. Should be quite exciting if the rain can just ease and we can get back and resume play. There's plenty of talent in this Upminster side, in particular Sunette Villion. We've spoken quite a bit about her over the course of the start of this play. Very talented athlete. She's represented South Africa in both cricket and athletics. was the youngest player to play for the Pro Tees when she made her debut at the very young age of just 16. And then eventually she went on to pursue her main passion of athletics and managed to win a silver medal as a javelin thrower in the Olympics. They got a couple of Commonwealth Game gold medals as well in 2006 and 2010. So they're very, very fortunate to have such a talented cricketer and athlete in their side, Upminster, and also someone with so much experience having competed at the very, very highest level of sport. I'm sure some of the younger players at Upminster can just lean on her for stories and experience and how to deal with pressure. And that's the great thing really about this ECS-W. You know, there's a lot of young talent. We saw 3 teenagers bowling in the first innings for Upminster. And then they've also got experienced players as well, star players. And when you can just combine youth and star power, you really have a very powerful blend. Ground staff just currently out there. They've been hard at work throughout this series. I've got to give a big thank you to everybody here at Hornchurch CC. They've been terrific hosts. It's been absolutely wonderful to be here in this beautiful part of England, out in the East Ends, right on the border between Essex and East London. The rain just got a little bit heavier again, so at the moment, gotta say, you are filled with a bit of pessimism when you look at these conditions. Unfortunately, we'll not be able to bring you some live action. As you can see, the rain has picked up substantially. However, we can go back in time and resume from where we left off in our classic match between England and the Netherlands, all the way back in the ECC-W 23, the first ever edition of the ECC-W and the last match of the 2023 season. So let's go head back and continue at the start of the 6th over between the England 11 and the Netherlands.
That's the big question, because Santi's around. He might even pop up and see us up here. What do you reckon?
They might have come for the treats, actually. So anyway, we'll get back to the action now. It looks like Declan's going to bowl over number 6. And so here she comes.
Pace off. That seems to be the sort of plan here from the Netherlands, and they're executing it pretty well. Not putting too much pace on, just holding the line back slightly, and well, hoping that the English batters make the mistake. Declan goes for the stance, but it's that teasing delivery. Does the fielding herself. Applause from the Dutch supporters and the players out there. Lovely moment. Nice to have the youngsters here watching.
Good
this
timing.
is amazing for them. Come and have a look. And of course, you know, they're getting bats and balls signed by the players as well. Goes for the big hit. Can she get it in the gap? Yes, she does. Perfect placement. Good shot. Well, don't forget Fakro.
Yeah, I was going to say, throw Fakro up there for the MVP, because she's done it in all departments as well, hasn't she? So it's just very hard with this England 11 to pick out, you know, a brighter star amongst the galaxy of stars that they've had.
Fakro has been the one that they can and have relied to when they have had the... Oh, what a shot. That's an absolute sizzler. She goes the full Monty on this, gets a swivel in, does a little bit of the empty. Oh, and this one hurts you. That is a biggie. Boom. Shaka Lagia. Well, Ria Fakral, I was just about to say, when England needed top performances, she's come in and produced them. Before the start of today, 131 runs to her name. Oh, that's a great shot. Under pressure here now, Declan.
Yeah, that's a really good shot. It was short, had to be put away, but you couldn't time that any better. Declan, short again, this time flat bat. The one thing that I've just noted is that when the Netherlands have played against the English so far, all they've been able to manage was it 59, I think? Yeah, 59 back in match 8, and also 98 in match 19. So 98 a bit more competitive, but I mean they've never made that 100 plus. Having said that, they have lost its feeling fairly early in both of those innings.
Better delivery. Taking it on. This could be close if it's a good throw. Oh, I think it needed probably to be a direct hit. And it's a bit of a bat plug here as well. I think you see a bit of disappointment there from Rosalia Lawrence, because I feel that she thinks this was an opportunity. We'll have a look at the scorecard here. But yeah, that would have been close. Meg Austin going well, 22 of 16. And Rio Fakra, we know what she can do. She can score runs very, very quickly.
Yeah, it's 6 over check-in time, so they're 65, and they're going at, it's basically tick under 11 and over. So at 110 is on at the moment. If they lift it up, then maybe they can get more, but I just have a feeling that Netherlands, they won't really want to chase any more than that. Hopefully Les Landier, who had a bit of a rough time, but then bit back with the wicket. She's going to bowl her second over here in over number 7.
Yeah, just checking this field here now. It's a square leg back, mid-wicket, and long on. Third is back, and you've got a sweeper out in the off. Oh, that's sensational. What a shot this is. This is just exceptional batting. And England 11 looking to turn it on in the final, aren't they? What a super shot this is. Picks the length, just steps across, and just paddles it away into that vacant space. So picking holes in the field at the moment. Superb shot.
And it's proactive, is what I call that from Austin. She's right up there for me as well. Yeah, I think that she's always been someone that England can rely on. I know they've kind of mixed and matched their order, but she's been class, hasn't she?
Yeah, it's a lovely shot. And I like the way that, having seen the length, how quickly she gets into position and just helps it on its way. So Zwelling here has to think a little bit about this field. They're opting still to keep the third back. They might make a switch and opt to send the fine leg on the boundary. Let's see. Landier has to try and keep it outside the off. And once again, it's into the leg side. This is going to be another one. That'll go. Probably they might check this. I get the feeling it might be 4. It just did. But this is all about the ear as Landier has to stay away from the leg side. Another marvellous shot. You see that into the legs and just helped along the width. Yeah, that just drops before the boundary.
Probably the issue here with Hannah, she hasn't really nailed the Yorker today. You know, she's bowled that length that, you know, players when they're in, they've got their eye and they can kind of do something with it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just think Yorker here to Austin's your only option to keep her quiet, maybe knock her over. England trying to turn the screws. Similar kind of length. This is drilled into the gap, and that's 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. And it's a brilliant shot from Austin, who threads the needle, and the fielders get bisected. This is looking dangerous now for the Dutch.
I don't know about Austin. I think this is a Ferrari in disguise. That's a lovely shot. And motoring now, Austin. She's motoring.
Well, I'm thinking there's a bit of the stone-cold Meg Austin about this. And she's 34 off 19. She is flying at the moment.
And now you see, this is the issues. How do you set the field to this? Because she's playing shots all around the park. So trying to tighten up there between the square leg and mid-wicket, but...
Length.
Yeah.
Got to get it up there. Tries, not quite, and that's going to be 4 more. You see, even if you give her a little bit, she's going to take a lot at the moment. Flying away now, England 11.
Yeah, this is just quality batting. So field changes are being made, but I think she knows. She banks on the fact that this next delivery will be outside the off because she knows that the bowler is going to try and get that area. And, well, that's the risk because you haven't got the field back. So another change here, and now they do bring the third up. So I wonder if we're going to see maybe the reverse here if the length is on or something more funky.
Nah, just bang it out of the ground.
Well, you're wrong. I was right. I picked it, but you could be in trouble. How straight with this?
Oh, well, I said
told
nah.
ya.
I don't think it was a smart money because why take a risk like this when you're batting Norfolk shots so well? If this hits her in line, she's out. If it not, she's not. Let's have a look. Just outside the line. But, I don't know. I don't think this field's big enough for Austin. That was almost a throwaway wicket for me.
I think she'll try again, you know. I think she'll try. If the length is there, she'll try again.
Why? I don't know.
Again. I told you.
Maybe I'm the old fogey.
Trust me.
Keep it simple. No, she just hits it. They turn it down, but then they'll get the run on the fumble. Rare one from the Netherlands. End of 7 overs, Rico. Score is 82 for 3. Well, this is where we normally tell you what's coming up tomorrow. What's coming up tomorrow is the first day of our vacation. But I do want to thank everyone and to tell you that we will be back on the 17th of January. In fact, the first match will be called by none other than Rico Full. You'll be on the day series. I'll be on the night series, which starts the very next day.
Yeah, I'll be there in the hopefully sunny Cyprus.
normally is.
Mhm.
So that basically is 3 full weeks off starting, if you count Monday as the start of the week. So 12-day series in Cyprus. And then the plan, I think, is to head back to Barcelona for a series before the summer gets underway in earnest.
You know,
with
there's
the ECL.
people watching around Europe at the moment, and they're cursing us. Look at that.
Yeah.
Not a cloud.
Funny thing is the
in
mulled
sky.
wine. Everyone but it's boiling. Like everyone's, it's like 28 degrees.
Doesn't matter.
Didn't
And,
stop a few though.
Nice shade. Well, England also get first prize for shades, don't they?
Interesting that they bring back DeLange now, and I think it's a good move because the pace hasn't really worked. So you've got to throw something different at the English 11 batters here. And we thought, when Sharchi went, that was a good partnership with 32 there. That was broken, but another good partnership, 30 plus here. In the air, but not Carrington's filling. And Fackrell, she's played her role. Hasn't had too much to the strike, hasn't had to do a lot, but she's also been a good support in this innings.
Yeah, it's about putting the squeeze on here now and finding a way to do it. So I think Swinning herself is just holding herself back. Maybe she'll bowl the ninth or the last. That's not a bad delivery. DeLange, I think, I'm going to make this call out. I think of all the bowling that we've seen, and I know I've talked about Green as well, but between Green and DeLange, they're the pick of the bowlers for me. I think DeLange has been so consistent all the way through. I can't remember her
She's
bowling
great.
a bad over.
Yeah, she's gone. That's what. Seeing the way it kind of drops into the block hole means you can't do that much with it. And so it's only a single. I bet they'd love 3 or 4 Caroline DeLanges out there to be able to go back to. But also I want to give this opportunity to the viewers. Also give us your thoughts in the chat. And they've been outstanding as well. I know it's hard during the final to mention everyone. Again, kind of lowish full toss dropping on the batter with that top spin. Austin will reach 42. But yeah, the chat's been outstanding. So many new viewers, so many new, we call them super fans, don't we? The ones that kind of interact with us during the day.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's hard to believe, but it's true. Millions of people every day are getting involved and watching ECN cricket. This is up in the air, just away from the fielders. That'll be a single and take us to the end of the 8th over. A pair of snowmen on Christmas Eve. It's 88 for 3 after 8.
Yeah, going along nicely. Yeah, I mean, I want to ditto that. Our supporters and viewers around the world have been absolutely fantastic. And, we'll say this later as well, but just in case you might be going away earlier, thank you very much for your support of the European Cricket Network. It's been absolutely amazing. And I want to say, look, there are times, sometimes we're alone in the box wherever we are, but we're never alone really, are we? We're never alone.
That's true.
People in the chat have been absolutely amazing, and I'm wishing you and your families a very festive holiday season.
Definitely. I hope everyone stays happy, stays safe over the holiday period. It's also a difficult period for some people. Let's acknowledge that. Sometimes it is a tough period for a lot of people. So, if you are struggling out there, make sure you talk to someone about it. Make sure you kind of keep yourself in a happy place, and hopefully we can have you back in 2024.
Yeah, and also, if you are able to, and I know this is the time to celebrate, the time to be with your friends and your family. It is the festive season, but always spare a thought for those that are less fortunate. And here on the European Cricket Network, we have our charity partners Share the Meal. You can scan the QR code. You'll see it come up on the screen plenty of times. So go onto our website, europeancricket.com, and do whatever you can to help.
I've got to tell you this. This came across my desk earlier on in the day. First of all, watches Willing, who's going to try and bowl a Yorker to Austin. Tries, fails, gone. I told you, sometimes it's that old principle, keep it simple, and Austin tries to funkify her batting, but she's going to have to go in the 40s, and England lose one. That could be a big one, 89 for 4.
Good time to take a wicket because Austin was going well. Yeah, you told me, and I told you should try again because you know what? You don't give up. And what a lovely moment that is for the young girl out there. Only, I think, 18 years old. That's Sanya Karuna. Does really well. Excellent catch. So Kurana, and a very, very good young prospect with the bat. I loved the batting the other day.
She might bat a bit higher because no Thompson in the lineup. Austin was fantastic, wasn't she there? 42. She's probably metaphorically kicking herself right now to go just short of the half century in that fashion. And she departs. It's 89 for 4. Yeah, what I was going to say is Quinton Norris, the Austrian coach, regular coach, was here early in the week. Speaking of the Share the Meal, he did something pretty special. Gammon comes in just in time for Christmas, and this is a tough one for Paulette. Can she get there? She does, and you see the effort. They'll get 2, and that's all they'll get. Fantastic diving stop. And so what I was going to say is that he made a decision. He didn't tell anyone. He said for every boundary or wicket that the Austrians get, he's going to donate a meal. It was 49. He rounded up. He donated 50 meals.
What a story.
Yeah.
You're a
Isn't that
legend.
good? What a
You're
guy.
a legend. Yeah, well done to Quinny.
I think they want to check this, but it was a pretty clear stop.
I think it's a good stop. I
Well,
think
maybe we'll be able to pull it up.
it's amazing effort.
Yeah, well,
That's one thing that all the teams have shown here. The desire, the commitment, and they played hard. I mean, we have a motto, don't we, on the European Cricket Network, Stronger Together. All of these girls have been stronger together. It's been a joy to watch. And I know that a lot of people around the world have been loving it and talking about it. Great stop.
Dwelling, rolling cutter this time. Gammon spoils a wide. We'll get one. Think a two. But it's not kamikaze time just yet. Probably is soon, though, with the balls ticking down and plenty of batting still to come for England. And just, that over from DeLange and then Zwilling. I mean, you can see she's a bit more comfortable hitting those fuller lengths than someone like a Landier. Maybe a little bit quicker, a bit taller as well. And they have just kind of curbed the scoring a little bit.
Yeah, but Fackrell on strike. That's the slower ball. And it could get a wicket, could it? Yeah, oh, what a catch. Sensational. What a bit of cricket this is. Oh, there's going to be joy here. What a moment this is. Oh, absolutely fan-dazzy-dozy. Look at the delivery, though. I'm going to ask you to have a look at the way this comes out. It's the back of the hand and takes the pace all off it. The batter gets it pretty good. It's a nice shot from Fackrell, but there's a catch taken right on the boundary, and the boundary awareness and alertness there from Koeverk was absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, well,
superb bit of cricket all round.
Yeah, Caroline van Kolwijk, take up bow. And she's a gun. That's the thing. And she literally just took a bow because she heard me say that. I like that as well. And she's kind of the Zwilling understudy there, isn't she? She's probably giving away about a foot in height to Iris in that position. Fackrell goes for a pretty sweet 16. It's 92 for 5. But yeah, that ball, it was like that kind of fast leg spinner. It's kind of back of the hand over the wrist. Zwilling has tried that a couple of times, hasn't always got it right. Fackrell picked it. She knew what it was, but still had to hit it, couldn't find the middle. And Van Kolwijk did the rest. Okay, new batter out there coming out at number 7, Millie Taylor. Pretty good number 7 to have. Well, this is another one. All right, back to the line and 6. Well, what a start for Taylor. Well, Tinker Taylor, Maximo maker, as she starts with a perfect bomb. And after 9 overs, 98 for 5.
Sensational, isn't it? Well, only in the European Cricket Network does a batter come in and smashes the first ball down the ground for 6. And match-changing moments there, maybe. First, the Netherlands picking up a big wicket. You think that changes things. And then Taylor comes out and smashes her first ball for a big 6. Yeah, sensational.
What a shot. I mean, you take that. We've seen 6 and out. Now you've seen out and 6. 2 wickets to Zwilling in there. 1 for DeLange, 1 for Landier. Got other options that we haven't seen yet. I think they are going to go back to Riker, so they're just going to use 5 bowlers in the final. Riker has been their 10th over specialist. Let's see if she can finish this off. They're kind of back on that 110 pace now, aren't they? Netherlands are going to have to bat well. They are going to have to score more than they have scored against the English 11 so far, the 2 times they've met.
Yeah, 2 wickets in this one, 3 in the last. That takes Zwilling to 9 wickets, I believe. So not only is she up there joint as a top wicket taker, also has gone past 400 runs. We were talking about MVP, who's going to be in the hat for it. Well, those performances certainly are right up there. Okay, we go into the last, 98 for 5.
Riker, can she hit her spots here? You've got to go full. Not quite, and she pays the ultimate price. Maximo! Well, the gammon's ready. It's over the leg side, and that is a bomb. Not getting it right, Riker, and she goes the distance.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes for me, it's always a risk when you go for the pace at the end. She tries to slow this down. If you have a look at the hand there, she definitely tries to bowl like a different delivery. I don't even know. It almost looked like it was like a knuckleball. She was trying to, the way she released that ball, that's why it gets dragged down. It's too short, and it gets absolutely peppered.
Got to hit the poppet crease here, Riker. She's been warned. Doesn't really. Dragged away. Might get fortunate. Does. Landier, who's
what an arm,
risking permanent retina damage out there, looking straight into the sun, but she makes the stop.
Great stop. Great arm over the stumps. You know that the batters will try and take everything here. Got wickets in hand. They'll be running hard here.
Riker. Still think you don't want to feed length. There's no real difference here, women's game, men's game for me. You know, when you look at the strategies, these 2 teams, you know, York is where you got to be right now. If it bounces, you know, with the batting England have, and they're probably going to have the answers.
Oh, Taylor,
Yeah.
I think
Almost
just saw something at the corner of her eye right and stopped.
You might have had Nacho working on the second field in the background, the groundsman. And it's like, when you see, like a shadowy figure in the distance.
Taylor,
It's Christmas, not Halloween.
Taylor hit her first ball for 6, and what a shot it was. She'll
It
be looking
was.
to do the same again here.
Slower ball, worked away nicely, more work for Landia. And they like the idea of 2, but I don't think they can risk it against Landia. Having said that, they probably would have got away with it.
Yeah, I think what you've got to watch here for both batters got to be ready, and if the throw doesn't get taken cleanly, you go, because she throws with a bit of oomph.
Say hello to GM, who says, yeah, got to say the standard of the women's cricket here overall is superb. Future looks very bright. Thanks for your comment, GM. 3 balls left then. 110 plus is on. Riker trying to keep it below that. Doesn't quite hit it, and that's going to be 6. Maximo! And Netherlands, I think when they look back at this, they'll be a little bit disappointed that they haven't really gotten the ball in the right spot to start with during this innings.
Qué guay, qué genial, qué grande, 6 más. Estas chicas son muy fuerte, muy fuerte. Come on, otra más, 6 carreras. And that, well, look into, I said a 120 is what they've been eyeing up. 2 balls to go, and it's still on, the 120, it's still on.
Could be. Hello to Louise Walker, who said she couldn't quite be here, but her husband Ken is. Louise, always great to see you. Also, hello to Sherry, a.k.a. Cosmic Nana, watching from Texas. 2 to go here. Better, but not quite good enough, and that's 4. And you see the class here from Gammon. I love the shot selection, and for all the kind of clever things he can do, sometimes it's just picking the right shot for the right ball. She watches it, she hits a cracking cover drive and gets another boundary.
Beautiful shot. कितना दोस्तों आज बहुत बढ़िया बैटिंग देखी थे अपनी इंग्लैंड टीम ने 120 रन्स बनाने फर दिया बहुत अच्छा शॉट मारिया एक बॉल रहेगी 1 ball to go looking for 120 जबरदस्त दिन आज finals women's cricket that.
It's going to be a tall order, but if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, as they say in the classics. Still a fighting chance. Last ball coming up, seatbelts on. Oh, and it's going to be hit away, and that's 6. And I think it's just 6. It is full. They may want to have a quick check. I feel like that'll be the end of the innings, 1-2-2. Let's have a look here. Where's this? It is, oh. I mean, she is kind of crouched a bit.
Yeah, I think it's okay because she's low down. You have a look at that leg. She's bent, she's low, but she gets right under it. It's a cracking hit. What a finish from the England 11. So the acceleration is exactly what they needed. They will finish on 122 for 5. And, well, it's Bethan Gammon that turns on the style, and it gets to a very respectable 26 of 7. And that was after earlier Meg Osted made 42-26. England 11, I said that they'll be looking for the 120. They get the 120. The Netherlands, well, we've got a run chase on our hands here. And I get the feeling that the openers, in terms of what I feel will be Zwelling and also Riker, are going to be key in this one.
Yeah, top order wickets I think are super important because just the fact that the middle order, lower order haven't had too many opportunities. They've over-prepared the top 3. Let's see if they can do it. Remember, no tops in the lineup as well. Maybe Kurana goes up to 3. We'll have to see. Well, a very proud moment as all the women went out there. They were lined up for the national anthems, including Mita and Snehal as well. And a lot of sportsmanship, I think, between the two teams as well. A lot of mutual respect there. But then it was time to get out of your corner and get out there in the middle. And there was some big hitting throughout this innings. You know, a couple of early-ish ones, I think the Netherlands were pretty happy. But I'm just going to talk about partnerships. They didn't have a monster partnership, but they had a few really important ones. That 32 for the 3rd wicket, and then 29 for the 4th. This one was a marginal LBW that really could have gone either way. Maybe a bit unlucky there, Ellis. But I was going to talk about that last one as well, 30 in just 7 balls at the end. So I think those partnerships were crucial. There was the odd kind of face palm moment as well, wasn't there? That was completely unnecessary. I think McCarthy paid with a wicket, but ultimately they had the belief in their teammates that they could keep the pace going, and that's kind of how it worked out.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot today, haven't we? And that's credit to all the teams that we've seen. When teams have been under pressure, so early wickets have fallen, they've managed and found a way to come back. We saw Italy do that. We saw Spain do that earlier as well. And now Netherlands have done the same. So under pressure, And also, don't forget England losing those wickets under pressure, but have fought back and end up with a good score. No shortage of trying. Lanzia tried really hard, but she just strayed a little bit down on the leg side. And Pai, we know what Pai can do, so this was going to be a real opportunity. You had to take it, and Zwilling didn't make any mistakes at all. And you can see at that moment of time, when they got Pai out there for the 14, they were up and about. But the thing is, good teams, they never give up. Pai may have gone early, but then Ria Thackrell, we know what she can do, came out and smashed it around. And then Taylor did the same as well.
Yeah.
And don't forget Bethan Gammon. What a good knock it was from her.
So good. I mean, I think they've learned a lot this week, the England 11. They're probably used to playing a slightly different game, slightly different conditions, different pitch conditions, different match conditions, but they have shown that they are very, very good. Well, that was the old trick one time too many, wasn't it? And for me, I don't know if the value is there. I suppose it's a gamble you take. Austin lost it, and she had to go for 42. Netherlands still throwing themselves around in the field. Remember this catch from Van Kolwijk? That was a brilliant one, and she enjoyed it as well. Filling in at long on, and you can just see the excitement. It's been a week of emotions, hasn't it, Rico? As the Netherlands were able to grab that wicket, but Taylor came out and just said, well, I don't really care about that. I'm just going to hit the next ball out of the ground. But then Riker, she was leaky in the last over, and it was kind of her own doing. Couldn't hit the Yorker. She went magical. She went for 24, and the score went from 98 to 122.
It's a funny game, isn't it? You see the celebrations from the Netherlands when they picked up some of those wickets towards the end. But what happens is they pick up those wickets, and then a batter comes out, the name of Gammon, faces 7 deliveries and scores 26, 3 sixes and 1 4. In hindsight, it probably would have been better to say, let's not take those wickets. But you never know what's around the corner, and that's the beauty of this game.
I will say the Netherlands, well, they bowled a few in the wrong areas. They didn't bowl a lot of extras, so they didn't give a lot away for free, just the 2 wides in the innings. 42 from Austin was a really, really good knock. Gammon at the end, 26 off 7. Just check out that strike rate. Also double figures for Ellis at the start. Maybe a bit unlucky to go for 14. 14 also for Shachi Pai and Millie Taylor. She started with a bomb when she came out there late in the piece. 2 wickets for Zwilling, 1 apiece to Caroline de Lange and Hannah Landier. But de Lange, for me, best of the bowlers, and I think Rico's right. Maybe one of the bowlers of the week. So, well, it's going to be a tall order, but it's certainly not beyond a Dutch batting lineup that has put some big scores on the board. But can they do it against the English? 1 innings remains in the final game of the year. Match 1,663 is the first ever ECC-W final. We'll see you shortly for more action right here at the end of the season on the way in the ECC-W.
Women's European Cricket Championship is proudly brought to you by Dream 11, Paramatch, HCL Software, and La Junta de Andalucía, and the official charity partner, Share the Meal by the United Nations World Food Programme.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to the final innings of this Women's European Cricket Championships. It is the final. England has put 122 on the board, a cracking finish to the innings, scoring 34 of the last 2 overs, helps them to get to this score. We saw some really good hitting there. Meg Austin, 42 of 26, and then there right towards the end we saw some superb stuff from a number of batters, getting valuable runs at the right time. Millie Taylor didn't waste around 2 balls, took 7. Bethan Gammon, 26, 7 deliveries. And Ria Fakrau came out there and scored quickly as well. 16 she got. Well, that means that the Netherlands, they really have to go some here. They'll be wanting a good start and they'll be hoping that Iris Welling can stand and deliver at the big occasion. She's going to be facing first up. And it looks like that it will be Amy Wheeler to bowl the first ball. Who will be crowned the first ever champions of the Women's European Cricket Championship, the Euros of women's cricket? Well, we'll know in around about 45 minutes time. Wheeler gets ready, checks the field, will be bowling to Zwelling. It is Riker who is her partner out there. They need a good start. And the one thing that we know is that these two, they will play their shots. They will go for the big shots. But they will also know that they need to give their team a good start. No Thompson in the lineup because of injury. Here's the first delivery. Short, hit hard. And this one will be 6 runs. It goes all the way. Bolle, que guay, que genial, que grande. Más grande. Ese golpe es muy dulce, más dulce. De tarta de chocolate. Así. 6 carreras. Gets it over the rope. So goes for the short delivery to try and catch Zwelling out. But Zwelling is up to it. Okay, what's the reply going to be? Maybe he goes for a bit fuller. Will it be another short one? Does go fuller, and well played. This is going to be a good battle, isn't it? Good pace from Wheeler. And Wheeler, as we've seen all the way through, she's not afraid to bang it in. She has bowled some exceptionally quick spells. Yorker, the short ball as well. Oh, this one goes short again and a little bit too wide to play that shot. So we're going to miss. Running 407 runs in this series so far.
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Here comes Wheeler again. Okay, bit of a miscue. Doesn't carry. And that's an area of the field where you're going to have to be at your best because the sun is always going to be an issue as the golden nugget starts to make its way down and starts to set on the final in our 2023 season. Wheeler just using some of the turf to dry those sweaty palms. That's the Yorker again. Good delivery. Taking on the quick single. And they'll get there. So Riker gets off the mark straight away as well. Wheeler walks back to a mark as Vinny Sandy joins me back in the commentary box.
Good first blow from Zwelling, but then Wheeler fights back. It's only conceded 1 run since then. Riker faces up. gets a good one, leaves her late into the first over, and is 8 without loss.
Yeah, this was pretty close. And there's that movement away as well there. So she is very clever, gets the ball to come back.
It was Villing, by the way. They did get the single, and that meant it is 8 off the over. 2 matches since the Golden Ball. And, of course, we had one last night. Now, we do have a special guest in the commentary box, and it's none other than Santa Claus himself, St. Nicholas. Well, it's the first on ECN. We've had some special guests. They don't get too much more special than this. Well, why don't I'm just going to put my mic in front of you. Rico, any questions for Santa?
Well, I want to say just it's a busy time of year for you. I'm glad that you've been able to come and enjoy some of the cricket, the Euros women's cricket.
Yeah, it's been great to come here today and just spend a little bit of time at this fabulous cricket ground. Wonderful stuff. I thoroughly enjoyed it. But I've got to go very shortly because I've got a busy day or two coming up in the very near future. And I'd like to wish everybody a happy Christmas and my beard's coming down. There you go.
Thank you
that's
very
good
much.
to hear. Well,
Papa
meanwhile,
Noel in the house, everybody. Papa
Noel. What a shot that was, by the way, as Riker just interrupted that Christmas message from St. Nick here and took 4 runs. I want to know, I've got one more question for you. Where did you park the reindeer?
It's back in Fangarola.
Okay, well, there you go. I mean, I think must be nice, yeah.
They're just having a little feed at the moment.
Nice. Well,
They need a good feed. They've got a bit of work to do.
They
A
do.
busy time coming up.
It's interesting that they just get away from the North Pole for a couple of days, escape the cold.
I want to know if I should be worried because I don't have a chimney. Oh, that's close. It's a really good throw. I think if this hits, this could be gone.
I mean, the thing with Villing, it takes about 6 steps to get down the other end. Was she out here if it hits? She was close. Bit of a bat bounce. I feel like she probably would have been okay.
Just made it. That's
Emphasis on probably.
It's a great dive, isn't it? Great dive. McCarthy looking to get the big wicket.
Short. Not really timed. Yeah, so that rate, 12 and over, you kind of, against England, you want to get ahead of it, not be behind it. So this is an okay start. Probably want to be around the mid-20s, which means you need to take some risks here. You've only got 3 overs with the field up as well, so it's a bit of a Sophie's choice, isn't it, for the openers, because it looks like Santa's heading off. Got a few deliveries. I need to get back to Australia. I might have to have a word with you, actually, if you're heading down under. Anyway, this is a bit of a lucky one. It's going to be 4. And un poquito de suerte. Suerte, suerte. Raka, not quite where she intended it, but she'll take the runs, 4 of them.
Yeah, swings hard. And that's what you got to do. Swing hard and hope that you get a little bit of that luck go your way.
I hope Santa's got enough presents to go around because he's been handing out all kinds of goodies around the Carlton Oval. Did you know that?
Yeah, I mean, it's been very festive in the fan zone. Of course, we already touched on the mince pies, the sausage rolls, and of course, vegetarian and cheese and onion rolls there as well, a bit of mulled wine.
The chicken and apricot
All
ones,
sorts of goodies there at the moment.
All right, McCarthy's gone for 10. Won't be thrilled about it. Now that's going to litter. Don't know if it was deflected off the bat, but thank goodness their helmet's in play. And I might just check Robin Riker out here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a spicy delivery. And you see Menadol just want to go over and check. I mean, look at that. That is really clonked it pretty good. You can see. Watch this. I mean, it hits the grill and then pushes the lid almost still
Top
right
edge.
off.
Yeah, top edge.
The top off the head from the batter. So nice to see
So
straight away both the officials.
That short, but I think, with a knock like that, they are going to have to check Robin Riker out. So this is where, sometimes we have had a bit of situations with a concussion test where it has to be translated. And if you get a translator that's not friendly to you, might just feed you all the wrong answers. Or so. But look, there we go. Santa in the background, just having a few words with young Roger.
Don't show that. The kids all over the world are disappointed.
He's just had to shave the moustache off for the reason of it's the heat here. Do you know Santa wears a wig? I mean, that's the big news. Now, classic, how many fingers am I holding up? What's this? Come here. What's your name? But then this is where I worry if the questions like who's the president of Spain? When it starts getting into the trivia side of things, I feel it can be tough. Hopefully Rika's okay. She says she is. And
Yeah.
once again, we see a situation where a helmet prevents a nasty injury.
Yeah, and also, well, I think Zwelling takes an opportunity to get some attention to her elbow because she was diving in, and I think that's left a bit of skin out there on the famous wicket here at the Cardamom Oval. But both batters seem fine. Yeah, I like that. I think you can't be, you can't take risks. You've got to be sure that the batters are okay. Quick concussion test. We're ready to go.
She's fine. And one foot in front of the other. They'll get a single here. End of the second over. McCarthy kind of pulls it out of the fire in the end. 11 off that, which is still in England's favour. It's 19 without loss after 2. Hey, I just want to mention that Ian, who is in the chat as the TPL cricket show, the Premier League cricket show, I think it's in the top 12 cricket podcasts in England. He wrote a poem in the halftime break just then.
Really?
So I'm going to read it out, okay, for the
All right.
first time.
Let's
Here's how
hear
it
it.
goes. Here it goes. In the heart of Europe, where cricket dreams unfold, the European Cricket Network, a story to be told. Led by Daniel Weston, a captain at the helm. 4,800 plus matches in 2023, a cricket realm. Vinny Sandhu's voice, a symphony in the air. Rico Full's commentary, beyond compare. There's more.
Shot.
What fielding.
Standards.
What fielding.
Wow.
She had to go wrong hand because she was using one hand to hit the ground. McCarthy goes kind of proper goalkeeper style here. I don't know how she stops this.
This is superb. Oh, look at that stop from Cassidy McCarthy. And shades fly off.
Hello.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
Whoa.
I hope some of that
Hey,
is
on
making
the
its way
clock.
up here.
On the clock.
I hope some of that's
Wheeler.
going up here, you know.
She has Cassidy a drink after that stop.
Chance, simple, gone. And that's the wicket that really Netherlands did not want to lose. Once again, it's that short of a length. And it's going to be the captain of Netherlands, Chris Zwelling, that is going to depart. In the end, it's a bit of a soft dismissal. I think she just gets surprised. This is, again, one from Amy Wheeler that comes back into it. There was one that she bowled at the end of the last over. That was really cut the batter in half, and this is a similar delivery. Looks like it's going down the leg side, and that's what Zwelling is looking to play at. And then the ball comes back. Zwelling not able to react quick enough to change the shot, and tries to stop the shot in the end. And issues an easy catch, and Meg Austin is not going to put that down. And Zwelling will go for 8 of 7 deliveries. That's a big blow for the Netherlands.
Yeah, I suppose Iris is still chasing her big white whale, which is runs against the English 11. It's eluded her. And just a little kind of pop-up. Okay, so I did the first verse. Let me try and give you the second verse. The second verse is Vinny Sandhu's voice, a symphony in the air. Rico Full's commentary, beyond compare. Tournaments that dazzle like stars in the night. A cricket tapestry woven tight. One more verse to come. This is Kurana. Thought she might get 3 spots. She does. Pushes away for a single. Last verse coming up. Can't believe we did all this in the innings break. Merry Christmas to the team. A heartfelt cheer for the joy they've brought throughout the year. Happy New Year with promises anew in the world of cricket where dreams come true.
That's absolutely superb, isn't it? That is fantastic. Thank you very much for those lovely words
That
in that
was
fantastic poem.
Magnificent from Ian. Thank you so much. Good wheels from Wheeler. And the top ball. We'll see how much that wicket affects this Netherlands innings. Did he get a computer right that? That was very quick. What's the innings break, like 7 minutes? Ian, you've outdone yourself. Thank you so much. Good to see so many youngsters around, Rico. And particularly, a lot of girls here. There's a lot of girls in the break before the final, out on the field, experiencing it. And maybe some stars of the future. Riker, more responsibility now. She takes it on. And a sideways toward 2. Fackrell with a bullet back to the keeper, just a single.
What a one-hand pickup that is. And this days, I like these shades when I saw them the first time around. And look, they're not just about making you look pretty. They're pretty functional as well. No issues with the sun coming down in her eyes. One-hand pickup and throw. Kurana. Well, swings hard. He's going to get 4. Well, you'll take that. You'll take whatever comes your way. Second time that we've seen the ball go in this area, and that goes pretty quickly. So welcome runs at the end of that over. So 3 overs complete, and that boundary right at the end of that one takes the score to 26 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, so just a bit behind. They're kind of an over behind where they'd want to be. I think 26 off 2. They're like, yep, cool, 13 and over. We need 12.3 throughout the innings. So they're going to have to make that up somewhere. And without Spilling and without Thompson, don't forget, in the lineup as well. He's been one of them.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Hornchurch. And we got some good news. We're set for the start of match number 2. We lost just the 1 over, so it's going to be a 9 over match. Looking forward to this. Upminster against Gunnersbury. Of course, our first match was abandoned. Unfortunately, we did see Hutton post 66 runs on the board in a 6 over innings. It was quite exciting. Unfortunately, we couldn't get a conclusion to that game. It was abandoned. Upminster and Hutton shared 2 points apiece in that game. So we're set for the start of match number 2, Upminster against Gunnersbury. Looking forward to this. Some quality players on both sides. Should be a riveting encounter. There's a look at the win predictor. Gunnersbury fancied as 67% favorites in this game. Upminster at 33. It's kind of hard to say, in all honesty, how accurate that is, because we don't know too much about these sides. They're playing for the first time on the European Cricket Network. So eager to see how this one pans out. It's a short match, as I mentioned, 9 overs per side, a 3 over power play, and a maximum of 2 overs per bowler. So looking forward to this. Should be a great matchup. Talented cricketers on both sides, and a very youthful flavor as well. This Upminster side is blessed with plenty of young talent, as is Gunnersbury. I've seen a lot of teenagers playing throughout this week here in Hornchurch for both the men and the women. Just looking forward to this. Should be a great day of cricket. One of the stars, or I should say 2 of the stars, are about to go up against each other. We've got Shimako Kato, very talented Japanese cricketer, 22 years of age, a extremely exciting prospect, With 15 T20I wickets to her name, going up against one of the great athletes in Sinette Fillion. Here we go. First ball coming up. That was beautifully cut away by Fillion. And her partner just a little bit eager there, Paige Roche, looking to get to the striker's end. But Fillion just cut that one really hard. And it was a superb bit of fielding by Esther de Lange. So I have to say, three of the biggest names in this series all involved in that first ball. De Lange, we'll be talking quite a bit about her when we see her feature later this innings. So much talent on display. This is going to be a great match. Fillion has made a huge impact for this Upminster side. Came to play in the UK for the first time last year. Look to work this one away towards long on. It just takes a hop before going to the fielder. She gets a hand to it. And oh, take a look at that. It stops just shy of the rope. There may be just a couple of blades of grass between the ball and the rope. It's definitely not a 4. Had a pretty good close-up view of that. Oh, that really is agonizing for Fillion. She's going to be denied a couple of runs there, but yeah, very good fielding out in the deep. It's going to grab that single, a good call of yes, and Roche will get set to face her first ball. Mako Kato, very, very impressive figures for her career. As I mentioned, 15 wickets, the 24 innings she's played in T20I cricket. Career best figures of 3 for 8. T20I economy of 4.4. Outside edge, that's going to go away for 4 runs. Very unlucky there for Kato. Roche will take the runs however they come, by hook or by crook. Just throws the kitchen sink at it, goes hard. Gets an outside edge and goes away for 4 runs. Yeah, it's a real shame that we couldn't get that second innings for our opening match of the day. 66 just seemed like such a good competitive score by Hutton. It just felt like it was one of those scores that was going to set us up for a exciting chase. It was a good score, but certainly one that wasn't out of Upminster's reach. Hopefully we get no more rain delays for the rest of the day and really get to enjoy some good cricket here on this Super Saturday. This one is a slight overthrow there, just overcooks the throw a little bit, but it's not going to matter because there's a fielder backing up. Just going to leave this one alone here, Fillion. Last ball of the first over coming up. It's been a decent one so far by Kato. Firmly struck, but straight at the fielder. It's really well dealt with by Hannah Cullen, who's been very strong at that cover position. There's a couple of firm shots that have been struck her way that she's dealt with really well. This first over comes to an end. 10 runs come off it. Fillion keep the strike heading into the second over. We're out here in the east ends of London, and Hornchurch, right between the border between Essex and London. Here's a look at the divisions for the upcoming ECC-W that will take place over the course of the month of December. Over the emerging division, we can see very interesting sides like Czechia, Malta, Greece, Croatia, and Sweden. Had a chance to see Greece back in May, hosting Germany, who are over in the Challenge division, alongside Italy, Spain, Austria, and Cyprus. And a lot of quality in that Premier division with England 11, Scotland 11, Ireland 11, Netherlands 11, and Jersey. Several of those England 11 players will be active over the course of today's play. Kambapati coming in to bowl this over. The umpire just seems to be having a word right now with the scorer's table, and decision has been changed, so that's been given a dot ball. Wasn't a wide, there was just some contact made there by the batter. Gets this one away towards long on. They've got a long on in place as well as a deep mid wicket. Did see Georgia Irving, who's fielding at long on, Saver side a boundary, Saver side a couple of runs last over, and such fine margins in T10 cricket, especially now with 1 over reduced. That's 10% reduction, isn't it? You just lose an over, so every ball just counts that much more. Struck away behind square leg for 4 runs. This is a gorgeous shot by Roche. Gets nice and deep in her crease. This is very nicely played and pulls that away firmly, just to the right of the umpire. Just going to go away for 4 runs, so very pretty shot there by Roche. Oh, just beyond the fielder's reach, and that's gone away for 4 runs. It's perfect placement here, really, you have to say. Kado had maybe a quarter chance, not even a half chance of getting at this. It's tossed up, gets to the pitch of the ball, meets it on the half volley, and it just picks out that gap to split Georgia Irving. And Shea Daly out in the deep. Straight down the ground, and that has taken a hop just in front of the rope. I think it's probably landed just a couple of inches in front of that rope. Would have gone all the way for a 6, so rather unfortunate there for Paige Roche, but that's a beautiful shot, isn't it? Just gets to the pitch of the ball. She's played some delightful strokes to start off her innings here, Paige Roche. It's been a very entertaining start to her innings, already racing away. And that's 17 for 5. That's going to clean her up, so you miss, I hit. Kambapati comes back after getting struck for 3 successive boundaries. Her first ever European Cricket Series wicket, a huge moment for her. And a nice bit of bowling. Got the length absolutely spot on there. Got it right up there. And once again, Roche just looking to attack, batting with that T10 mindset. Ends up playing the wrong line, and she's going to get cleaned up. It's a good bit of bowling, really is. You can see, just looking to go for that mid-wicket boundary there. Roche was trying to bash that away once again. But it was probably just one shot too many from Paige Roche's perspective. However, they're going to come out with an attacking mindset here, aren't they, Upminster? Nice moment there. Certainly a nice moment for Rachna Kambapati. And we'll take a look at the standings for this European Cricket Series. So our first game was abandoned. Hutton and Upminster ended up sharing the points for that match. It's going to be Shea Daly, who is fielding out at deep mid-wicket now, making her way to bowl. Goody, the new batter, is at the non-striker's end, just Waiting to face her first ball. It's going to be Phil Yun Lo to face the first ball of the third over. This is also the last over of the power play, so we still have a 3-over power play. Oh, beautifully struck away. That is such a powerful stroke, isn't it? Just gets a little bit of length and is able to get underneath it. Just look at the wrists here. It's all about the strength and bat speed that is generated through the wrists. Beautifully played there. Phil Yun, her first boundary of this innings. And here's a look at a couple of spectators who've made their way to watch this game. As a lot of people have come over, had a chance to meet a couple of members of our chat as well. A chance to meet Mr. and Mrs. Dawson, as well as Johnny Hisham. Yeah, around the area, make your way down as this is launched all the way for 6 runs. Absolutely magnificent stroke there by Phil Yun. Just great use of her feet. Gets to the pitch of the ball, meets it on the half volley, and bashes it away for maximum result. A beautifully played stroke. Has been such an impact player for this side since she came over to the UK to play her cricket. Phil Yun joined Upminster last season and was absolutely sensational. Scored 1,067 runs at an average of 97. And even played for some of the men's teams last year. That's how good Phil Yun Lo was. Struck towards cover. She'll pick up a quick single here. Just a remarkable athlete, Phil Yun. During the first match, we spoke quite a bit about her very impressive athletics career. Over the course of this match, we'll just dive into some of the numbers from her cricketing career and all the success she's enjoyed as a cricketer as well. Just one of the most talented all-around athletes you're going to come across. Certainly made South Africa very proud with all of her sporting success. Worked away towards fine leg, and that's going to reach the rope. 4 runs. Goody opens her account with a nice boundary. Line was just a touch too leg side-ish, and Goody's able to help that away for a boundary. Take a look at this. Just getting quite a bit of turn there, Daly. We just turned a little bit too much. And she's able to just clip that one off her pads for 4 runs. A good start here for Upminster, you got to say. They'll be pretty pleased with this run rate. Certainly capitalizing on the power play. And worked away towards third. It's going to be a big chase here for the fielders, and just tossed back towards Delunga. Some good team fielding. That's Zoe Moses has done. Oh dear. Oh dear. Well, I think that's going to be a 4. Yeah, Zoe Moses, just slight mishap by her there. She covered a lot of ground, did really, really well to even get close to saving that, but unfortunately you could just see her right foot is beyond the boundary rope as she's in contact with the ball. So it's going to end up being a 4, and a terrific power play for Upminster. Managed to make 42 runs in the first 3 overs. They've certainly laid an exceptionally good platform here. Now we're going to see Hannah Cullen bowl the first over after the power play. Seen her fielding a cover, and she's done a terrific job in that position. Now she's going to have to try to sneak in a quiet over here for Gunnersbury. They'll be a little disappointed that Upminster are 42 for 1. Firmly struck, really firmly struck. And oh, that is an exceptional bit of fielding out in the deep by Shay Daly. Gets the slide in. Take a look at this. He just puts in the slide over there and saves her side a few runs. Looked like he was destined to go away for a boundary. That's 3 runs saved for Gunnersbury. Just little moments of brilliance like that out in the field that can certainly lift a side. Struck away, catching opportunity. Oh, it wasn't the easiest chance, really wasn't. It was a difficult one for Georgia Irving, and she's put in a good effort there. Irving, senior saver, signed a few runs out in that long on position, saved a 4 earlier, and yeah, just had an awkward height there for Georgia Irving. Firmly struck again. Well, they've been very busy out at long on at deep mid wicket. Shea Daly and Georgia Irving have certainly had their work cut out. Up in the air, is this a catching opportunity? Not quite, it's in the gap, and we're just gonna check if this has gone all the way or if it's just the 4 runs. Let's have a look at that. Where does it land? Yeah, just beyond the rope it seems. Yeah, it looks like that's gonna be a 6, so wonderful shot here by Goody, and just played a terrific cameo to start things off, motoring along. There's a dot ball, a rare dot ball. Just the 4th dot ball we have seen so far this innings. Only had 1 dot ball per over, so credit to this Upminster side for keeping that dot ball percentage as low as it is. Very good afternoon to everybody joining us. The chat's now 10 past 12 local time. It's a little inside edge, and it's going to go away for a single. Had a chance, as I mentioned, to meet a few people from our chat. Mr. and Mrs. Dawson in attendance, as well as Johnny Hesham. Good to see Christopher Ward, Kempin, Paul Kempin, Monteluce, Luke Belgium, all around the chat. Got Kroom, Chris Smith, and Wayne here as well. So yeah, of course, if you live around the area, please do make your way towards the ground. It would be great to see you. Enrico Jr. Agonia joining us as well in the chat. There we go. About to start the 5th over. Oh dear, taking a tumble there, Lucien Mercier. It can be a little bit slippery out there. Oh dear, yeah, it's just, you can see that front foot of hers just slips. And we do have to be rather careful in these conditions, especially after all the rain we've had this morning. Wide down the leg side, doesn't quite get the line right there. That's going to go away for 4 runs as well. So it's a minimo here for Upminster. They'll certainly take the runs. Yeah, certainly, especially when you slip like that, when you bowl your first ball, that can definitely put off a bowler. You don't quite have that same confidence to plant your front foot. And that is worth keeping in mind. We do see Mercier maybe make a little mistake and push one down the leg side. Puts a lot of doubt in your mind when something like that happens. Struck hard and struck at Daly. Mercer's the 5th different bowler the Scunnersbury side have used. Nice ball there. Good change up by Mercier. Takes a little bit of pace off that ball, and Goody was already halfway through the shot by the time the ball went past her. Cut away and straight at the fielder. That's at Kato, the Japanese international, who does well to get her body behind it and stop that from going away for more runs. Struck hard towards the leg side. That goes away for 4 runs. Phil Yun finds the gap. Moves into the 20s. Oh, nicely played. She's just so strong on the pull. Loves to play that stroke. Very, very good with those horizontal bat strokes, as you would expect for someone who was raised in South Africa and had to play on those pacey, bouncy wickets. I think you can find success playing in South Africa, probably the toughest country in the world to bat in. Going to be a good cricketer anywhere in the world, and boy, has she enjoyed so much success since she's come here to England. Just dabs this one away for a single. End of the 5th over. Upminster 65 for 1. I'm really looking forward to today's play. I mentioned that right at the start of the broadcast. So many quality players on all these sides. And of course, here's a look at our European Cricket Network Hindi Telegram channel, where you can, of course, follow along on everything that's happening on the network and throughout European cricket in Hindi. It's always great to have our Indian viewers tuning in. Thank you very much if you're joining us from India. Always great to have huge Indian condition. We're 5 overs into this innings as Upminster are 65 for 1. They're motoring along at the moment. They've really batted superbly. Their top 3 looking on song, and Gunnersbury just have to find a way to pick up a wicket here. It's a nice ball to start off here by Shaw. Shaw looking to go for that wide Yorker first up. The 6th different bowler Gunnersbury using, which does mean that, well, at least a couple of bowlers who we've seen so far are not going to get a second over. So the captain just kind of playing around with that bowling attack a little bit, trying to find someone who can pick up a wicket. Oh, what a shot. This is just a brilliant pickup stroke. This is top batting by Goody. Goody really has played some beautiful shots this innings. That's her 4th boundary, 3 4s and a 6 for her so far. She's got a brilliant strike rate as well of 180. Should say 200 now. Yeah, great to hear from Viking Bay and Monteluce as well. Certainly appreciate the very kind words, Monteluce. Got a quick question for you, Wayne, about your new handle. Just flashed at this one and beats the outside edge of Goody's bat. Got #1 George Hanko supporter in your handle. Is this for George Hankins, captain of Hornchurch? George Hankins, of course, highest run getter over in the men's European Cricket Series. Interesting to see who's going to be the top run getter in the women's ECS. We've seen a lot of quality batters so far today. This one is played aerially, but it's going to land safely. The Lunga. We'll get to that. It's just going to be a single. You obviously saw Hobson bat superbly in our first match of the day, and there have been a few players for Upminster who've made a good impression so far. We saw Roche make some handy runs. Goody's batting superbly, and Phil Yun, guarantee, will be a part of that conversation. She gets this one away for 4 runs. Can't really afford to bowl there to Phil Yun. Probably just need to go with a slightly wider line. We know she loves a bit of length, loves to play that pull shot. Just so strong on the onside. Phil Yun, of course, stopped playing cricket for a while to focus on her athletics career. And when she did return to provincial cricket over in South Africa back in 21 and 22, she certainly had some very special numbers. As we take a look at some of the spectators who've come over to watch these sides play. A lot of parents have come in today as well. As we mentioned, there's a lot of teenagers playing in all 3 of these sites involved. It's a good blend of youth and experience as they come to the end of the 6th. Upminster are 76 for 1. Here's a look at the scorecard. Sinette Filion Low batting on 30 of 17. Paige Roche batted superbly. Very entertaining innings when she was out there. Probably just played one big stroke too many, but gotta credit Paige. Played very selfless cricket. She was just looking to play the team game. She knows it's T10 cricket, just wanted to continue to attack, and ultimately got cleaned up by a very good ball by Rachna Kampabati, who comes back into the attack, the only Upminster bowler to have picked up a wicket so far. It starts by pushing one a little too far down the leg side, which Filion is able to help away towards fine leg for 4 runs. Yeah, right at the end of that 6th over, I was just mentioning that Filion returned to provincial cricket in South Africa after concluding her athletics career in the summer of 21-22, and well, she certainly found her feet very, very quickly when she returned to provincial cricket, making 255 runs at an average of 42.5 in the South African domestic T20 league for the Titans. And then she returned to Gauteng, where her cricketing career started in the South African summer of 23-24. Enjoyed a lot of success there, scoring 233 runs at an average of 37 for the Lions of the Josie Cup, as this one is going to go all the way for 6 runs. It's a full toss. Filion is able to punish that. Yeah, do need to bowl a lot fuller to Filion. A couple of too many short balls to her, but can't go that full. Can't afford to give her full tosses. Got Adyun Tesarande saying he's from Japan. So Adyun, got a question for you. How excited are you to see Shimako Kato this match? I mean, must be a very proud moment for Japan to see one of their very own playing here in England. And yeah, Shimako Kato, she certainly represented Japanese cricket so well, a great ambassador for the sport over in Japan. I believe there's a very interesting tournament going on in Japan right now, featuring a number of exciting Asian sides, China, Mongolia, Hong Kong, and Japan, all playing each other in an exciting women's series. Yeah, Julian had a chance to have a good conversation with Julian Dawson prior to the start of this match, and he said he'd been following that series along very closely and was commenting on just how good the facilities are for Japanese cricket and how beautiful the ground was where these sides were playing at. Obviously our focus is here on European cricket, but it is great to just see the game grow all over the world and so many non-traditional cricketing nations. I've got a country like Japan, which we don't typically accustom with cricket, really starting to embrace the sport. And many native-born Japanese players picking it up as well, which is wonderful to see. Although Japan certainly aren't strangers to bat and ball sports. We know how great Japan is at baseball. Like the biggest baseball star in the world right now, Shohei Ohtani, is Japanese, and it's just great to see them embrace cricket as well. Got a couple of overs left in this innings. Upminster are 88 for 1. Here's a look at the calendar for this year on ECN, and we've had the pleasure of going to so many great destinations and got plenty more to come your way. Tomorrow is the start of the Continental Cup over in Czechia. And then we've got a series coming to your way from Finland, Bulgaria, Belgium, Germany, Sweden. We'll be back in England at the end of July. Nicely struck here by Goody. That's going to go away for 4. This is just pure timing. This is such an elegant stroke. Love to see shots like this in T10 cricket. People think T10 cricket's all about the big sixes, but there's still plenty of room for class. This was a half volley, and it's just great head balance, great head position, and plays a lovely flowing stroke through the cover boundary. Just yorks herself a little bit there and goes to the aforementioned Kato. Here's at cover. Launched down the ground, but there's a chance for a catch here, and Georgia Irving will take that catch, and boy does she deserve it. She has fielded absolutely superbly so far this inning. Saved her side a lot of runs out in the deep. And she's able to take a very, very important catch to dismiss Fillion. Just flights that ball beautifully. Wasn't quite able to get to the pitch of the ball there, Fillion. Hung that one up in the air. And Irving with a beautiful grab. She's fielded wonderfully out at long on. And a fine innings by Fillion comes to an end. 41 runs of only 22 balls for her. New batter has made her way out to the middle. It's Felicity Russell, who was wicket keeping in the last match. We're not going to see her with the gloves in the second inning. It's going to be Paige Roche who's going to take on that responsibility instead. But a bit of right hand, left hand here for Upminster. Felicity Russell playing for the first time on the European Cricket Network. And she's only 14 years of age, will turn 15 next month. So yeah, one of many talented youngsters we're going to see on display over the course of today's play. It helps us away towards square leg. Big chase there for DeLonga, but just a bit too far away from her. Lovely stroke. Goody has played some very strong shots, and most of the runs have really come through that mid-wicket and square leg region. Just to give you the stats, we've seen 55 runs scored through that square leg and mid-wicket region for this Upminster side. And you can make that 56 or 59, as that's going to go away for 4 runs. Just seemed for a moment like they'd be able to cut that one out, but that isn't the case. Ellie Shaw sprinted across to try to save the 4. She's put in a good effort, but yeah, unfortunately for her, it just comes off her thighs and goes away for a boundary. It's a nice effort there by DeLonga as well, just to try to stop that rebound from going away for 4 runs, but back-to-back boundaries to end Daly's overs, which slightly spoils her figures. As Upminster are now 102 for 2. Last over of the innings coming up. Keep in mind, this is a rain-shortened match. We had a delay to the start of this match, so 1 over has been tacked off. It's going to be Kato, Japanese international, to bowl this final over. Nice ball to start off, perfectly executed wide Yorker. Oh, wonderful bowling here by Kato. And you can see why she's got an economy rate of 4 in T20I cricket. This is just incredible death over bowling, and yeah, there's really not too much that Russell can do here when Kato is perfectly executing these Yorkers. It's a lowish full toss. Will be struck down towards long off, where Irving, who took the catch to dismiss Fillion low, is fielding. Three balls left in this innings. Goody's batted superbly so far. Can she get a few more boundaries away? Huge swing and a miss, and just ends up playing the wrong line there, Goody. This is lovely bowling by Kato. This is an exhibition and death over bowling by her so far, giving up just the 1 run in 4 balls. It's a wonderful all-rounder. Looking forward to seeing her bat in the second innings as well. Oh, nicely played behind point. That is so well dug out there by Goody. It's a pretty good ball by Kato in the end. It's just such fast hand speed. As there we go. A look at some of our ECN faithful. Got a good look at Johnny Hisham and Mr. and Mrs. Dawson. Let's just take a look at that one more time. Beautiful shot. Very nicely played. Oh, nicely struck. That's going away for 4 runs. It was a lowish full toss. Wasn't quite able to execute the Yorker there, Kato. That goes away for a boundary as well, some members of the Hornchurch team come over to watch this game as well. Admire some of the women's cricket. Great to see everyone out in full force on this Super Saturday as Upminster end the innings with 111 runs. It's certainly a very respectable total. And it's going to take some chasing in the second innings from Gunnersbury. But they've got the batting talent. I wouldn't say it's out of reach for them. There's a big hug over there. It's a good performance, you have to say, by Upminster. They'll be very proud of the way they batted in that innings. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings. And there was a fine display of batting, you have to say, by the opening pair of Sunette Filion and Paula Roche, who got their start off to a flying start. Roche played some lovely strokes to start off, hit 4 boundaries in the 6 balls she faced. Eventually, though, just be 1 stroke too many for Paula Roche. She just ended up playing the wrong line and would get cleaned up. Some good bowling here by Kamparavati, who got her first wicket of the European Cricket Series. Phil Yun would then be joined by Goody. Goody batted remarkably well, making 48 runs of 22 deliveries, the top scorer for this Upminster side. And just take a look at that strike rate, 204.5 to get 48 runs. Really set the tone for her side. Saw some good efforts out of the field. That was a tough chance there for Irving. She would take a catch later in the innings to dismiss Phil Yun. Yun would plumb a couple of 6s. We saw Goody playing some immaculate strokes. I think what I loved about Goody's innings was a combination of power and also just that deft class and touch. Saw her play some lovely cover drives, but also some beautiful looking pull shots. There's one of them. Just picked out the gap wonderfully, exploring the gap between Delanga and Shea Daly. So one of the 2 6s that Filion hit. She would eventually get dismissed though. I wasn't quite able to get to the pitch of that ball. Daly would get her wicket. A good catch by Irving out in the deep, and then Goody would just give her side that propulsion they needed in those last 9 deliveries to get to this very strong total of 111. She struck 2 boundaries right at the end of the 8th over, and then 2 boundaries to round out the innings. A fine performance by her. She walked off with her good friend Felicity Russell. Upminster will be very happy to end up with 111 runs. We'll take a look at the scorecard here. Filion with 41 runs of 22 deliveries. Roche was batting superbly well, ends up with 17 of 6. Page certainly laid the platform for his side during that power play, looking to attack every ball and making it very clear how Upminster were going to approach this innings. Goody with 45 of 22. She top scores for her side, and then Felicity Russell made a couple of runs. She came in very late in the innings, wasn't quite able to get enough balls to face. We'll take a look at the Gunnersbury bowling figures, and in the end, you'd have to say they certainly didn't let this match get away from them. 112 is certainly chaseable in the second innings. It's a competitive total, you have to say, by Upminster. They'll be happy. But Gunnersbury, they did well, really, to just keep themselves in that game and make sure that Upminster didn't get away. Good figures for Shimako Kato. She bowled superbly in that second over in particular, where she gave up just the 9 runs. And both Gambarbati and Daly picked up their first ever European Cricket Series wickets as Gunnersbury need 112 runs in 9 overs in the second inning. We'll take a short break, and we'll be right back on ECN with the Stitches.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back for the second innings. We've seen a target of 112 set for Gunnersbury in their first ever European Cricket Series match. It was a remarkable batting performance by Upminster, led by Goody, who made a solid 45 runs of just 22 deliveries. Sinet Fillion chipped in with 41 of 22. And then we saw Paige Roche, make 17 of 6. So a good all-round batting performance by Upminster. They're pretty pleased with the score they have on the board. But we do know this Gunnersbury side have a lot of talent, and I wouldn't say 112 is out of their reach. It is a range-shortened match. We had a delayed start, which meant that we lost an over. So it's going to be 9 overs per side, a 3-over power play. And then, of course, just as we see in T20 cricket, maximum 2 overs per bowler, should say, in regular T10 cricket. Georgia Irving making her way out to the middle alongside Shea Daly. Those two know each other very well. Always field together. Not a deep mid-wicket and long on. They were very busy during that first innings, had a lot of ground to cover. Now they're going to have to get their side off to a good start. Georgia Irving plays a cricket over in Middlesex. Very talented player, and Gunners really will certainly be delighted to have her for this series. That's beautifully struck away towards mid-wicket, and she's off the mark immediately. Brings Shea Daly on strike. Pushed away towards point. Does this have enough to go for a 4? It certainly does. A great chase there by Coco Thomas, but wasn't quite able to win the race there against the ball. It goes away for 4 runs. This is just a gorgeous stroke by Daly. Just doesn't look to overhit it. It's pure timing into the gap. That goes away for 4 runs. Dot ball here for Quested. We saw pull the first over in the previous match as well. Zoe Quested captains this Upminster side. Should have been disappointed that the first match was abandoned. Upminster bowled fairly decently in that opening match, even though Hutton were able to get a good total. I think that game was just set up to be a very competitive outing, as this is struck firmly down the ground. That's going to go away for 4 runs. Nicely played again by Daly. Meets it on the half volley and strikes it to the safest part of the field, straight down the ground. Take a look at the shot once again. Presses onto that front foot and meets it beautifully on the half volley. Gets it away for 4 runs. A bit of width on offer here, and now it goes out towards Coco Thomas. They'll come back here for a couple of runs. And 2 very exciting cricketers, you have to say, opening the batting here. Got Shea Daly, Australian cricketer, who's playing this Aussie winter or English summer here for Gunnersbury. On the other hand, you've got talented Middlesex batter Irving at the other end. There was a chance. There was a chance. It was at a rather awkward height. Not easy to take those, but yeah, Danny Cox had a chance to pick up the first wicket for her side. Just looking to clear the fielder at mid-off there, Daly, but just doesn't quite get enough on it. Instead, it ends up going straight to Danny Cox first over comes to an end. 11 runs come off it. As here's a quick reminder that it's been 20 matches since we last had a golden ball on ECN. And hopefully we can snap that streak today. Would love to see an ECS-W golden ball. Really would be great. Well, Coco Thomas is going to bowl the second over, much as she did in the previous match this morning. Oh, nicely played there by Irving. And does it have enough to go for 4 runs? Yes, it does. It's just a gorgeous looking shot by her there. A lovely stroke. Plays that beautifully under her eyes, times that so nicely, and gets it away for 4 runs. You can see why she's a talent to so many over in Middlesex are so excited about. Oh, well, big appeal over there. Was a little bit of bat involved. It certainly wasn't too far from off peg either. He's coming into this match with some very good form. Had a lovely preseason. Scored a couple of half centuries as well. So she'll be looking to carry that form into this T10 series. Oh, just gets a touch of bat on that. A very fine nick. It's going to go beyond the keeper and also beyond the fielder at short third. Let's just take a look at this. It was rather unintentional. Just took the thinnest of edges and went away for 4 runs. Let's get to enjoy a little bit of good fortune along the way as well. Struck away nicely. It's going to take a few bounces and go away for 4 runs. Beautifully played there by Irving. And this time looking to target that mid-wicket boundary. She's played some lovely strokes through the offside early in this innings, and now she goes to the leg side. Good start here, you got to say, by Gunnersbury. Certainly staying on track with that rate. Extras are going to play such a huge role, aren't they? I thought Gunnersbury did a very good job of keeping extras quite low during that first innings. Oh, clipped away so nicely behind square leg. That goes away for 4 runs. Just a wonderful wristy stroke there by Irving. Let's have this nice forward press and just uses her wrists magnificently to get that away for a boundary. This has been a really good over so far for Gunnersbury. Just the kind of over they needed to get ahead of that rate as we take a look at some of the spectators who've made their way for this game, having a delightful time. And why not? I'm sure everybody's really glad that the rain clouds have gone away and we can finally get some cricket. It's unfortunately a rain-interrupted morning, and we're praying that it's not the case in the afternoon. This is gonna go away for a boundary as well. Just having a look at whether it's gone the distance or if it's 4 runs. That's a beautiful pull shot there by Irving, and where does that land? just in front of the rope. So it's going to be a 4, not a 6, but not too far away from getting a Maximo there. Georgia Irving would have been her first Maximo of her European cricket career as we take a look at the standings. Hutton and Upminster, their match this morning was abandoned. Hutton managed to make 66 runs. Hobson batting superbly with 35 of 17. Here we go, last over I should say, the power play coming up. It's going to be Lois Gable to bowl this third over. She's one of the standout performers for this Upminster side of the opening match of the day. They handed her a couple of overs, the only bowler to have bowled 2 overs. I love most about Gable is just her ability to consistently hit those Yorkers, and the fact that she just naturally bowls a fuller length. It's vital that she just sneak in a quietish over here for her side just to get that required up. It's probably a touch too low right now for Upminster's liking. She certainly starts off the way they've hoped for with a couple of dot balls. Pick up some runs here off buys and also courtesy of that wide. Just trying to sweep that one away fine, but it was just a little too wide for Daly to make contact with. And I think it's just important that these sides and the men were extremely guilty of this, that they just take the wides that they're given. We saw during the men's series, especially during Group A, where a lot of batters were just chasing wider deliveries and would often end up getting dismissed as a result as well. Oh, that just gets away there from Felicity Russell, who was wicket-keeping in the first match of the day. This time she's fielding at mid-on. Nicely played there by Irving. It just lands in that awkward position just in front of her where it's kind of hard for her to make up her mind on what exactly she wants to do, and ends up beating her and going away for 4 runs. Oh, full toss. That's going to go away for 4 runs. Just need to check the height on this ball. There's a chance that it could be a no ball. Let's have a look. Oh, it's just a question whether it's dipping down below the waist there or not, but I think she could be in a bit of trouble here, Lois Gable. I really think she could be, and yep, there it is. It's been signaled a no ball. And we've got a free hit coming up. Was going for the audacious there, Irving, looking to go for the reverse sweep. Unable to make any contact. Interesting shot selection considering mid-on is up. And if she's gone for a shot which she's played quite well so far, just looking to hit that towards long on. The on drive. She probably would have been able to get herself some runs, but decides to get a little bit funky there. Oh, reaches out of the wider delivery there, Daly, and hits it straight to the fielder. Dot ball to end the power play. Gunnersbury, 44 for no loss. Take a look at the comparison between these two teams at the moment. Gunnersbury just a couple of runs ahead of where Upminster were at this stage. More importantly, they've not lost a wicket yet either, so got all 10 wickets in hand. And we're really looking to attack over these next 6 overs. Just trying to get to that target. It's going to be Harry Goody, the top run getter from the first innings. Starts out with a lovely ball. Big appeal here for a stumping. The umpire doesn't look interested at all, but we will still have a look at it side on. Oh, that back foot has been dragged out, but yeah, it looks like Irving has made it back safely, and that explains the lack of interest from the umpire. That's good bowling, though. Really is a nice ball to start things off. Played away nicely by Irving into the gap. One hop over the rope. Goes away for a boundary. Gets down on one knee, which just allows her to get underneath it, and away it goes for 4 runs. There's a look at some of the fans who've made their way out here. It's a little bit chilly right now, but a great day for cricket. Towards the offside, and we'll pick up a single here. Very close to bringing up that 50 opening partnership. What a partnership it's been so far by these two. Irving's been the primary aggressor, but Daly certainly played her part. She's rotated the strike really well. They've kept up balls to a minimum. And Daly's chipped in with a couple of boundaries too. Then could she get a third here? Oh, yes, she will. That's the Maximo. First Maximo of the innings, and the first one for Gunnersbury this series. It's a gorgeous shot by the Aussie cricketer, Shea Daly. Gets to the pitch of the ball really well and just bashes that one over long off for 6 runs. Gets this one away towards mid-wicket. End of the 4th over, Gunnersbury 56 for no loss. We'll take a look at the comparison between these two teams. Currently, Gunnersbury slightly ahead of where Upminster were at this stage, and gotta say, overall, these two teams are fairly even. Not much to separate them, but Upminster will feel like they need a wicket here. They really do. This opening partnership is just starting to get very concerning from Upminster's perspective. Oh, nicely played. Bash straight down the ground. This could be heading towards the equipment, but I think it's just somewhere to the right of the commentary tent. And, well, rule number 1, as they say, protect the equipment. The equipment certainly was protected over there. That's really nicely struck by Shea Daly. That goes away for a 6, and he could just catch Tyrone, match referee Tyrone Peters, with a big grin as that was heading towards the commentary tent. I heard quite a few headed towards Tina yesterday when she was solo commentating for the matches at the start of Group B. And the commentary tent has certainly been under assault today as well. The very first ball of the day by Hobson was sent racing into the commentary tent. Actually to the right where Tina would normally be sitting. I was about to say fielding, but she's off her cricketing duties for this week. We'll be playing some cricket tomorrow over in Solihull as this is struck away for 4 runs. Nicely played there by Irving. Wonderful stroke, and she's got brilliant wrists, doesn't she, Georgia Irving? Very wristy cricketer. As her strike rate has ballooned up to 243. And you can see all the preparation she's done in the off-season. Mentioned that she's had a few 50s during the preseason for Middlesex, and she certainly carried that good form into this T10 match, and she's batting ferociously here. Has put her side in a good position to win, and now look at that win predictor. Gunnersbury up to 81%. Upminster have to find a wicket. Played away behind point. This is brilliant stroke. Just uses the pace of the ball and guides it behind point. Yeah, June Tesserande in the chat saying they're halfway to their goal in an over less than halfway through their match. Yeah, well ahead of the required rate at the moment. Have to go with just above 10 and over. Upminster desperately have to find a wicket here. Daly plays that so well, I think. Irving's obviously dominating the headlines at the moment with her 244 strike rate, but Daly has batted superbly. She's very keen to rotate the strike and chipped in with 4 boundaries herself, 2 of them 6s. Let's take a look at Daly's strike rate. It's 192 as well, so there's no respite at either end for Upminster at the moment. Oh, bit of stand and deliver here, and that's going to go away for a boundary. Has that gone the distance for a 6? It was a tough chance out in the deep for Coco Thomas. It was very challenging. And as Irving struck her first 6 of this innings, not quite, just lands in front of the rope. That's going to be 4 runs. It's just trying to snatch at that one there, Thomas. It's a difficult chance. It was struck very firmly towards her. As we come to the end of the 5th, Gunnersbury, 73 for no loss. The required is now down to under 10 for the first time this innings. As we take a look at the upcoming events here on ECN. So we're in England for another week. Today's day 1 of the ECS-W. We've got tomorrow off when you can catch some of the action over in Czechia in the Central Europe Cup. And then for Monday, we resume here in England with the men's series. And then we'll be back next Saturday for the second and final day of this series. And is that a wicket? There it is. The first wicket for Upminster. The first wicket, mind you, of this series for them. They failed to pick up a wicket in the opening match of the day. And that will be the end for Daly. Looking to dance down the crease, and yeah, it's very good bowling there, you've got to say. Really smart bowling. Just pushes that one wider there, Goody. Just ends up playing the wrong line. And then some very sharp glove work by Paige Roche. So a wicket at last for Upminster. They've had to wait quite a while for it. Shea Daly, great innings for her. 26 of 15. A terrific opening stand of 73 is finally broken. Yeah, big moment to cheer for Upminster, and they'll be hoping that 1 brings 2. It's going to be Cullen, the new batter. Hannah Cullen, who we saw fielding a cover in the first inning, saved her side a lot of runs with her fielding, and she'll be now looking to make some runs with her blade as well. Another exciting young talent in this very stacked Gunnersbury batting lineup. Shot to catch it, but Cullen has no problem settling in whatsoever. Gets a bit of width and cuts that away for 4 runs. Hannah Cullen, just 14 years of age, turned 14 in March. I mean, there is a very strong teenage contingent in this team, but they're not even older teenagers, sort of around the 16 or 17 years old. A lot of 14-year-olds in this Gunnersbury lineup. Open length delivery there. I'll pick up a single. Good batting here by Cullen, and they got a teenage partnership on right now. Irving and Cullen looking to just guide their side to victory. Oh, nicely played here by Irving. That's going to go away for a boundary as well. 1 hop over the rope. Just 3 runs away from a half century here, Irving. You got such a small margin of error when you're bowling to someone of Irving's quality, and I've been so impressed by the way Irving has batted. And you know, I love to always follow who's going to end up as the top run getter of this series. We've mentioned a lot of names who could be contenders, and Irving will certainly be among them. This time Irving just dabs one towards point. The slight misfield, which will just allow her maybe to come back for a second run. She's going to push hard, and she'll be able to make it safely. Yeah, so despite that wicket, no dip in the run rate here for Gunnersbury. Gotta say, that's good wicket keeping there. Really, really good wicket keeping by Paige Roche. Takes that one one-handed and is able to dislodge the bails very quickly. Blessed with 2 very talented wicket keepers up Minster. Got Felicity Russell as well, who we know can do a terrific job behind the stumps. She'll get some bat on that, Irving, and that's going to race away for 4 runs. It's a half century here for Georgia Irving. Gets a 50 on her European Cricket Series debut. Very muted celebration, just raises the bat. I think for Irving, she's not going to celebrate until she knows she's seen her side over the finishing line, focused on the team victory and not just her individual accolades. As we take a look at the scorecard here, 88 for 1, 6 overs in. That required now is at 8, so just 2 boundaries and over will be enough for Gunnersbury from here. Going to take something pretty remarkable for Upminster to turn things around. It's going to be Danny Cox to bowl the 7th over. Danny Cox, Danielle Samantha Cox, a very talented player for this Upminster side. Starts off pretty well here, just a couple of singles. She can sneak in a few dot balls in here as well. That would certainly do a world of good for Upminster. And the dot balls really are like gold dust right now for Upminster. Struck down the ground, and Russell's out in the deep to field that. Nice bowling here by Cox. Lines and lengths are spot on, just keeping things simple. Just going to try to take this game as deep as possible here, Gunnersbury. That has to be the key for them. Russell strikes that firmly. That is just a beautiful shot. That is an absolutely wonderful shot. Irving is just so strong with those horizontal bat strokes. Loves to play the pull shot, doesn't she? And pulls that one away towards mid-wicket for 4 runs. As I mentioned, the margin for error against Irving is absolutely minute. Looks to go towards the leg side again, this time behind square leg, and Irving moves into the 60s, and they need to go at just a run a ball from here now to win. 13 needed of 13. Closing in on a victory here, Gunnersbury, in their first match. Last ball of the 7th. Just going to clip this one away, and that'll allow Irving to keep the strike heading into the 8th over. Well, we say it all happens in the 9th, but this is, after all, a rain-reduced game, so we're just going to have 9 over. So hopefully it all happens in the 8th from Upminster's perspective. Or maybe, just maybe, Gunnersbury can wrap this game up in the 8th over. Here's a fantasy dashboard for our upcoming match. Hutton, their match was unfortunately washed out this morning. We saw Erica Hobson bat superbly, making 35 runs of just 17 deliveries. She was ably supported by Lauren Parmenter in the other end, but well, none of these sides could make it out for the second innings because the game was abandoned. So Hutton and Upminster ended up sharing the points for the first match. Starts off with a dot ball here, Gable. So dot balls can be really, really precious here for Upminster. They desperately need Gable to keep this a quiet over. Irving will clip this away for a single. Great observation here by KG in the chat, saying she's just jumping on anything short and putting it away. Absolutely. Irving's eyes just light up when she sees anything short. Loves to play those cross-batted strokes. Oh, that should go away for 4 runs. The fielder at point, it just felt like she might have had a chance to get to that, but not quite. Oh, and a boundary will really, really hurt here for Upminster. And now Gunnersbury needs just 7 runs to win. Oh, it was a good effort. It was a really good effort, you have to say, but Beth Libby is just not quite able to get to it. So 7 more runs, and Gunnersbury will pick up this victory. That was a wider delivery. I think Cullen was just kind of tempted to throw her bat at it, but I think she'll be glad she hasn't. 1 big 6 would be enough to win it for here for Gunnersbury. We've already seen them smack a couple of 6s daily. Hit 2 lusty blows earlier this innings. Knocks this one away for a single and brings the dangerous Irving on strike, who's batting superbly on 64. Off just 26. Oh, lovely sweep shot. Absolutely lovely sweep shot. You got to feel for Coco Thomas. She's had so much ground to cover out in the deep. Seen a number of these shots just disappear past her. Absolutely gorgeous there by Irving. It just emphasizes how talented this side is, that they're racing away with this game. We haven't even seen someone with the quality of Delanga batting yet for this Gunnersbury side. As that is going to be the end of the game, so those were the last runs. And a big congratulations here to Gunnersbury on winning their first ECS match. And Upminster will unfortunately taste defeat. But a terrific performance here by Gunnersbury, led by the brilliant Georgia Irving, making 68 of 27. She was ably supported by Daly, who made 26 of 15. Cullen batted nicely as well. But the star of the show is certainly Irving with a superb performance. And the talented Middlesex cricketer starts off her European cricket career with a bang, as both sides will shake hands. And you can see Delanga so impressed with the way that She just saw her bat. Here's a look at the fixture that's coming up between Hutton and Gunnersbury. This game will be coming on your screen in just about 25 minutes time. A couple of talented sides as we'll take a look at the highlights of this innings. Some beautiful strokes here, you got to say. Nice shots. Irving and Daly really show that they are 360-degree cricketers, able to hit it to all parts of the field. There was a little bit of a half chance, you have to say, that Daly provided. And Daly would go on to make 26 of 15, struck 4 boundaries during her innings. 2 of them were 6s. It's just scary because looking down that Gunnersbury lineup, you can still see there's so many talented batters there like Delanga and Kato. And I'm sure several more who maybe just yet to make a name for themselves. We might not know too much about, but will play huge roles in this series. So just some brilliant stroke play on display. There's the second 6 which Daly hit. Irving did present that chance all the way over at fine leg. This will be the first wicket of this ECS for Upminster. They failed to take a wicket in the first match of the day, and Harry Goody would get rid of Daly. We just wondered if there would be a little bit of hope here for Upminster. Could they claw their way back into this game? But that was not to be the case as Irving continued to motor along, continued to play some immaculate strokes. Hannah Cullen at the other end as well played her part. 12 of 6 for her. There's one of 2 boundaries she managed to hit. And in the end, Gunnersbury would take the victory with 8 balls to spare in a 9-over match, which really is very impressive. An impressive chase for Gunnersbury. They were going at 14.6 and over. Well done to them as they take this win. So Georgia Irving scores 68 on her ECS debut. A fine knock. Certainly showed that she loves to play the sweep shot and the pull shot. As a very talented cricketer, and you can see that all the good work she's done over at Middlesex has certainly paid off. We'll take a look at the bowling figures here for Upminster, and they'll be a touch disappointed with the way they bowled. I think a few of their bowlers will feel that they maybe gave up a few too many runs and were a little bit too loose with their bowling. You got to credit them for keeping extras down to just 6. But yeah, it's back to the drawing board for Upminster, and they're just going to have to tweak a couple of issues they might have at the moment. So match number 2 is in the books, and after match number 1 was abandoned, it was great to get a nice match here for game number 2 as Gunnersbury take this one by 9 wickets. We'll take a short break, and I'll be back on your screens in 24 minutes time for our afternoon game.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Hornchurch. We're about to get match number 3 underway. The weather looks so much better than what it did this morning. I'm certainly glad to say that. Hutton are about to take on Gunnersbury. We saw Hutton's match abandoned this morning. They were involved in that 6-over affair against Upminster. Hutton batted quite well. They made 66 runs in the 6 overs they faced, largely thanks to some brilliant batting by their skipper, Erica Hobson, with a quick fire 35 of 17. They go up against Gunnersbury, who are coming off a pretty emphatic victory against Upminster. So let's head over to the coin toss.
Gunnersbury to call.
Heads.
Heads is a call, and it's a tails.
We're going to have a bowl first.
Are you going to have a bowl?
Thank you very much for that update. Match referee Tyrone Peters. Yeah, looking forward to this game. I've loved the cricket so far this morning. I think everybody in the chat's been very delighted by it as well. Seen some real quality cricket, very high standards, competitive matches. And hopefully match number 3 brings us more of the same. Here's a look at the fantasy dashboard. Erica Hobson with 79 points, courtesy of that brilliant 35 this morning. Lauren Palmenter supported her ably with a run of ball 19. Over Gunnersbury, well, I don't quite think the points for that second innings of match number 2 have kicked in just yet. But if they did, then Georgia Irving would be leading the way by quite a bit. She scored a brilliant 68 in the last match to see her side over the finishing line. The win predictor has this just about even Stevens, 48 to 52. Not too much to differentiate these two teams. The two batters make their way out to the middle. It's Irving, and joining her is Hannah Cullen. So, yeah, they're pretty much just keeping the same two batters who were out there at the end of match number 2. Simply saying, well, look, we're just going to ride the hot hand. You two batted superbly. Stay out there. Make as many more runs as you can. Irving wasn't dismissed. Hannah Cullen was on 12 of 6. They're just going to continue from exactly where they left off. Very good afternoon to everyone in the chat. Luke Belgium joining us. Paul Kempen. Of course, got Chris Smith in as well. Always great to see you here, Chris. There we go. It's Lauren Palmenter to bowl the first over. Starts off with a nice ball there, and I think that's really where you got to look to bowl to Irving. She's certainly shown she's got the capability of hitting some nice drives, but Irving's strength in particular is when you give her a little bit of length, when she can rock back and play that pull shot, and she loves to sweep against the spinners as well. Outside edge, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. Rather fortuitous boundary there for Irving. But this is good bowling, you have to say. The important thing is that Parmenter isn't discouraged by this. I think she's bowling the right lines and length. She's managed to draw an edge here from the in-form Irving. So while it may be 4 runs for Gunnersbury, Hutton have to just take this as a mini victory. Irving looks to go on the leg side, and that's going to be 4 more runs. She loves to target that mid-wicket boundary. Loves to go towards square leg and mid-wicket. That's really Georgia's strength. And back-to-back boundaries here for the talented young cricketer from Middlesex. coming off a brilliant performance in a great preseason as well. Scored an important half-century for his side against Essex. Struck down the ground, and Hobson does incredibly well there, but unfortunately for her, she's not going to be able to save the 4. The captain got a hand to it, but still goes away for 4 runs. Just batting outside her crease here, and very strong bottom hand there for Irving as she's able to just muscle that one down the ground for a boundary. 3 consecutive boundaries here for Parmentier. Up in the air, chance for a catch, but it's just going to land safely. A slice of good fortune there for Irving. You need a little bit of luck at times as well over the course of your innings. Didn't quite get that one out of the middle of her bat. It just falls short of the fielder. That square leg. There might have been Maddie Griffin in that position. End of the first over, and we'll take a look at the groups for the ECC-W. So the emerging division has sides such as Czechia, Malta, Greece, Croatia, and Sweden. Had a chance to see Greece back at the start of May when they hosted the Germans, who are over in the Challenger division, along with Italy, Spain, Austria, and Cyprus. And then the Premier division has so much quality in it. England 11, Scotland 11, Ireland 11, the Netherlands 11, and Jersey. Of course, some of those players for the England 11 and the Netherlands 11 are going to be playing throughout today's play, so do watch out. I'm sure there's some talented Dutch and English cricketers who we'll see in the ECC-W featuring in today's matches. We did have that rain delay this morning. We had a chance to just catch that classic match between England and the Netherlands during the inaugural edition of the ECC-W, and what a thrilling game that was. So many great battles, England and the Netherlands, both for the men and the women. This is a full toss. Could be a no ball as well. Just taking a look at the square leg umpire over here. The height could be an issue on this ball. Let's just take a look at this. Ooh, wow, that's a tight one. That is a tight one. I'm leaning no ball for this. I mean, you can see that Irving is on her tippy toes when she plays that shot, and it has been signaled a no ball in the end. So free hit coming up here for the in-form Irving. Certainly not someone who needs a free hit. Looks to go down the ground. It's hung up in the air. That's some smart stuff there by Lauren Parmentier. She knew it was a free hit, so didn't make the attempt to charge at it and try to catch it. Just let it land. Ensured it was just a single. And threw it back to her teammate Law. Cullen facing her first ball. It's a nice ball there by Amara Law. Then uses her feet to stop that getting past her. What a strike there by Cullen. That is launched in an absolutely massive 6, almost at that European cricket banner. And what a way to open your account. What an incredible way to open your account. The sound that this made off the bat was absolutely sweet. Struck down the ground. That's going to be a single. Amara Law, very talented young cricketer associated with Essex. has received plenty of awards for her bowling ability. She was recently named Ability Young Player of the Year. She's involved for the number of sides for Essex. Oh, just is there a little something there? It might have just been a little bit of bat along the way. That goes for 4 runs. Irving just riding on luck a little bit on a couple of shots here. Oh, very easily have been cleaned up. Amara Law is very unlucky there that she hasn't managed to get a wicket. Just catches a little bit of that outside edge, and away it goes for 4 runs. So Amara Law is part of that Essex women's team that won the London Championship for the first time, and their Eagles also were able to win the National County T20 Cup. So enjoyed plenty of team success at Amara Law. And she was named the Ability Young Player of the Year because she managed to take 6 wickets as she helped her side reach the regional finals. She did that with a career best figures of 3 for 14. Here's a look at the standings. So Gunnersbury currently sitting on top. They beat Upminster in our second match of the day. Meanwhile, Hutton, involved in that match this morning, which was abandoned. They didn't get a chance to take the field. They saw their 2 openers batting quite remarkably, Lauren Palmenter and Erica Hobson. But the game was called off in the second innings. Looks to go downtown, and that's going to be a catch. There's a wicket. Hannah Cullen will have to depart. Madison gets a wicket off her very first ball on the European Cricket Network. Congratulations to her. Tumbles as she delivers that ball, but she won't mind one bit if it continues to produce wickets for her. Cullen just couldn't quite find the middle of the bat. It came off the toe end. And then credit to Chloe Stretton for taking a good catch out at mid-wicket. First wicket falls here for Gunnersbury. They're 31 for 1. Shay Daly coming in here at number 3 after opening the batting in the last match. Hits that straight to the fielder at cover, Hannah Pratt. Down the leg side, that's going to be a wide. Oh, firmly struck there by Daly. Into the gap, brilliant placement, threads the needle. Away it goes for 4 runs. Such a classy way to open your account. Just a lovely shot maker, Daly. She's very strong through the offside, and she's got all those gorgeous textbook strokes in her arsenal, but then she's also capable of hitting the big shots. We saw her hit a couple of 6s in the last match. Down the ground, and did she manage to get a hand to it there, Madison? Did she manage to get a hand to it? If so, then Irving is in some serious trouble and could be run out. What an unfortunate way that would be for Irving's innings to come to an end. I mean, Irving's nowhere near the crease. Did she get her fingertips to it? Oh, certainly seems like that might have been the case. And you got to feel for Georgia Irving. She's batted superbly today. An undefeated 68 in the first match. And she's finally dismissed today in the most unfortunate of circumstances. A wry smile as she makes her way back towards the dugout. You know, cricket really can be a cruel sport sometimes. Irving was batting superbly, and then I'll talk about a way to get run out. Credit to Madison, though, for some very quick reactions, getting her hand down, just getting her fingertips on that ball. And ultimately, it is a run out. A couple of wickets fall, but not too much respite here for Hutton as the very talented Delanga comes out to the middle. And they'll pick up a singer here. And Esther Delanga, talented Dutch cricketer and former captain of the Netherlands national team, is taking middle stump guard. And what a fine career she's enjoyed. 15 ODIs, 6 T20Is. Plays her club cricket for Kampong CC as well. He's a player who's gone up against the very best sides in the world and enjoyed a lot of success. So her experience and her talent are going to be an integral part of this Gunnersbury side as we come to the end of the power play. Gunnersbury are 37 for 2. Madison bowls superbly that over, picks up 1 wicket, and then forces another with a run out. Just going to take a look at this graph. So 2 very productive overs to start things off. And then that third over, only 6 runs coming off it, but more importantly, 2 wickets fell on that over. And all of a sudden, Hutton have just clawed their way back into this game and might even be the slightly happier of the 2 sides, especially that they've seen the back of the in-form Georgia Irving. There's still tons of batting depth in this Gunnersbury lineup. Nice ball to start off here. Like Chloe Stretton, who took the catch to get rid of Hannah Cullen, gets some lovely movement back in there, and she can just continue to bowl that line and length. It's going to be tough to get her away. Oh, getting so much shape back in here. Some lovely in-swing, and Daly's able to just knock this one down the ground. And yep, Luke Belgium says, here comes the Dutch cricket legend, Esther Delanga. Delanga takes that one out. Let's just take a look at some of Delanga's very impressive career figures. She's been so good at this format. She's had a lot of success with her bowling as well. Surprised we haven't seen her bowl just yet for Hutton. Nicely played towards cover, and we'll get another single. Looks to go big, and that will clear the rope all the way for 6 runs. Delanga with her first Maximo of this ECS, and there she is, the Dutch international cricketer, showing all of her power. Ball was in the slot, and Delanga launched that one all the way for 6 runs. As we'll just take a look at the worm here, so Gunnersbury going at 11.5 and over. Don't mind this run rate at all, Gunnersbury. Key is that they don't lose too many more wickets, then they can certainly attack in those last 3 or 4 overs and get themselves to something in the 120s, the 130s. Based on the way they batted in the last match, certainly got the ability to even crack the 140s and maybe even touch 150. There's a dot ball as we're going to see Abby Little come into bowl. 17-year-old talent for this Hutton side, Abigail Little. Ah, good fielding once again. Really good fielding. You got to say Hutton's fielding has been top-notch. Hannah Bratt, who's there to stop that. This is played uppishly. Takes one bounce and dealt with well in the deep by Rachel Pierce. Brought it towards cover for a single. You got some random comments in the chat, some talk about the UEFA World Cup qualifiers. I have to be honest with you, I haven't followed any of the international football, but I did hear the Nations League was on the semifinals. A few members of the crew were watching that, and there was that thrilling game between France and Spain. I think it ended 5-4 or something like that. And I've got a question for the chat. Was Ousmane Dembele or any of the PSG players playing in that match? I mean, imagine having to turn up and play against Spain just 3 days after you've won a Champions League final. I don't think most players would be done partying by then. It really was rather odd that they had to play in a match, if they did, just a few days after a Champions League final. Dragged out towards mid-wicket and a chance for a run out with a direct hit. Daly was running to the danger end. This is really good bowling by Little. Took some pace off that ball and went straight towards Isabel Madison, who had a shy at the stumps. Only had one stump to aim at, so it was going to be very difficult. As we come to the end of the fifth over, so chance to just review some of the action we've seen so far today. First couple of overs were absolutely brilliant, weren't they, for Gunnersbury? They got 31 runs in those first 2 overs, but that third over, bowled by Isabel Madison, proved to be a real turning point. 2 wickets fell in that over. Cullen was dismissed, caught at mid-wicket by Chloe Stretton, and then the informed Georgia Irving, coming off an undefeated 68, was dismissed for the first time today in the most unlucky fashion possible. Struck one back towards the bowler. It caught Madison's fingertips and went onto the stumps, and unfortunately for Irving, she was stranded at the non-striker's end, and since then, the run rate has dipped massively. We've seen only 17 runs scored in the last 3 overs after Gunnersbury got off to that flying start. Shout to catch it. Could be a catching chance here. It's just going to fall short, though, of Isabel Madison, who at the moment produced the turning point in this game for her side. Her third over, with his 2 breakthroughs, has really turned this game on its head, and all of a sudden, Gunnersbury really need to pick their run rate up, and there's a boundary at last. We haven't seen a boundary since the end of the 4th over. Oh, they so desperately needed that, didn't they? Very nicely played stroke there by Daly, who we know is someone who can play the big shots, and just managed to find the gap over there. Wasn't quite middled, but placement was good enough that it went for 4 runs. Full toss. This is struck firmly but straight at a fielder. Yeah, Kenneth Barr is saying there were actually a few PSG players in that France team. Yeah, it really is so odd, isn't it? I mean, you finally won the biggest crown in club football, then you have to go play in a Nations League match a few days later. That's pretty miserable, isn't it? That really is. Outside edge, and that's going to go away towards third. A big chase here for Darcy Sturt. Cleared the front leg there. DeLonga was looking to just heave one over mid-wicket. Oh, nicely played there, and nicely bowled as well, you have to say, by Parmenter. Just full and straight on the stumps. Throw was a little bit wayward, and Daly had to do well to just try to get out of the way of that. It's been another good over so far, only 8 runs off it. Well, De Lange will look to go down the ground, and well, that's a little bit of a commentator's curse. I thought that was going to come into the commentary tent for a sec, but it didn't. That goes for a boundary and ends up being a 12-run over, just what Gunnersbury needed. The biggest over we've seen since the start of this innings. Gets that one away for a 4. So we'll take a look at the scorecard here. Georgia Irving was batting very nicely on 18 of 10. It was dismissed in very unfortunate fashion. Hannah Cullen hung one up that was taken by Chloe Stretton, and since then Shea Daly and De Lange have just been trying to reconstruct this innings. They'll be hoping to just pick this run rate up a little bit here for Gunnersbury. We know how strong this Hutton batting unit is, in particular led by their captain in Hobson, who we know is a very destructive batter, a brilliant, clean striker of the ball. You got a lot of talk about World Cup qualifiers and as FIFA World Cup qualifiers in the chat right now. Luke Belgium saying that Hutton have done well to keep the score down here, though they certainly have, just bowling very, very tight. I think that's where maybe Upminster just missed a trick in match number 2 at times. There's just a few too many loose balls, maybe a few too many balls in the arc for some of these Gunnersbury batters. I think especially when you're going up against someone like Georgia Irving and it becomes very clear that she just loves pulling the ball. You maybe need to go a little bit fuller with your lengths, but they'll have a chance to readjust. They'll be playing later today. Oh, nicely clipped off the pads, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. Beautiful shot there by Daly. Just a little bit too far down the leg side there by Amara Law. And that's just lovely use of the wrists by Daly. Gets that away for 4 runs. To go towards mid-wicket here, Daly. We know she's hit a couple of 6s towards that region. She's a bit frustrated with herself. The Aussie slams the bat onto her pads. Struck hard. Now towards mid-wicket. Another single here. Amara Law coming back well after getting struck for a 4. It's been a dot and a single to follow up that boundary, and that's really been the good thing about the way they've bowled. Never seen 2 consecutive bad deliveries, or anytime they've been struck for a boundary, they've always followed it up with a brilliant ball. Oh, that's well dealt with in the end by De Lange. Just had to very quickly readjust. Gets set away for a single as we come to the end of the 7th. Gunnersbury are 68 for 2. And another good over. Only 8 runs coming off it. Amara Law was a little expensive in her first over, but she's come back really well. You got to credit this Hutton side for the way they have contained Gunnersbury these last 6 overs. Here's a look at the fixtures we have coming up for you on Monday. Oh, a little inside edge over there, and Has that got enough to go for a 4? Yes, it does. So need a little bit of luck here, don't they, Gunnersbury? It's the old French cut for DeLonge. It doesn't quite go where she intended it to go. And it's 4 runs nonetheless. Pushed out towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single. Oh, struck away very nicely. That's going to be 4 runs. So we saw a fortuitous boundary earlier off the inside edge of DeLonge, but this is just a very good stroke by Daly. Gets that one away behind square leg. It's good use of her feet there, and then just helps that away. Yeah, let's just see if they're making a few readjustments in the field here or not. But yeah, fine leg has just moved a touch square. Up in the air, and is that going to land safely? It certainly will. They're going to pick up a single here. Up in the air again, and this is going to land safely once more. Are they going to push for a second run? DeLonge certainly wants to. It's going to be a big sprint here for Daly, who's going to be able to make it back in time. That's good running between the wickets. It was a good call by DeLonge. Daly just a little bit late to respond, which is why she had quite a bit of ground to cover in a short space of time. Oh, she ran hard there, though, Daly, and was able to make it back to the non-strikers end safely. But good couple of runs here for Gunnersbury. This has been a good over for them so far. This is firmly struck away. Goes away for 4 runs. DeLonge rocking back and unleashing a powerful shot through mid-wicket. Big, big over. Second biggest over we've seen this innings. 16 runs come off it. And they need that. They really needed that there, Gunnersbury. 84 for 2. They've got 2 overs left in the innings. Going to be Stretton to bowl the 9th over. Up in the air, chance for a catch, and it's gone straight to Hobson. Couldn't have picked out a worse fielder there, Daly. Oh, she's got a very safe pair of hands, Hobson. Anytime the ball's flying towards her, that's about as bad a sight as it gets for any batter. Hobson will take that catch, and the 3rd wicket will fall. It was a nice knock there by Daly. She's just looking to accelerate. Got a couple of overs left. It was really time to try to push on here with 8 wickets in hand. Shea Daly will have to depart. A solid 25 of 20 for her. A little bit of a helicopter about that shot, just kind of whipping through it. Oh, he gets an inside edge on the bat there, as it's going to be Japanese international cricketer Shimako Kato. Gets her first runs of this European Cricket Series. She's got 161 T20I runs to her name for her career. Top score of 28 in T20I cricket. Looks to go big here once again, DeLonga. That's got enough to clear the boundary rope. Would have been a heart and mouth moment with Hobson out in the deep for the talented Dutch batter. She just backed herself to clear the rope. And this is just some great clean T10 6 hitting. They're starting to just find the boundaries again here, Gunnersbury, after things went a little quiet for them during those middle overs. Got 9 balls left in this innings. Expected score is at 104 right now, but I'll be trying to get into the 110s or maybe even the 120s. Goes big once more. This is launched. That's going to be another 6. Well, don't bother chasing that unless you're trying to chase it. Well, it ends up in the trees. Wonderful strike there. Back-to-back 6s for the first time this innings, and the first time we've seen back-to-back boundaries since all the way back in the first over. DeLonga clears her front leg there and unleashes another powerful stroke. Look how far outside her crease she's batting. Can she make it 3 consecutive? Oh, it's a great ball. Terrific comeback delivery. Nice and full. Just didn't let DeLonga get underneath that one. Got 1 ball left here. Kato. I'm interested to see what the approach is. Would they turn down a single here, Gunnersbury, if it meant that DeLonga is on strike? Well, they won't have to face that dilemma as Kato just ends up playing the wrong line as a dot ball to end the 9th over. DeLonga will be on strike. Not an outcome that Gunnersbury will mind one bit heading into the 10th over. Take a look at the bowling figures here, and it's been a good outing so far for Hutton. I think they'll be pretty pleased with these figures. Isabel Madison, Chloe Stretton, and Abigail Little all picking up wickets. Little coming off a very quiet first over, which went for just 2 runs. She bowled the 5th of this innings. The tough task of bowling to DeLonga. And DeLonga launches this one over the rope for 6 more runs, her 3rd Maximo of this innings. And DeLonga's just saved her best for last, was rather cautious to start off her innings, was happy to rotate the strike, keep the scoreboard ticking, but these last few overs, she's just woken up and is unleashing some incredible shots. That's the 4th 6 of the innings, mind you, for DeLonga. Oh, some of the dog walkers are out today as well. We've had plenty of dog walkers over the course of this week. And in many cases, their dogs have gone off to try to chase the cricket balls as well. Oh, nice slower ball there by Little. Wonderful deception. Just had to wait an age for that to get to her there, DeLonga. That's a terrific comeback delivery. Looks to go big once again, but will find the fielder out at long on. They'll have to settle for a single. There was just a slight moment of contemplation by Kato, where they try to pinch that second and get DeLonga back on strike. The main thing here for Kato is can't afford to play a dot ball. Has to, at the bare minimum, get DeLonga back on strike. And that's nicely done there by Kato, and yeah, it's very, very smart batting you have to say by Kato. Very unselfish as well. Knows DeLonga is looking good out there. She just gets a single and says, well, you can face these last couple of balls. Looks to go downtown, and they should be able to come back here for a second run. Kato running to the danger end, and well, she'll make it there safely. So DeLonga on 49, 1 run away from a half century in her first innings on ECS. It's a full toss. It's struck away, and It's going to be stopped out in the deep. They might as well go for a second run. It's the last ball of the innings, but Kato chooses not to. De Lange brings up her 50. Fine, fine knock for the former Dutch captain. Gets her half century in 24 deliveries, and this was an absolutely sensational innings by Esther De Lange. Just dug her side out of a hole. They were under a little bit of pressure, and now they find themselves in a fairly solid position, 109 for 3. And we'll now take a look at the highlights of this inning. So Irving opened the batting alongside Cullen. It was a solid opening stand for them, and it just looked for a moment like Irving and Cullen would pick up from where they left off in the previous match. Irving did have a little bit of luck early in her innings, an outside edge that went for a 4. There was one that she popped up that just landed short of the fielder. But otherwise, Irving, well, would suffer some great misfortune later in innings, as you will see in this highlight. Hannah Cullen just hung one up for Chloe Stretton. Good bowling by Isabel Madison. And we're just going to see Georgia Irving's wicket right here. I mean, that is about as unlucky a way as it gets to get dismissed in this game. And Isabel Madison, good reflexes by her to get down, get her fingertips on that ball. And an unfortunate way for Georgia Irving to get dismissed for the first time in this ECS. She really was batting superbly, but unfortunately had to depart, getting run out by Isabel Madison. Daly and De Lange were cautious at first. They certainly had to face some very, very tight bowling by Hutton. Plenty of credit should go to their bowlers, but then they just started to accelerate as the innings progressed. It was after that 8th over by Isabel Madison, which went for 16, and they really just put the pedal to the metal and really started to push on. They managed to make 41 runs in those last 3 overs. We just saw Daly's dismissal. She picked out Erica Hobson out at deep mid-wicket, who got a very safe pair of hands, and you know that she's always going to take those catches. And the skipper De Lange struck 4 sixes in her innings, 3 in those last couple of overs, to get her side into a strong position. Gunnersbury end up with 109 runs, probably less than they would have liked, but they certainly have something to bowl at in the second innings. We'll take a look at the scorecard for Gunnersbury. The top scorer was the captain, who made a 50 in her first innings of the European Cricket Series, 50 of 24 for her. Daly with another solid knock after batting superbly in match 2. Georgia Irving was dismissed on 18 for 10, her first dismissal of this ECS. Hannah Cullen chipped again with 7 runs of 4. And then Shimako Kato at the end was just happy to pick up a single and get De Lange back on strike. We'll now move on and have a look at the bowling figures for Hutton. And you'd say a solid all-round performance. Abigail Little, her figures certainly pop out, don't they? Only 13 runs conceded in 2 overs, which is a fine, fine performance. And both Isabel Madison and Chloe Stretton managed to pick up a wicket each. Isabel Madison's 3rd over really proved to be a turning point when she managed to get rid of Hannah Cullen and was also involved in the dismissal of Irving. After that, Hutton were really just able to dominate those middle overs. They put themselves in a position where Gunnersbury are probably not going to be overly pleased with this score. It's slightly under par, but they have something to bowl at in the second innings. So we'll take a quick break, and I'll be back on your screens in just about a few minutes' time for the start of the second innings of match 3.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, and 1xBet.
Welcome back for the second innings. Gunnersbury have set a target of 110 here for Hutton. Looking forward to this inning. Should be a very exciting one. Here's a look at the bonus point equation. If Hutton are able to chase this down in 7 overs or less, they will pick up the bonus point. But if somehow Hutton are restricted to 76 or less by this Gunnersbury side, then Gunnersbury will leave with all 4 points. My money would be on the fact that it's probably highly unlikely that we see bonus points in play in this match, even though you feel that this Gunnersbury score is probably a little below par. They've got enough quality in that bowling lineup to make this a big challenge for Hutton, and we could be in for a very exciting match. We might even have a special guest later in this inning, so yeah, do stay tuned and make sure you're here for the entire innings. So we might be having a word with a very special cricketer. And we start off here with a wide. It's a Japanese international Kato bowling this first over. Need her to really set the tone in this first over and put in a very special over. We've really seen how good a bowler she is at the T20I level in particular. That one just catching some pad, and Delanga does very, very well there to ensure that doesn't get away from her. Gets a glove to it. Very athletic wicket keeping there by Delanga. Nice bowling here by Kato. Really nice bowling these first couple of deliveries. 15 T20I wickets for Kato, and she has an economy rate in that format of 4.4. Yeah, it's good to see a few people joining us in the chat. Got Bill Serro and Mr. Kitty joining us as well. Rather optimistic appeal to that one, pitching well outside the leg stump. We did have a few people joining us here at the ground as well. Had the great pleasure of meeting Julian and Sarah Dawson. And Johnny Heasham making his way here from all the way up in Canterbury. A 3-hour drive for him to come to the cricket. Just love to see the passion that our viewers have for the game. Was played uppishly and just beyond the reach of the fielder at point, and they're going to pick up a single over here, so Griffin is off the mark. Interesting that they've chosen to just shuffle the batting lineup a little bit. Parmenter opening the batting last time around, but Hobson, really surprised that Hobson hasn't opened the batting. We saw her make 35 runs. She has 17 deliveries. Struck away. That's going to go for 4 runs. Nicely played by Parmenter. Just love the way Parmenter plays her cricket. You know, she's a very classy cricketer. She's a beautiful stroke player. And take a look at this. Very nice shot. Just opens the face of the bat a little bit right at the end just to ensure it goes squarer and beats the fielder out at deep cover. It's just exceptional batting here by Parmenter. Going to be a single over here, so 9 runs coming off the first over. Pretty decent from Hutton and Gunnersbury's perspective. I don't think either side will be too disappointed with that first over. Take a look at that win predictor right now. 52-48. This game is very evenly poised, very finely poised, according to win predictor. So it's been 21 matches since we last had a golden ball on ECN. We saw that streak snapped in Romania earlier this week, but yet to get a golden ball here in Hornchurch. And, well, I'm hoping today's the day. And could this be the match? I mean, 110. Does give you that kind of golden ball feeling, doesn't it? What do you guys think in the chat? Could this be the match? I mean, you know, we do have a side wearing green and gold here, so yeah, maybe they can just bring us a golden ball as well. Gambapati gonna bowl this over. Bowled well in the last match. Picked up a wicket as well. I like this. Been pretty tight bowling to start off here. It's been really tight bowling. Up in the air, chance for a catch, and it's taken! Really good catch over there, brilliant grab. That was so important. Ellie Shaw holds on to that catch. Gambapati picks up her second wicket of this ECS, and it's a dangerous Palminter who has to depart. Just kind of chipped that one up in the air in the end, and the catch was well held onto by Ellie Shaw. Lauren Palminter has to make her way back towards the dugout. Not quite able to get the score, which we saw from her in match number 1 today. Very, very important wicket. As Hutton lose their first one rather early, and Gunnersbury very happy with this start. They've not let Hutton get away these first 8 deliveries, and they've managed to pick up a wicket, which is the most important thing. Going to be Hannah Bratt coming in at number 3. Still no Erica Hobson. Oh, good effort there by Irving. Just trying to dive down to get to it, and then we saw a massive, massive chase over there to try to get to that ball, but unfortunately just unable to cut that one out. I think that was Zoe Moses just trying to catch the number on the back of the jersey. No, it was actually Georgina Abel-Plant who put that chase in. Gonna pick up a single over here. Backs away, makes some room, taps that through cover. Pick up a single. To go down the ground here. One hop straight towards Georgina. She'll have a shot at the stumps, and that wasn't too far away at all. That wasn't too far away at all. And all 3 stumps to aim at as well. I think that was just a whisker away from the off stump at the non-striker's end. Oh. Well, they could very easily have lost their second wicket there, Hutton. As it was Bratt running to the danger end. Hutton find themselves 16 for 1. It's been a rather nervy start for them. Gunnersbury, I think, will be the slightly happier of the 2 sides right now. Here's a look at the standings for this European Cricket Series. Gunnersbury currently on top by virtue of winning against Upminster earlier today. And Hutton currently sitting in 3rd place. They were involved in that match this morning, which was washed off. They did manage to make 66 runs in the 6 overs they faced, largely thanks to some great batting by their skipper. Inside edge, and that's going to take a little tickle through towards fine leg, and it's going to be a single. Get through cover, and oh, good effort there. Really good effort by Ellie Shaw. Saw her take a good catch earlier this innings, and then a strong throw fired back in towards the non-striker's end by Hannah Cullen. Daly just tossing that one up, and it's stroked away beautifully. Up in the air, this could carry, could be a catching chance, and it's taken! Huge catch there for Kambampati. Wonderful take for Rachna. Look at her, she is absolutely delighted. What a great moment for the youngster. I'll just take a look at the smile on her face. She's been terrific today, hasn't she? She's taken 2 wickets. Now gets a catch as well. Certainly playing a huge role for this Gunnersbury side. And Hutton, well, there'll be some nerves in that camp now. They've lost their 2nd wicket. Rachna Kambampati, 20 years of age. Turning 21 later this month, actually. Maddie Griffin departs for a run of ball 4. And now the skipper, who opened the batting in the first match and batted wonderfully, making 35 of 17 and really put on a great display of clean hitting, is going to be coming in here at number 4. Hobson got a little bit lucky here, catches a thick outside edge, and that goes away for 4 runs. Shimako Kato tried to cut that out, but she couldn't prevent it from racing away towards the boundary. It was a big chase for her, and the ball ended up winning that race. Takes a pace out there, Hobson, and off it goes for 4 runs. Yeah, Hobson's going to have a big part to play here. If Gunners were able to pry her wicket, then all of a sudden, Hutton are in heaps and heaps of trouble. Oh, massive hit. What a powerful strike. A brilliant 6. Daly tosses a full toss up. Doesn't get it to land on the pitch. And Hobson with an absolutely clean strike. Now, you can't afford to bowl there to Erica Hobson. You just know it's going to disappear beyond the boundary rope. That's going to be a dot ball, and yeah, Brad just had to scamper back towards the non-striker's end as we come to the end of the power play. Hutton are 29 for 2. I don't think I'll be too displeased with the start here, Gunnersbury. At the moment, you'd say they're probably the happier of the 2 sides. See Kato coming on to bowl the first over after the power play. They're going to bowl her out early in the innings. A very good afternoon to everyone joining us. They have Monte Luce there. Dave joining us as well. Good afternoon to you, Dave. Here we go. First over after the power play. Hit towards the offside. Bratt will scamper across to the non-strikers and pick up a single. Hutton will get to 30 now, and well, the dangerous batter Hobson is now on strike. Oh, beautiful ball. Absolute peach of a delivery there by Kato. And I think Hobson just appreciates that she's been done by some really good bowling. Let's just take a look at this. Oh, swing, seam, just beats the outside edge of the bat. It's a whisker away from catching a nick. Julian Dawson in the chat saying, does anyone feel a tingle? I did say that this is one of those golden ball kind of scores, isn't it? It's just slightly below par, two very evenly matched teams. It's these kind of scores that tend to give us a golden ball. And we've also got a side there. We're in green and gold, so let's see if they can give us that golden ball, which you so desperately wanted here in Hornchurch. You know, much as Tina said during week 1, it's all fine and good that they got a golden ball over in Romania, but unless we get one, it doesn't really count, does it? You know, for me, I don't feel like that golden ball counter's been reset. Outside edge, and there's Lucky. There's some cover out in the deep, and nice fielding by Zoe Moses. Slipped over, but still able to fire that ball back in, and takes a tumble there as he tries to fetch that ball. Just struck hard down the ground, and nice fielding once again there by Kelly Sauter. And I think they've just done such a great job here of keeping boundaries to a minimum. It's been good fielding effort as well, you have to say, by this Gunnersbury side, and it made a real challenge here for Hutton. So last ball of Kato's over, and well, we'll have a very special guest right after this ball here in the commentary box. Struck down the ground towards long on, and slight misfield there. Really unfortunate, you have to say, for Rachana Kambanpati. I think she's played very well today. Picked up a couple of wickets, took a good catch earlier as well. So this is a little bit unlucky, I should say, on that occasion. It took a nasty bounce as well, so that's very unfortunate. End of the 4th over. Hutton are 38 for 2. That's going to be a dot ball to start the 5th over. So I did promise you all we'd have a special guest in the commentary box, and I've got the great pleasure of welcoming in Upminster captain Zoe Quested.
Hi everyone. Oh, hello everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today.
Yeah, great to have you on. It's a big day for all of you.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the first time, obviously, we've got this new European cricket tournament for the women, and it's a real good pleasure to be here and travel down the road and be invited by the locals.
Yeah, no, certainly, and of course, it's very unfortunate with your first match that got abandoned, and then I think the second match, probably the result didn't quite go the way you would have liked, but still plenty of positives. Yeah,
I mean, the first game was, I think, we didn't really know what to expect, so we was sort of very much going in it blind, and then obviously Hutton got off to a really strong start, and we thought that total would have been a really tough total to chase, but obviously it got abandoned, and then we went into the second innings and we set a total that was really quite strong, but Gunnersbury are a very strong batting team and certainly put a lot of pressure on us, but no, it was just a little bit too short, but it certainly has put us ready for the games for the rest of the day and for next weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, you returned to your home club, Upminster, last season to captain them. What was it like coming back to your childhood club?
It was lovely, to be honest. It's taken a long time. Don't get me wrong, I really enjoyed my time at Haroldwood, but at the time my family was growing. I had a little boy, and Upminster suited my family. They were coming and they had lots of younger children and girls, and a lot of my own players were parents themselves, and it just made a better decision for me and my group. So we made the decision to come back. It was an absolute privilege. I've really enjoyed it. I think I came back 2 seasons ago and I played in Division 2, and I thought that was a great start to wind myself back in, and then we got promoted. And then we went into Div 1, and it was very much of, we created 2 11s, and I needed to then captain the first 11. And it's been a real eye-opener. It's been brilliant. First season in the first 11, I think we finished 3rd in the league. But we had Sunny last season, which was great for us. It was great for us to have Sunny, and she really kind of helped us get to the position we was in the league, really. But she's gone to Wimbledon for this season, and she's been a huge miss. But we are going around. We're okay. It's tough, but it's Division 1. It's supposed to be. So we've got a young side. They are getting better. They're getting stronger, and hopefully in the next few years we'll hopefully be able to push to the higher levels again. And hopefully I can step down and back into Division 2 as my body starts to give up a little bit. But yeah, hopefully we'll end up with a successful season.
Yeah, no, of course you did mention going back to what you mentioned with the Essex Premier League. Reading your interview, which you gave for the Upminster Cricket Club website, you mentioned that you came very close to actually lifting the title last year, and largely thanks to Sinette Fillion's runs. Do you think you come as close this year, or is there a chance that the club could maybe just take a step back in the standings?
I think we're going to end up taking a step back in the standings. I think there has been some positives of Sunny not being in our team. However, lovely, and she's brilliant, and it's great, but it is allowing the lower orders to get a chance to prove themselves. I mean, Flick Russell this year has been doing brilliantly. She has really come into her own, and I mean, last year I think she was batting like 8 or 9, and now she's batting in my top 4, and she's hitting 50s and is doing a really, really good job. So it is allowing us to get the younger girls to come in to our teams and do a really good job, to be honest. But I think the teams that have come down because Bishop Stortford have come into our league this year, and they're a really strong side. I can't see us trying to beat them, really. I think they are so strong. But between Hutton, Wanstead, Colchester and us, we're all pretty much of a similar standard, and I think we could end up in a tight season. But it's taken us a little while to get going this year. We've not had a great start. We've had a couple of close games, but it won't be too bad. We're heading into the 100 Cups now. We've won our first one against Hutton for Sunday because they've conceded, but that was our first one, and then we roll into the hundreds for the following few weeks. It tends to be our stronger format. So hopefully we will sort of perform quite well in that, and we might be able to get something for the season.
Yeah, certainly. And you mentioned a lot about the development opportunities this provides for a number of your key players. One player you highlighted was Kia Shaw during the interview. How do you feel her development's coming along?
It's been brilliant. I think she was 13 when she was playing for me in the first 11 last year. She wasn't old enough to play the first year I joined, but she played in her first year last year, straight into the ones with me, and by the beginning of the year she was sort of bowling first or second change, and by the end of the season she's my opening bowler, and she took 6 wickets in her last game of the year up our home ground. she has been absolutely incredible with the way she's been performing for us, and even with the bat as well. She's really trying to work on her weaknesses, and she's really trying to become a very well all-round player.
That certainly is great to hear as we just come to the last ball of the 6th over. Get some bat on that, struck down the ground, and that's just going to be a single. So it's been really good bowling here by Gunnersbury, keeping things very tight. Just a 24 runs of the last 3 overs, and well, Hutton really up against it here. They've got to find a way to get 57 in these last 4 overs. As well, we'll just take a look at the scorecard here for Hutton. Palminter dismissed on 5. Maddie Griffin for a run of ball 4. Hannah Bratt's been out there for a while. She must make 13 runs. And Erica Hobson really has been the main aggressor for this Hutton side. I mean, your team had an opportunity to bowl to Erica Hobson right at the start of the day. I mean, boy, is she a brilliant batter.
She's incredible. I played with Erica I actually coached her as a child. She used to be at Harold Wood as a young girl. I used to run her teams, but Harold Wood's youth section at the time wasn't very big, so she took a move to Hutton. And then she grew up, and I then ended up against her instead. But she's been incredible from a very young age. I think I've played her against her now for about 9 years, for various, whether I was at Harold Wood or here, and she always bats exactly the same, very strong, and I think she is a great character as well. She's very funny. We do have a really lovely time playing against Hutton, and it's mostly down to her. She is just brilliant behind the stumps, and our wicketkeeper Paige. The pair of them have a bit of a rivalry between them, and a bit of back and forth. And it is just unbelievable. She's really been timing the ball well this season as well. I think we played them first game of the season, and I think she ended up going on to hit about 80 odd for us against us. But we nearly had her out for the first 2 or 3 overs. But once she got her eye in and she was in this zone, there was no stopping her. And she hits the ball so hard, and does make it really difficult for our own fielders.
This one's just going to go away for a single as Bratt will come back on strike. So you reading the article, you mentioned that there's also a T10 tournament coming up in your domestic competitions.
Yes.
Oh, really? So when I read the article, I thought you were talking about another T10 tournament.
No, it's this. This is the only T10 we get to play, but we've never played T10 before. This is definitely the first time this year that we're experiencing it, and it's been a brilliant thing to be a part of.
Oh yeah, so that's very interesting. You mentioned that you haven't really played too much T10 cricket prior to this. How difficult has it been for your side to adjust, especially because your first ever T10 match ended up being a 6-over match this morning?
I think some of our players are very well suited to it, and we obviously play in the 100, so it's just kind of a 100 but on an extreme version. I think this T10 tournament has just meant that our younger girls can go out and play without pressure. They're very much able to just go out, swing the bat and see what happens. And I think that's also thriving. Like Harry in the first innings nearly got 50. I think she was on 47 or something, and it was an incredible innings because she's just gone out there and done whatever she wanted to do, no pressure, and I think she was terrified to go in as well. And it's just given the girls a lot of chance to just relax and have fun.
Yeah, we got a question, actually, a very similar question coming in from someone in the chat asking, you might already have answered this question, but Mr. Kitty from over in North America asking, how do your teammates find this T10 format so far?
I think they're enjoying it and they're finding it fun. I think players like Paige, I think this is sort of what she would always prefer to play. She's very strong in the 100. So some of our players, works really, really well. I think the bowling is the thing we're probably a bit weaker on. I think we don't have a lot of the variety that this sort of tournament needs to have with bouncers, short ball, full ball. I think we've still got a lot of our girls still just sort of more line and length, just trying to get it in the block holes. But I'm hoping as we get more experience, we'll be all right. I think we're finding it a lot faster, and I think the girls have to be a bit more ready as they go. Instead of with 100 or T20, you can sort of have about 3 balls to sort of be a bit of a loosen, but you just can't in this format. You need to be ready the moment you've given the ball. And I think that's probably more where we have struggled a little bit. But I think they're all having a really lovely day, and it's just nice to spend some time with your teammates because a lot of the time we end up very much some on the field, some off the field, and it's just all lovely today that we can all kind of sit together and watch the games and enjoy the day. Just hope the weather was better.
Yeah, no, thankfully it does seem to have improved this afternoon. Now moving on to our second question. This is also from another North American viewer asking if you have any interest in Major League Cricket.
I did hear, I think I've heard that it was something that was coming in probably in America, but for me, no. I am a mum of 3, so the thought of taking myself and my family over to the other side of the world, unfortunately, is not on the case. It's just not feasible. We obviously me and my partner both have jobs, so we can't really do that. If I was a lot younger, I probably would have. Yes, I would certainly have had the qualifications to sort of consider that sort of thing. I think some of our younger girls could possibly. I do think that is something that they could get into, especially because as our pathway is starting to become very restrictive with the county becoming pro. It obviously offers a lot of more opportunity for funding, but it also the more women that get into cricket domestically, the harder it is to make it further up the chain. So then it would probably be a better option for the girls to head over to America if that's what they would like to do. But it's not something for me.
Now moving on to our next question here from Monteluce. This is about Phil Yun, and I'll probably tie this into a few questions I have as well about getting to play alongside her. Nicely struck down the ground. That's oh dear, that's gone away for 4 runs. That was a tough one. It really took a nasty bounce off the surface.
Yeah. Sorry, can you repeat the question? I got so distracted with that.
Yeah, so the question was about Phil Yun's batting and how Monteluce asked if she's one of these kind of leadership batters who's a real calming presence. And I'd like to add to that, considering the fact that she's competed at the very highest level of sports, won a silver medal for her country at the Olympics, a couple of gold at the Commonwealth Games as well. Swing and a miss, that's going to go away towards square leg for a single. What's it like having her around? Does she almost sort of serve as a kind of co-captain at times?
She is my Duracell bunny. She is honestly, she has the most amount of energy I've ever seen in a human. She is up in the mornings. She's up and about ready to play cricket. The only time she's grumpy is when she's not playing cricket. She is a very calming presence. She is very, very positive, and I think us as a team are always much more. We become very positive because she brings that real positive energy. We have a great relationship with her. She obviously came over and she's got a lot of love for us. But she had to do what was best for her cricket this year and ended up at Wimbledon to play for mostly the domestic in the Surrey season. And she's playing for, I think she's been nominated for the Surrey Twos this year. On Monday, I think she's playing for the men in the Surrey Twos. She is very calm, and if she comes up with an idea for me, she's very much just comes up and tells me the idea. She doesn't take over. She doesn't have this way where she's very like, what's the word? She doesn't really sit there and go, Zoe, you're doing this wrong, or you need to do this. Zoe, this is stupid. Why are you doing that? She very much is so grateful to play. She'll do whatever you tell her to do. If I said to her, Sunny, you're batting 11 today and you're not bowling, she'll go, okay. She just wants to win. She just wants to play, and she is so calm, and she's really good with the younger girls. Like today, she's come over. She's like, oh my God, hello! I haven't seen you in so long. And she's probably one of the best overseas players I've ever come across. I think I've only ever seen 3 in my time. But she's definitely the strongest. Unfortunately, she can't really bowl at the moment, but with her bicep. But it doesn't matter with her with the bat. But it just makes everything a little bit easier for everyone else when she's in the team. She comes in, she'll steady her. She steadies like a tumble, or she really helps when a young person comes in. She's like, oh, don't worry, and you'll be fine, and really calm. But she's really, really great to have around. But we lost her for the last game last year. She had to go back for the South Africa's Hall of Fame. So it was something she was absolutely desperate to go back for. So I think she missed the last game of the season for us. But she was so happy, and she really, really wanted to play. But she was desperate to get home and be a part of the Hall of Fame and be a part around all these wonderful athletes that in her country. Unfortunately, you've not been able to see her throw from a boundary yet today because of her arm, but she's got an incredible arm. Normally last year it was very much just go on the boundary, Sunny, and stay there for the day. Yes, it's just amazing, really.
A beautifully played stroke there by Hobson. That was top notch as her side really up against it here. Hutton need to find a way to make 28 runs in these last 9 deliveries. Got another question here from Dave. Dave asking, what sort of collaboration is there between the female and the male teams at Upminster, and how many different levels are there?
Okay, so for the women, we only have 2. Our men's team have 7. Our women's team only really started in the year 2020 during COVID via Zoom, and then after 2020, we ended up with about 20 girls, and then it kind of just took off from there. We have 151 girls in our current lineup with from reception to year 13. We have 50 women, 35 do softball, and about 15 hardball. We have 2 hardball teams, one in Div 1 and Div 2, and then we've got a softball team, and then we've got girls teams from under 9 through to under 17. The boys have a lot more than that. They have probably 2 or 3 teams per age group, and then they've got 7 men's teams. On most of the time. As a collaboration together, I find this club is a lot better with being treated similarly. We very much are what the men are given, we are given. We don't have too much differentiation, really. We do tend to, I think there's more, we're rebuilding our clubhouse at the moment, so it's been a bit difficult this season for socials and things like that, because we've not really had anywhere to sort of go. So it's been a bit more tricky this year, but normally we have social events and we all try and come together and stuff like that. And if we are playing in our home ground, a lot of the guys do come over and watch and are a real support. We do try to...
Oh,
well
that was
fielded.
almost a sensational catch. Would have been one of the best grabs of this week so far in Hornchurch. That was Georgina able to plant out in the deep. Let's just take a look at this one more time. Wow, if she had managed to somehow haul that one in.
Amazing. She managed to stop the 6 as well, really. What a shot. But we once we get all the socials back together, we do kind of work together with each other. A lot of the younger ones do a lot more with the guys. For me, unfortunately, taking up a whole weekend of cricket is not quite what I can do yet, but certainly I was when I was a lot younger, and these girls are certainly as well. I mean, Flick's dad's playing today for the men, and they've obviously got a lot of our youngsters got brothers and things like that are also playing. So with our team, it is quite joined together, and a lot of us obviously mums as well, and their own sons are playing too. So we sort of are a very, very family run club now, and yeah, it's been brilliant for us.
Picks out the gap there, Brad, and that just keeps Hutton in this game. So 17 runs needed of 5. It's still going to be a pretty steep task for them. But just gets to the ball, beats it on the half volley, picks out the gap, away for 4 runs. Yeah, Daly just got to find a way to get through these 5 deliveries. At the moment, you'd back Gunnersbury 80-20 in favor of them, according to Win Predictor.
Do the wicket here.
This one's just going to go towards fine leg, and it's just going to be a single. That's not going to hurt Gunnersbury at all. Hutton have got to find a way to find boundaries, but got the right player on strike in Hobson.
Yeah, I think if anyone's going to try and chase this total, it will be Erica.
As it struck down the ground, that's only going to be a single, so 15 of 3, just got that much harder for them. At least 2 6s and a 4 needed from here. I've got a question here. So how are you personally feeling about your cricket right now, your form, and how do you feel heading into this season? Are you pretty confident about your chances? How's your preseason training gone?
For me, unfortunately, I probably didn't go into this season fit. I haven't been able to train over the winter at all. For me, unfortunately, it's parenthood, kids, and work. So it's been a bit of a difficult one for me. I've gone into this season quite blind as well. I've had to really rely on my selection members to really kind of pick my teams. I've always kind of known my core 4 or 5, but I've really had to rely on those because I just don't know how people have improved over the winter. My form's not great. I had a really good innings against Woodford Wells, but I've not had much. I've come into it a bit late with the ball. I've done. Oh dear. With the ball, my form's going quite well, but it's not so much with the bat, so as much. But the girls have really come into it, and they're doing a really good job for my team.
Well, Gunnersbury will take the victory in this matchup. Very solid win for them. A terrific bowling performance, you have to say. At one point, we probably thought the score was slightly on below par based on what we've seen so far today, but they managed to pull this one off, Gunnersbury. We saw their batting quality in match number 2, and now they display some of their bowling quality as well as they restrict Hutton to under 100. An incredible bowling and fielding performance by them. They take this win. It's 2 wins out of 2 for Gunnersbury. And they'll certainly be gunning for this ECS-W title. As things stand, they look like they're the team to beat.
Yeah, absolutely. I think before we knew where we started, they play a league above us in domestic cricket. But we are certainly, we know a good few of them from counties and playing cricket with them for over the years.
Yeah, so we could see 3 changes for your team. We spoke a little bit about Kia Shah during the innings. I believe Angie Green is the captain of the second 11 for your club, and then Lauren Plum coming in as well. So 3 changes for your side. Yeah,
we need to mix it up a little bit. Some of them have got commitments anyway and could only play in the morning. But Kaya comes in this afternoon. We've got to try and give some of these girls a rest, and Kaya comes in for Coco, and it's really quite a great swap, really. Kaya with the bat and the ball, really. She's coming on really well with the bat this year, and especially her bowling, and really strong opening bowler really for us, and very consistent. And yeah, Lauren is vice captain of our second 11 as well. She's become a really strong all-rounder this year, and she's been coming into form. So it's lovely to give her a go. She's currently really young and has had to do revision and stuff this morning. So it's and it's sort of becoming a really good day. And then obviously Ange has done a lot for us over the years, and she's been dying to play. So we've put her in this game as well, and she's different in types of. She's a different way of bowling, so sometimes can cause batsmen a lot of trouble. So I'm hoping this will be perfect for her as well, and it just allows a lot of calmness. Ange is a very calm person, and it just allows everyone to just kind of be very much on top of what they got to do.
Take a look at the highlights of this innings. Fine innings by Bratt, making a run at ball 27. Hobson with 47 of just 22. Ultimately, an innings in vain for the skipper. Struck a couple of 6s over the course of her innings. Hit 6 4s as well. Batted with a strike rate of 214. It really was a brilliant knock. I think that shot right there, rather unorthodox, really was the highlight of the innings. But unfortunately, just wasn't quite enough for her side, as Gunnersbury, credit to them, both really tight lines of length. They were exceptional in the field as well. And here it was, the last ball of the innings. At this point, the game had already been lost for Hutton. They just probably needed a few too many runs at the end. 21 needed of the last over. And Gunnersbury are able to take it. They make it 2 wins out of 2. The perfect start to their ECS-W campaign. Handshakes all around to round things out, as we'll now have a look at the scorecard here for Hutton. So Parmenter with 5 runs of 7 deliveries. Griffin with a run of ball 4. Bratt with a run of ball 27. Hobson with 47 of 22. Struck 8 boundaries over the course of her innings. Struck a couple of 6s. A strike rate 214. Really is exceptional, but it just wasn't enough. Unfortunately, didn't quite have enough support from the rest of the batting unit, as Hutton failed to get to 100 in this innings. Gunnersbury probably would have been a little bit disappointed after that first innings, are able to hold on and take this win. Now we take a look at the bowling figures here for Gunnersbury. They really are exceptional. Yeah, they are. They're an incredible unit, and I think they all very much, they're not always just taking wickets, but it's just the amount of runs they're not going for. I mean,
Lucienne and Mercia only went for 7 runs in her one over, and it's quite a great effort, really.
Certainly is. So Zoe, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you in the commentary box.
Oh, thank you for
hope
having
to
me.
have you back again soon, and yeah, good luck for your upcoming games. Good luck for the rest of the season. As we just take a look at the match summary here, Gunnersbury take this one by 13 runs.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, and 1xBet.
Welcome back for the first innings of match number 4. We're about to get underway here as Upminster and Hutton will do battle. These sides were set to play each other in our first match of this European cricket series, but unfortunately, game number 1 between these two teams was abandoned. Hutton did get a chance to bat 6 overs during that match, and they were 66 for no loss at the end of 6 overs. We basically had the start of the match rained off, so they reduced the 6 overs, and at the end of the first innings, the rain came back and the match was ultimately abandoned. We saw the skipper for Hutton bat superbly. She really has had a brilliant day. Hobson has been one of the standout performers. Let's take a quick look at what happened during the coin toss.
Hudson to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Ooh, and that's the tails.
We will bowl first.
They are going to have a bowl.
Well, thank you very much for that update to match referee Tyrone Peters. Looking forward to this. Should be an exciting matchup. There's a look at the fantasy dashboard. We were lucky enough to... I think this is slightly wrong there. It's not going to be Gunnersbury playing in this match. It's Upminster against Hutton. So we'll have the correct and updated fantasy dashboard up for you as soon as possible. And yeah, Upminster about to take on Hutton. We were very lucky to have Zoe Quested, who you just saw during that coin toss video in the commentary box during the second innings. Got so much insight into what things are like in Upminster, describing some of the challenges of also being a mother and a cricketer at the same time, and how much cricket is growing at her club and how much better they're getting. The very, very huge youth contingent they have in their team. So it was a real pleasure to hear from her during that second innings. And they're going up against a strong Hutton side who fell short in match number 3. Were unable to chase down a target of 110. Managed to muster just 96 runs in the end. They played around with their batting lineup a little bit. We thought that Erica Hobson would have opened the batting, and if she would have, you just wonder if this Hutton side would have won that game. But once again, Erica Hobson not opening. It's Pierce who's going to open alongside Palmenter, and you just wonder if they've made a concerted effort here to just try as many different combinations as possible, give opportunities to several different players. Just catching that one on her foot there, Quested. Oh, catches the outside edge of the bat, and good fielding, you have to say, there to prevent that from going away for 4 by Maisie Coles. Flick Russell, wicket keeping in this match for Upminster. Swapping around the keeping duties. And Upminster seen Paige Roche wicket keep as well. She wicket kept during their last match. Blessed with a couple of really good keepers, aren't they, Hutton? They could rely on Russell and Roche. Down the ground, that's going to be a single, so they'll pick up a run here. And there's a catch. First wicket here for Hutton, and the first of this ECS for Zoe Quested, the skipper, does the trick. It's been brilliant bowling by her in this first over. She'll get rid of Parmenter, the dangerous batter. Very talented left-hander. Just popped that one up, and the catch was taken really well at cover. Superb bit of fielding. And there it is, the moment where they knew they got the wicket. Parmenter was just trying to get that one over the fielder, inside the boundary at cover. And the catch was very well caught by Lois Gable. Was having a great day. Certainly made a huge impact with the ball in hand, and now holds on to a catch as well. Parmenter departs, having scored a run. It's now going to be Darcy Sturt coming in here at number 3 for Hutton. Going to play that with the full face of the bat there. Yes, no, maybe. Could this be a run out? Oh, I think it is. This is an absolute calamity here for Hutton. It's 2-2. Massive confusion. And in the end, Sturt is going to have to depart for a golden duck. There was so much indecision. Let's just take a look at this one more time. There's the yes, there's the no, there's the yes again, there's the no again, and there's the run out. Now, good work there by Flick Russell as well. Takes that right above the stumps. Good work. And the slow finger of death was raised from square leg. Darcy Sturt will depart without troubling the scorers. It's a golden duck for her. And it's a nightmare start here for Hutton. 2 for 2. Total opposite of what we saw from them batting against Upminster this morning when they were 66 for no loss at the end of 6. Yeah, wonderful stuff here. And Upminster, they've certainly got their tails up now. Of course, the dangerous Hobson. She should make her way towards the non-strikers. And, of course, we only play from one end during the ECS. She'll be making her way to the non-strikers end. And really, she's been the main source of runs for this Hutton side over the course of the series. We're taking a look at the groups for the ECC-W right there. English cricket fans will certainly have their eyes on the Premier Division. And I'm sure some of the players we're going to see today are going to be a part of that England 11 side. Might even see a few players who are part of the Netherlands 11 and maybe even the Irish 11. There's Kaya Shah coming into bowl for the first time this series. We saw her captain talk very glowingly about her when we had her in the comms box for an interview in the second innings. Player who's really developed a lot, was unable to take part in this morning's action because of academic commitments, but is going to be able to play in this match. Picked up 6 wickets in a crucial game for her side near the end of last season. And she's become a very consistent performer for this Upminster side. Pinch some extra runs here. Goes a wide and they'll grab a single as well. But the main thing is a dangerous Hobson is back on strike. Erica, boy, she's been wonderful so far today. Yet to get dismissed. Batting brilliantly. 2 great knocks for her. Just going to prod this one away towards third. Pick up a single. Nice way for Hobson to get off the mark. That's why just pushes that one down the leg side there, Kaya Shah. The length was really good. If she could have just managed to get that on the right line, she might have had Pierce out. Just imagine if this ball was aimed at the stumps. Probably would have been a wicket. Got the length spot on. Just needs to sort out the line. Oh, there it is. This time she gets the line right, and she gets a wicket there. Kea Shah, her first on ECN. Brilliant bit of bowling. Pierce will depart. That ball was almost unplayable. Full right on the off stump. Oh, this is an absolutely magical bit of bowling. And she's just wheeling off there in celebration. Knows how big a wicket that is. Hutton absolutely reeling at 7 for 3. Take a look at this wicket one more time, and there it is, right between the feet, exactly where you want to land it. When we saw that wide earlier, the length was spot on the wide, and I just said if she gets that line right, she's going to get herself a wicket, and then gets a wicket very next ball. Amara Law in at 5. And what a difficult situation for her to come into. Her side are in all sorts of trouble here. Hobson at the other end is going to have to play another remarkable innings to get her side to anything respectable. That's going to be a wide, so it's been a fairly long over. We've seen 4 wides so far this over. Not too many runs coming off the bat, though. They're struggling to get her away here. Hutton. Slight overcompensation there by Kea Shah, and that's the 5th wide. It's very important to just keep things quiet in the extras department, and keep in mind, bowl too many wides. It also takes time off the clock and makes your side more prone to concede penalty runs. So let's see if Kea Shah can get in a couple of legal deliveries. It's a good ball there by Kea Shah, full and straight, and Law will just work that away toward mid-wicket. Brings Hobson back on strike. Don't think Hobson would mind just taking a single here and keeping the strike heading into the next over. That's exactly what she'll do. It plays that with soft hands, and so Quest just firing that throw in as we come to the end of the second over. Terrific start here for Upminster. They have Hutton 11 for 3. Start of the final over of the power play. It's going to be Goody to bowl this over. Batted superbly last time she's involved, and she's been good with the ball so far too, and gets a little inside edge there for Hobson, and a very sharp work by Flick Russell. It's going to be a wide, just on the wrong side of the tram line from the bowling side's perspective. Oh, could be a chance for a stumping here. Oh, it just looks like Hobson, well, might have been able to just drag that back foot back inside the crease. Had to do the split in the end just to try to get back inside safely. Let's take a look at that. Oh, somehow just reaching back and ensuring that she's not stumped. Great athleticism. And oh, she's back in safe for sure. Definitely back in safe. Looks to go downtown, and oh, it's just going to land safely. It was right in between a couple of fielders. Wasn't quite able to clear the inner ring. Falls in between Danny Cox and Zoe Quested. That could have very easily been the end of Hobson, and if Hobson were to depart here for Hutton, then they really could get skittled for something very embarrassing. Tucked away, pick up a run, and we're yet to see a boundary so far this innings. And well, how often do we say that? We're 17 balls into an innings and have yet to see a boundary. Struck straight to the fielder, a square leg, and just a single here. Good bit of fielding by Lauren Plum at square leg. Excellent power play for Upminster. Couldn't have asked for a better one. Hutton are 15 for 3. Didn't strike a single boundary during that power play. We'll take a look at the graph here for this Hutton side. So 2, 9, and 4 off the first 3 overs. Really struggling. Yeah, that Manhattan really there for Hutton. Looking very, very ugly. Looks to go down the ground. Not enough on this, but it won't carry either. There have been a couple of miscues by Hobson, which haven't quite carried to fielders. This is another example of one of them. Just starting to get a little chillier again here after the sun was out for a bit. It's gotten a little bit gloomier. The last 10 or 15 minutes, this is struck straight back towards Plum. A no ball here probably. Could be a no ball. Just having a look at the square leg umpire. That might have been above waist height. We'll just take a look to confirm. Oh, that's a tight one. Maybe just dipping below the waist. Or is it touch and go? I think anything around the waist really these days, it gets called for a no ball. And yep, the signal has been made. It's been signaled a no ball. So a free hit coming up here for Amara Law, who's just struggled a little bit to start her innings. Law is able to work this one away. Will get a run. Yeah, singles just won't do the trick at this point for Hutton. They need boundaries, desperately need boundaries, and they've been unable to find the rope, and we're almost at the end of the 4th over. Up in the air, chance for a catch. Once again, falls just short. There it is, Angela Green, captain of the second 11 for Upminster. That wasn't too far from her at all. Yeah, Hobson, she's had a few scares where some of her miscues haven't quite carried into the hands of the Upminster fielders. This field setting here for Upminster, just 3 fielders outside the ring at the moment, and even their 3 fielders are outside the ring. They're not all the way back. They're even less than 3/4 at the moment. They're pretty much just a few yards outside the inner ring, so yeah, they're really putting the squeeze on here, Upminster, and it's working perfectly for them. That run rate for Hutton is under 5. Things looking very, very grim for them, and this is a huge turnaround for Upminster after they conceded 66 runs in 6 overs when these two sides faced each other. During our opening match of the day, here's a look at the worm for this inning so far. Looking quite grim, really, for Hutton. It's been given a wide there, so yeah, keep in mind the ball just needs to catch a little bit of that tram line for it to be a legal delivery. You know, towards long on, that's going to be a single again. He's not been able to get it away to the boundary this innings, Hobson. Oh, I was so close to the stump. So close. That could easily have been the end of Law's innings. They will get a boundary here, but it's a boundary of byes, so a 4 at last for this Hutton side. But it doesn't come from the bat. Let's take a look at this. Gets a beautiful turn on that. That one really spun. Really got that to rip. It's very unlucky it hasn't clipped the leg stump along the way. That is some good bowling by Goody. Oh, nicely played. And the first 4 of this innings coming off the bat. Beautifully clipped away there by Law. And yeah, that typically wouldn't be a 4 this time of the innings when you generally have your field spread out. But Upminster haven't spread their field out. They've still kept everyone in pretty tight. They're going to look to pinch a single here. They certainly will. Just grab themselves a run. Move on to 30 now. Hutton, it's taken them probably far too long from their perspective. Almost half of the innings to get to 30. Now just looks to step across there and bashes that one away. He's going to be helped by a slight misfield there by Lauren Plum. It wasn't the easiest ball to stop, in all honesty. Just watch her step across here. It's a very good stroke, you have to say, by Hobson. That goes away for 4. So biggest over we've seen so far this innings. 15 coming off. It's still got a ball to come. There we go. Last ball of the 5th over. It's been a good one so far for Hutton. Struck firmly down the ground into the gap. That's going to go away for a 4. Good shot here by Hobson. Meets it on the half volley and sends it racing away towards the boundary. 19 runs end up coming off that over. Almost half of the runs Hutton have made this innings, as they are 38 for 3, and we are 5 overs in. So great to welcome you all back into the commentary box. Looking forward to this game. It's certainly going to be very exciting. These two sides are supposed to play each other in match number 1. We saw 6 overs of that game before it was abandoned. Unfortunately, the weather gods played too much of a role in the outcome of that match. We did see Hutton manage to get 66 runs in 6 overs against Upminster this morning, but it's been a completely different effort by Upminster so far. They've really got Hutton right where they want them. 38 runs is all they've managed to score in 5 overs so far, and half those runs came in that 5th over. It's been a challenge, it really has been. It's been a big challenge here for Upminster. Should say Hutton. Deposited over the rope for 6 runs. That is absolutely launched. What an incredible, powerful hit. Clears the front leg there, Hobson, and has crunched that away for a 6. Wonderful stroke. And now Hobson has moved on to 21 of 13 after a slightly slow start to her innings. She's just beginning to shift up the gears now, and that could be very dangerous for this Upminster side. We did see Zoe Quested talk quite a bit about just how great a batter Hobson is and how she coached Hobson when Hobson was right at the start of her career. Goes down the ground. Is this a catching chance? Once again, it's going to fall short. There have been about 4 shots like that for Hobson so far this innings where they have just fallen short of fielders. Just kind of chipped that one up, but it didn't quite carry. Six, deposited. Great strike there by Hobson, a brilliant pickup shot. It was in the slot. And just absolutely belted that one away. A wonderful stroke. A very powerful hitter of the cricket ball. Second 6 we have seen so far this innings from Hobson, and all of a sudden that run rate's just starting to pick up now. It's gone up to 9.3. This over's already brought about 15 runs, so the first 4 overs produced just 19 runs. Keep that in mind, and look at Hutton's score now. These last 2 overs have already brought about 37 runs, so 37 off the last 10 balls. Looks to go down the ground. Will this carry? Not quiet. Once again, falling just short. Oh, Hobson's been very fortunate. None of these miscues are carrying. That was going towards Danny Coxon. Just falls short. Get towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a dot ball. So, a good over again for Hutton. They've managed to string together a couple of good overs. 16 of this over, 35 off the last 2. Hutton are 54 for 3. Take a look at the scorecard here. So all the scores are in single digits except Erica Hobson, who's currently undefeated on 30 of 16, yet to get dismissed so far today. Going to be Lois Gable bowling the 7th over. And that's crunched away for 4 runs. Really, really good hit there by Hobson. Once again, he's just able to pick out that gap out towards the cow corner boundary. Gable, who's bowled very economically so far today, just maybe drags her length a little too short on that ball. Yeah, just wonder though if they'll bring in Kea Shah to bowl the next over, if the captain Zoe Quested herself will come into bowl. Quested bowled superbly, really set the tone with her first over. Got a wicket, was involved in a run out, conceded just 2 runs. That's a good comeback ball there by Gable. Yeah, this is good bowling here by Gable, coming back well after getting struck for a 4, and that's really the key for Upminster. You're going to go for the odd boundary in this format of the game. It's just about how well you can come back. Launched in. Oh, what a catch. What a grab. Well, you couldn't pick out a better fielder from Hutton's perspective, or I should say from Upminster's perspective. Phil Yoon with an absolutely brilliant grab. And you know she's not going to drop a catch when he sent it her way. Huge, huge catch as Hobson has to depart. Hobson was just looking to accelerate. Got a chance to free her arms and was targeting that cow corner boundary. And she picks out Phil Yoon low, out in the deep. A wonderful grab by one of the most talented athletes that our country has ever produced. Erica Hobson departs, having made 34 of 20. Another fine knock for Erica, and the first time she's been dismissed during today's play. There's a look at Sunette Phil Yoon Lowe's catch once again. So it's going to be Bratt coming in at number 6, and well, based on what we have seen, just gotta wonder where they're gonna find boundaries from now, because hardly anyone's been able to get runs for this Hutton side outside of Erica Hobson. Got a question here from Alter Ego, the random question really. I mean, well, we generally save random questions for the last match of the day, but yeah, feel free to bring them in now if you'd like. Outside edge, and that's just gonna roll around point, and it's going to be a single. Alter Ego asking if I have any thoughts on Rogers going to the Pittsburgh Steelers for a year. Obviously talking about the NFL as we come to the end of the 7th over. Hutton are 60 for 4. You know, the truth is I'm not informed enough to give you a strong opinion of that. I am a casual fan. I love to watch the games, but it was just tough with all the things that are going on in life to, really follow the league closely, although certainly love watching me some NFL. Here's a look at the calendar for this year's European Cricket Series. We're currently in Hornchurch. Tomorrow is the start of the Central Europe Cup in Czechia, and we've got plenty more great destinations planned for you for the remainder of this year. So looking forward to this. It's another bumper year on ECN, and I love the fact that we're going to have our curtain closer in Cardama over at the ECS-W, where I'm sure a lot of the girls we're watching play today will feature. Yeah, going back to that, I mean, it just feels like the Steelers have everything sorted except that quarterback position, isn't it? Although, I don't know how much they're going to be able to get from Aaron Rodgers. He's obviously getting older. He's had issues with injuries as well. He can be a little bit of a diva, too. This is going to be tucked away towards fine leg. Law just getting outside the line of the ball and is able to just get a little bit of bat on it. Away it goes for 4 runs. Very nicely played. That goes away for a boundary. But, I'm not quite sure, but I did hear that he ended the season quite well for the Jets. So, I mean, maybe that's a positive sign for the Steelers. But, I mean, they certainly have a good defense, a great pass rush, don't they, Pittsburgh? I think it's just about finding that quarterback for them. That's probably just the missing piece, because, there just seems to be a hard cap for them. They never seem to be able to go beyond the wild card round. They're kind of in that sort of perpetual cycle of being stuck in mediocrity. They're not quite bad enough where, they'll tank and get a first pick and maybe pick up one of the big prospects coming out of college. They're just at that point where, they'll be drafting in the middle of the first round. They'll maybe get a decent pass rusher or a decent DB every season, but maybe Rodgers can turn back the clock to his Green Bay days when he really was one of the best throwers of the ball there was. I mean, Aaron Rodgers at his peak could just pull off some of the most incredible throws ever. I mean, I know everybody knows about Patrick Mahomes and some of the extraordinary angles and sidearm throws he's capable of doing, but peak Aaron Rodgers was just something else, wasn't he? Oh, just a little bit of an inside edge on that. Chance for a run out, and that will be a run out. That's great work, that really is. And based on the excitement we're seeing here from Upminster, looks like they've got this wicket. This is just wonderful work by Flick Russell once again behind the stump. She's having a great day with the gloves. And that's it. That's gone. Huge, huge distance between the batter and the crease. And there we go. That's going to be a wicket. So Bratt running towards the danger end. The finger has been raised. They're just going to have to make the long walk back towards the dugout. I mean, they might as well take the risk. We're late in the innings. It was certainly worth the gamble. Flick Russell was able to find the stumps. That would be the end of Bratt's innings. Another wicket falls here for Hutton, who are now 67 for 5. Got Tim Harmer asking me who's my favorite ever Chelsea player. Oh, Frank Lampard. That's an easy one. Lampard's my favorite ever player of all time. Obviously, some love John Terry and Drogba as well, but yeah, Lampard's always been my favorite. Got Mr. Kitty saying if Tomlin couldn't do anything with Russell Wilson, I doubt Rodgers will be successful. Well, we're starting to turn into a bit of an NFL podcast here on ECN, but I mean, I used to love Russell Wilson when he was with the Seahawks. He really was one of my favorite players, and I think there were a few years where he had MVP caliber seasons, especially after the Legion of Boom broke up and they were still making the playoffs but not quite contending for the Super Bowl. I think he was really carrying that team during that period. Yeah, it's pretty clear now that he's just lost that spark and he isn't his old self anymore. Yeah, it's funny how it works. I mean, Russell Wilson didn't even come close to winning a Super Bowl during some of the best years of his career, but when he had that great defense and he just played a role of a game manager, that's when the Seahawks went to the Super Bowl back-to-back years and, of course, demolished the Broncos in Super Bowl 48, probably the most one-sided Super Bowl in recent memory. We did have the one this year where the Eagles absolutely smashed the Chiefs. A couple overs to go. Hutton are 69 for 5. This is a very good situation that Upminster find themselves in. And if they can really restrict Hutton to something, say under 80, under 90, maybe 80 will be tough, but under 90 is certainly on the cards. They could maybe really push for that bonus point in the second innings, which would just help them mightily after losing a game earlier today. And wonderful shot there by Madison. There was a good effort out in the deep by Filion Lowe. As we take a look at this one more time, puts in the dive, but just beyond her and goes away for 4 runs. They need a lot more boundaries here, Hutton, because even if they can't win this game, damage limitation is absolutely vital. You don't want to suffer a bonus point defeat. And even if you avoid the bonus point defeat, I think net run rate could play a huge role in this series, considering how evenly matched these 3 sides are. Yeah, Alter Ego saying Russell Wilson is overrated. I disagree with you there. I disagree with you there. I don't think you can judge a player purely on rings. It is a team sport after all. I know the quarterback is the most important position, but I think this is just a bad thing in sports in general. It's kind of leaking into cricket a little bit as well, although not as much as some other sports where it's just turned into judging players purely by the amount of trophies they win, which it certainly matters. Like, don't get me wrong. I think big game performances matter in all sports. I mean, scoring runs in a World Cup final versus, in a random ODI series is obviously there's a huge difference between that, and the same applies to any other sport. But you can't just judge players purely based on team accomplishments. Sometimes you need to put a little bit of context there as well, and I think it's worth mentioning that. Rogers, I think he's had a few playoff performances that are rather forgettable, and maybe there were some Green Bay teams that shouldn't have been knocked out in the divisional round. He's probably not had teams as good as some of the other quarterbacks you mentioned who have been able to win a lot more rings than him, and certainly the case for Russell Wilson. I think he had 2 years of the Legion of Boom where they made back-to-back Super Bowls, but outside of that, some of those Seahawks teams really weren't the best. Right down the leg side there again by Green. Just a few too many wides this over, and the expected score has now gone up to 87. Just needs to get her radar right here. The captain of the second 11 for this Upminster side. Up in the air, that's going to clear mid-on, and looks like it's going to go away for 4 runs. So they're into the 80s here, Hutton. They're certainly fighting hard. And the interesting thing is Upminster is still going with this very attacking field. Just the one fielder outside the 30-yard circle. That's why that ended up going for a 4, and they've just decided to now push. Kea Shaw back. It's not all the way back though, Kea Shaw. She's 3/4, and I wouldn't even really say 3/4, more like 2/3. Just, I'd say about 4 or 5 feet outside the inner ring, just getting a little bit more protection for when the batters look to go clear of mid-on. End of the 9th over. Hutton for 81 for 5. Here's a look at the bowling figures for Upminster. It's been a great bowling performance by them. I'm sure Zoe Quested will be mildly pleased with how her team has bowled. It's going to be Quested coming in to bowl this final over. And why not, considering she gave up just 2 runs in that first over. Gets a wicket here. Gets a wicket on the very first ball. And that was an absolute beauty to dismiss Madison. Pitched her out, middle and off. Came back in a little bit. Madison playing across. Goes in between the gap between bat and pad. It's a brilliant bit of bowling, really is. Another one bites the dust here. Another wicket falls. Top-notch bowling. And there is Isabel Madison making her way back to the dugout after a run of ball 6. Got a great quote here by Mr. Kitty saying, in the words of Santana Moss, big-time players make big-time plays. Absolutely. And I completely agree with that, which is why, yeah, I think, as I say, it's good to have a little bit of context sometimes when we compare players with based on team accomplishments. Big appeal here, probably just pitching outside the leg stump, which isn't working in favor of Quested, but the appeal certainly was very enthusiastic. Yeah, probably just pitching outside leg. This is really good bowling though by Quested, and Hutton on 81 here. If she can just keep this Hutton side to under a 90, then the bonus point is well and truly on the second innings. They're running for a tight single here and just about able to make it on time. They've got everyone in close. Upminster got a fielder on the 1. Had short cover as well. Down the leg side, and they've got that backstop over there to just try to save some of those buys, but unfortunately just gets away from Maisie Coles. Oh, just gets nutmegged by that. Ends up getting nutmegged. Yeah, it's going to go away for a minimo. Just some welcome runs for Hutton. They want to get those runs however they can, by hook or by crook. Need to find a way to muster something they can bowl at in the second innings. And more importantly, even if they are to lose this game, it's about damage limitation. Law, though, you've got to credit her. She's certainly played a fine innings, as this one's going to go away for 4 runs. Rather fortuitous boundary, but sort of been an unyielding sentinel for this Hutton side as wickets have been tumbling all around her. She's managed to hang in there and just give her side a chance, and now on 23 of 22. Upminster now just being forced to push a few fielders back. They're not persisting with that aggressive field they had. Third has been sent back. Still got a long on in place, and deep mid wicket as well. Let's go a little shorter here. Is this into the gap? Yes, it is. Brilliant stroke there by Law. And Hutton now move on to 95. So they haven't been able to restrict them to under 90 here, Upminster. Just a little bit of length offered here, and Law just growing in confidence as this innings progresses. This is a beautiful stroke, really is. Beat a couple of very athletic fielders as well out in the deep. They've got something to bowl at now, Hutton. Gonna look to go through the offside. Is this gonna be another 4? Yes, it will. They move on to 99. And they set a target of 100 here for Upminster. And while 100 may seem below par, it's certainly something that is defendable. And what a great late act by this Hutton side, making 30 runs in these last 2 overs. And what a magnificent innings by Law, who batted wonderfully under some serious pressure. As wickets were collapsing all around her, she's managed to drag her side to something respectable. And now that Hutton bowling attack will feel like, well, we've got something to defend here. We've got something we can hang on to. And if they can get early wickets, then Upminster might be in a little bit of trouble in the second innings. It's time to watch the highlights of this innings, and it was a pretty rough start for this Hutton side. They lost plenty of early wickets, some hesitation first up, a bit of yes, no, ultimately left the batters stranded. They found themselves 2 for 2, and were absolutely reeling at that stage. Things would only get worse for them as they'd eventually be 7 for 3. Hobson just managed to make it back in time safely, and this was just a brilliant stretch by Hobson. Almost had to do the splits, just trying to get back inside the crease. Hobson once again played a huge role for her side, tried to get them to something respectable, was dismissed for the first time as well this series, ended up with 34 of 20. Law played a magnificent innings, 31 of 24, played some gorgeous shots to get her side to a very respectable position. Was rather slow to start her innings off, but then just grew in confidence as the innings progressed, and then ultimately ended with a real flurry. 3 consecutive boundaries for her to end the innings, and well, if there was maybe an over or 2 more left in this innings, I'm sure Law would have gone on to make a lot more runs. This was a good catch out in the deep by Fillion Low to get rid of Hobson. At that point, we just wondered whether this Hutton side would stall. They did lose some wickets. Bratton would depart, trying to pinch a quick single. He'd make 1 of 1. Madison with a run of ball 6 would get clean bowled by Zoe Quested in the final over. And then right at the end, Law struck 3 consecutive boundaries to get her side into a good position where they end up setting a target of 100 for this Upminster side. At one point, we just thought, would Upminster restrict them to something under 80, something under 90? It's not the case, and now Upminster, they certainly have a chase on their hands. 10 and over isn't easy at all. Yeah, you can see smiles all around. Very well played by Law in the end. As we'll take a look at the scorecard here for this Hutton side. Hobson top scoring with 34 of 20, dismissed for the first time in this European Cricket Series. Amara Law with 31 of 24, and not too many scores of note outside of that, as we can see the rest of the batting unit managed to muster scores in just the single digits. It's now time to turn our attention to the bowling figures for Upminster, and overall you'd say it was a very solid bowling performance by them. Zoe Quested will be fairly pleased with how her team did. She ended up with figures of 2 for 19. Kia Shah with 1 for 9 in the sole over she bowled. Lois Gable bowled superbly in her sole over as well, conceding just 6 and picking up a wicket. Maisie Coles with 9 as well. But the main cause for concern for Upminster was that stat right at the bottom of your screen. They ended up conceding 25 runs of extras, the most we have seen so far this ECS. And if they were to lose this game, Upminster, I think they'd look back at all the extras they gave up and certainly wish they had tightened in that department. We'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back on your screens for the second innings.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Hornchurch, and unfortunately we have some pretty bad news from out in the middle. Heavens have opened up again, and it's raining here in Hornchurch, so the start of the second innings has been delayed. The covers are on right now. It's been a bit of a frustrating day, hasn't it? We have constantly had to deal with the rain. The first match was abandoned. The second match was shortened, although just by the 1 over. And it really is disappointing to see the rain once again. I thought it was going to be better this afternoon, especially managed to get a full match in for match number 3. But this is very, very frustrating from Upminster's perspective. They managed to restrict Hutton to 99, which you certainly think as a total they would have backed themselves to chase in the second innings. And now they're probably in a little spot of bother and will be a little bit frustrated if the second innings were not to get underway. They would certainly feel like it's at least a point lost, maybe even 2 from their perspective. This morning we of course saw Hutton score 66 runs in 6 overs against Upminster, and that match was abandoned. So maybe if this game were to be abandoned as well, I think both these sides will feel like they've both gotten away in matches where maybe they were just behind the 8 ball a little bit. Here's a look at our European Cricket Network's Hindi Telegram channel, so you can of course follow along what happens in European cricket for those of you who are Hindi speakers. As we now return to live shots of the conditions here in Hornchurch. Yeah, just fingers crossed that the weather does improve. It is raining a fair bit here at the moment, so it does feel like we will have a substantial delay. And we're just hoping that we can get a match here for match number 4, even if it is a shortened match. And the other concern would be that we don't have an interruption or some kind of a delay for match number 5, which is scheduled to start an hour from now. So official word has come in that the second innings has been delayed due to the rain. And this could, by the looks of it, this could be a fairly substantial delay. Could be around for a while. As we see the Hornchurch ground staff hard at work. It's been a difficult day for them. And credit to everyone here at Hornchurch CC for all the work they've done. George Clark, Tom Fletcher, everyone associated with Hornchurch CC. It really has been a day where they have been tested, and they've certainly been equal to the task, doing the best they can to bring the covers on as quickly as possible. The rain continues to come down here, so just take your mind back to the first innings. Hutton managed to score 99 runs in that first innings. They were in all sorts of trouble, 2 for 1, then 2 for 2, then 7 for 3. We saw a solid 51-run partnership between Hobson and Law just to get Hutton into some kind of a respectable position. Then Hobson hauled one out to Sinet Filion-Low out at deep mid-wicket. A good catch by the South African athlete. Then Law continued the good fight from Hutton's perspective. She ended up with 31 of 24, struck 3 boundaries at the end of the innings, and it was 4 consecutive boundaries if you include the minimo right at the end for Hutton, who somehow managed to get to 99 after we thought that at one point they might struggle to get to 80 or 90. They just gave themselves something respectable to defend, although you still feel that it might be slightly below par against a very talented Upminster batting lineup that boasts several quality players. So match 4 has unfortunately been delayed for the time being. We will keep you updated with what's going on. Meanwhile, it's time to go back in time and resume from where we left off in our classic match. We'll go back to 2023 when the England 11 took on the Netherlands in the ECS-W final. Got 7 overs of that innings left. Let's go back and enjoy some classic cricket.
This is the time where someone's going to play an incredible individual innings. I think that's what it will have to be. Now, I think back to Sikander Zulfikar for the Netherlands 11 men's side against Spain, and how he basically won a game on his own. You know, you're looking for something like that. Fackrell's going to come on now. Well, there is Naomi, a.k.a. the Grinch. All right, goes after this, finds the gap and finds the boundary. So Riker, well, she's the most likely, if you want to go on what we've seen in the tournament to date. Can she stand up? Can she pull this one from a long way out and get the Dutch to the line? That's a good shot for 4.
Going around the wicket, this has been very productive for England when they've gone to this option. They've almost got a result straight away. That's been well hit. But once again, very good stop out there. Well, Fackrell was out there earlier, but her replacement is just as good and sharp. Good stop. Excellent fielding. I think that might be Cassidy McCarthy. That's gone out into that difficult zone this time of day. Goes down the ground and gets this, and it will go all the way. Manos. Arriba, 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 que guay, que genial, que grande. Eso es un grandísimo. And what a shot that is from the youngster, Kurana. We saw her play shots like this the other day. And I said then, this girl can hit straight beautifully.
That's a brilliant shot. Straight as a die. Need more of that, don't they? Maybe it's Kurana's breakout game here. She gets an opportunity, and she's kind of been starved of them a little bit. But when she did bat 3, I think it was yesterday, looked very, very good.
Yeah.
We saw her, like, I think 8 before or something like that, and I kind of had to do a bit of a double take, saying, how could you be batting that low?
That's right.
You know, with no Thompson, I would have had her in the 3 spot, and that's exactly where she bats.
Yeah, she came in very late in that match against Italy. But, yeah, the other day, you're right, she came in early, made 25 of just 20 deliveries. That's a nice looking shot, and that is going to be 4 runs.
How about this? So, yeah, to be up with the pace, they want to be about kind of 48, 49. And boundaries, the only way they're really going to be able to do it. I think you need kind of 2 of them and over, or at least like a 6 and a few others to keep with the pace. 13 and over required at this stage. Fackrell in the Guinness World Records for biggest sunglasses by an off spinner. She's going to try and finish off this 4th over, and it will just be a single. So, yeah, partnership blossoming here. So, no filling, no worries at the moment for the Netherlands. They're 43 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, and just with that over there, it goes for, I think in the end, 17. If you look at like for like at the end of 4 overs, well, it's 42 for 2 is where England were, as opposed to 43 for 1 where the Netherlands are. Of course, England did have a very good finish, especially the last couple of overs where the score accelerated from 88 to 122. So you've got to bear that in mind. But, I mean, they're there or thereabout.
Yeah. Heading in the right direction for the Dutch fans. In fact, they are ahead of where England were. Well, there's the Brains Trust. They're talking about what restaurant they want to eat at tonight. But, yeah, a lot of work's gone into this team. Now, here's a bowler that you talked about, Kiara Green. Taking a bunch of wickets this week. She's going to bowl over 5. She gets swept away first ball. Riker will get a single. Hey, just want to say thanks to Ian once again for the poem. And I encourage everyone to support his podcast. It's TPL Cricket Show, or the Premier League Cricket Show in the UK. But even if not the UK, he can hear from Ian. He's doing some good things.
Yeah, and also, hey, I want to say a big shout out to somebody we haven't seen in the chat in a while, but after this, because this is 4 runs as well.
Hello.
Beautifully played. And now it's Kurana that's putting out some shots. First, a beautiful straight hit down the ground. Now this one has been pulled into a bit of space, and that's going to be 4 runs.
Wow, how about that? Dun, 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 dun. Hey,
yeah.
Caruana. Does that really work? Not really.
No.
Kurana. I'll try to make it work. Probably helps to know some of the words. But
clever batting.
I was going to say, though, so Dave B, is that who you're going to mention? Dave B back in the chat?
Dave B is
Who else did you see?
And
Nick?
Yuvraj.
Oh, Yuvraj. Hello. Probably a good time to come back.
Hello, Yuvraj. How are you? Certainly missed you in the chat at times.
I have to go back and look up the Macarena lyrics now if I'm going to make that one work. Hopefully there's some more shots to come. This one just knocked into the gap. They go with a hit, force a fumble. They just get a single in the end. 50's up now for the Netherlands as well. But I want to say to everyone in the chat, obviously we said thank you already, but everyone that discovered ECN cricket in 2023, let yourself be known. Say, yeah, this is the series where I first discovered ECN. Uh-oh, this is an absolute disaster. total disaster. And it was just a one goes, one stays situation. And Karana was batting so well. Cricket isn't fair sometimes, Rico. And, well, she had no choice but to at least try in the end. You see, puts her head down and runs racket. Doesn't look at her partner. She would have seen that Karana did not want to go for that run.
Kurana's call, though, isn't it? Kurana's call. And that does go straight to a field. When you think of what just happened in the last sort of 10 balls or so, you don't need to do this.
Look at Riker, puts her head down, sprints, and then realises she's made a critical mistake. And that is on her, I think. Sanya, well, she makes 17 off 7. And, well, let's try and be positive. She certainly looks the goods, doesn't she? She played some very nice shots in there. And you got a feel for her getting run out in that fashion.
Quality player, very young. And already she's showing that she's got the power to play some extraordinary shots. Plays very correct, very straight. Couple of boundaries. But, yeah, didn't need to do that. And that's the disappointing thing. Didn't need to do that with the match situation the way it was. This one gets played away. So Declan comes out to join Riker now. Riker now becomes big time key in this. She needs to get a big score on the board. That's the end of the over. So 5 overs in and 51 for 2 though. Yeah, that really hurts. That stings.
Oh, well, as we get a chance to invite you back into the commentary box, yeah. Sometimes I see things like that, and that's one of the things about our game. We might say it just doesn't seem fair, but that's what makes it unique. I mean, look at Austria last night.
Yeah.
So many things could have gone another way, but I got to say thanks not only to these two teams, but also Italy finishing in 3rd, Spain finishing in 4th. Austria just missed out on the finals by such a tiny margin. They're actually tied on points with Spain in the end, but they have provided the likes of entertainment that I don't think we've ever seen before. I think when it comes down to kind of the raw emotions that we've had on display, and players basically put in situations that they've never been in before, it's been quite incredible. And of course, all of our viewers have been along for the ride.
It's a big learning process though. I mean, you mentioned Spain and Austria. 2 teams couldn't be separated. The only way we could separate them, the golden ball.
Yeah, that's true.
The only way we could separate them
wasn't it?
Was with the golden ball.
Yeah, it was crazy.
And it was, once again, Naomi that bowled, again, the perfect delivery. It's the ball we've been talking about. It feels like we've been talking about it for months. And when it mattered, in came the perfect delivery. And now when I talked to her afterwards and she was saying, I said, what was going through your mind? She said, oh, just don't bowl a wide, don't bowl a extra, don't. And in the end, she bowled the perfect delivery.
It was good, yeah. Stumped in the end. Anyway, Daisy Gibb hasn't had a bowl yet. Comes on to start the second half of this innings. Riker, 26. Just has to shake off that run out. And it probably was her fault, but she's still the most likely to try and pull off an unlikely victory. Edged onto the pad. Again, some hesitation. Slow to go, Riker, but she'll get through for the single. Huh? Yeah. Leg by a signal. Maybe there was 2 pads. Riker might write an angry letter about not getting that run if she ends up on 49 or 99 here. But Declan comes on. Can she be a hero? Netherlands' chances fading in real time. Good keeping, actually. They've gone for Maddie Ward here in the final. They've got plenty of options, the English, as far as the gloves go. On another day, keeper doesn't spot that early. It might go for 5. Netherlands looking a little bit anxious in the dugout at the moment. Need a turning point here. Declan in the number 4 spot. Yeah, cracking shot, but picks out the sweeper, just 1 run.
Yeah, but it's a good shot. Nicely played. A couple more shots like that and get and feel into the groove. But this is now Riker. Riker really has to get going. Very strong on picking the length of a ball and dispatching it there on the leg side. That's why you got 3 fielders there protecting that boundary. But will she get the length that she likes from Gibb? No, she won't. That's really well bowled. Full outside the off. And keeping Riker away from her favourite shot. So good, clever bowling from Daisy Gibb.
Just looking in the chat, a few people telling us when they first discovered ECN, and a few from this year. I know that's Jiminy Cricket saying started watching during the Czechia ECS when we were in Prague. Speaking of Prague, something happened yesterday there where there was quite a nasty attack and loss of life there. So our thoughts going out to everyone in Czechia, and particularly the Prague region. That was really, really shocking and very, very sad. But also, we've seen from Ian saying he's been watching since the ECL earlier this year when Cockney Corner was born. Well, Cockney Corner is coming back in 2024. Daisy goes full, kind of like a slower Yorker. They go on the hit. I think right now, that's a bit of experience from Kiara Green. No need for chaos. I mean, a single's a big win for England. That rate required, it's probably going to hit 16. There it is, hit 16. And Netherlands, they still have to more than double their score in the last 4 overs, which is always pretty tough. Ivan just noticing we're into the last 5 overs of the season. Gibb gets launched down to the ground. It was required, wasn't it, by Riker? Says Carreras. Maximo time. Robin fights back. Ends the 6th over with a bomb. 62 for 2.
Yeah, well, these are the shots that Riker can pull off if she can get her swinging. This one was close enough, and it gets absolutely hammered. That's a biggie. Big shot. Nicely done. And that just goes to show what can be achieved if they get an over where the line is not right. That's what they're playing for. Look at that. What a trophy. Absolutely magical. The medals are quite exceptional as well. And thanks, of course, to our trophy partner, to Locker Lifestyles. Okay, so the rates around about the 15. And I think the one thing that Netherlands have got to try and do is try not let it get any more than that. If you can keep it to that going into the last, where we saw yesterday, anything can happen.
So yeah, means you need 15 off this over, right?
Yeah.
So just have a look. That's 1 off 1. So this is the stage of the game, I think, with 8 wickets in hand. You got to treat it almost like the last over. Imagine you needed 16 to win. So try and get that 16 or die trying. You cannot let that rate creep out anymore, I don't think. It's an outside chance, but how do you get 15 off and over? Well, you can. Probably a couple of 6s. Rest in singles. That works. Couple of 4s would help as well. And there's one nice sweep shot. Riker is fighting hard to keep this game in the contest. That was beautifully executed. Dragged from outside the off stump.
Yeah, that's her shot. That's what she's going to go for. And I think Green knows that as well, because there's been a plan to try and keep her outside the off. But this is just a little bit full, and because the pace is not there, it's a very clever shot. So Green, as Ria did earlier, will now come around the wicket.
Oh, she's lucky she hits that, but I suppose you make your own luck. It's skill, I guess. She'll move into the 40s. This was either bowled or sweep for 4. It was ladder and Riker to 41.
Well, you said do or die, right? And I think that's what Riker's doing here right now. She's just thinking, right, I just got to play my shots. I just got to try and make contact with every ball, trying to get us a big over here and
shot.
Stay in the contest.
It's a really good shot. Very, very difficult shot as well, because that length was pretty much spot on. And maybe 2 inches too full. Now cracks it. Oh, she's unlucky. She picks out the fielder there, Riker. But she's hitting the ball very well at the moment.
Yeah, she shows there with that shot that it's not that she's not capable of playing in this area, but she knows that that's where the field is pretty tight.
There's no one back on that side of the field either. So, I mean, if that's a couple of metres either side, I think that's 4. Now gets a bit of a gift, but they've put the fine leg back. I think that might be smart as well from Kiara, kind of thinking on the fly. So how many off this one? They've gotten, so even with those 2 boundaries, there's been 10 off this over, and we're down to the last ball. So even with those 2 boundaries, they're still falling behind. All right, Declan, time for her to step up, I think. Might as well swing at this. She tries, and bounces onto the stumps, but the foot's grounded. Kiara keeps it cool in a bit of a hairy situation. 72 for 2 after 7. And like I said, this is where we normally say coming up tomorrow. It's a bit weird that there isn't a tomorrow. It's very strange, but we do want to wish everyone a very happy holidays and hope you have a great start to the new year as well. ECN Cricket will be back the 17th of January 2024. Can I give you another stat? The only days where we don't have cricket scheduled are the reserve days for the ECL and ECC finals. So that's 49 weeks of cricket is scheduled. And, well, hopefully we don't play on those days because it means it hasn't been rain affected.
Yeah.
But they are the only 2 days of the year where we're off.
Quite remarkable, really, isn't it? It's quite
That's one word for
remarkable.
it.
Well, gee, this is remarkable.
It's like the Mona Lisa there, you know, the eyes follow you. Anyway, I've loved having those player shots up close during the week as well. You really sense the tension and the tension and the drama. Anyway, Rhea comes back and they got to go after, and they do. And it's fumbled by Pi. Only Pi would have probably gotten there, but she does fingertip of 4 runs, and Riker trying to turn this into a magical over, has a good start.
This is a great shot. And uses the feet well, hits it. I don't think this is fumble. I reckon that's going pretty quick.
Yeah, she touches it. She touches it. She should have fielded it. That's what she'll say. Now she's dead straight.
Ooh, that's outside the line of the leg. But shot was on though, wasn't it? That's an area she's trying to now sort of play this and guide this in between the fine leg that's back and also the fielder on the boundary behind square.
Yeah. Riker, 46. Brings up her 50 in style, and there's still hope for the Netherlands. Maximo! Robin Riker, what an innings for her. She's lost a couple of partners along the way. I mean, she's thrilled. What an individual effort that is. And that was a huge hit to bring up the half century.
Riker has been absolutely fantastic. Once again, the smiles are fantastic. That is one thing that I'll remember more than anything else, you know, the smiles from all the players, the smiles, the hugs, the joys, the celebrations. Yeah, raise that bat in pride. Hey, does a certain other Netherlands player's innings comes to mind here?
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado, and 1xBet.
Welcome back to Hornchurch. Although conditions may not be ideal, we are still able to go out there and get play underway. Both these sides so eager and so enthusiastic to play some cricket, and it would be a real shame for this match to be abandoned. And looks like we're ready to start play. All the players making their way out onto the field. And it's going to give you a quick update. So it's going to be a 5-over innings. A 5-over innings, a 2-over power play. And the revised target is 56. So they need to get 56 runs here in 5 overs. They've got a couple of overs of power play. And boy, do they have the 2 right batters out in the middle right now to achieve that. very, very talented strikers of the ball in Sunette Fillion-Lo. And she's joined by Paige Roche at the other end, both of them coming off two impressive performances last time around. We spent a large part of today going over Sunette's very impressive sporting resume, and I don't think we have enough time in today's play to fit it all in. That's how accomplished an athlete she is. First ball. Starts with a powerful strike, and oh dear, difficult conditions to field in, you have to say, really are. That was the thing. Rachel Pierce out in the deep for Hutton did the best she could, but struck so firmly by Fillion, and the footing isn't quite the best right now, and certainly are challenging conditions. I think she didn't manage to get a hand to it there, Rachel Pierce, but not quite able to stop that from going away for 4 runs. So a boundary to start things off here for Fillion. Played away towards point, and they'll get a run. Upminster need 51 of 28, and I think with these conditions, Upminster will just try to get off to as quick a start as possible, just so that in case if it were to rain again, there'd be enough overs in for them, or enough runs on the board for them where they could still win by Duckworth-Lewis method. Struck firmly down the ground. That's going to go away for 4. It beats Hobson at mid-off. Really nice strike. It's another boundary. Upminster 9 for no loss after 3 deliveries. Firmly struck through the line. Beautiful strike there by batter, has certainly been in great form. And what a terrific bit of fielding by match referee Tyrone Peters, who's come in to replace That's going to be a dot ball. So, yep, Ian Ramage is making his way back to Scotland now, probably back home in Edinburgh. So Tyrone Peters will be refereeing the rest of the women's and men's series here in Hornchurch. Get towards long on. That's going to be a single, so you can see that required rate. It's just around 11. They've managed to get 10 runs off this over so far. 11 and over is what Upminster need to win. It's still raining out here, so it'll be very tough conditions to bowl in. Ball must be slow, slippery in their hands. Must feel like a bar of soap. That's well blocked out there, and 10 runs off the first over. Not too bad from Hutton's perspective. It's a good ball there, and you got to say Palmenter, considering the conditions, really bowled very well. And keep in mind, she was very unlucky with the first shot that went away for 4 runs. Really should have just been the single, so I think Palmenter bowled superbly in that over, given the conditions and given the misfield as well. We just had a quick look at the golden ball counter. It'd be incredible if we were to get a golden ball in this match, and still waiting for our first golden ball here in Hornchurch. Looks to go big here. It's going to take some fielding, and really well dealt with by Rachel Pierce. That took a nasty bounce off the surface, and it's a cold and wet day. Oh, that cricket ball must feel really painful as it strikes your palms. It's the captain, Hobson, bowling here. Knows it's a pressure situation, so she's for herself in here to bowl. And yeah, Fillion-Lo just needlessly reaching out of the wider delivery. A slight mistake by her there. Would have been better off just leaving that ball alone. Letting it be a wide. Ends up turning into a dot ball. Oh, this is going to go away for 4 runs. Just gets down on one knee and sweeps that one away. Beautiful shot in. And it's almost reached the footpath around this park. Great shot. Really is a top bit of cricket. And after a slight mistake on the previous delivery there by Phil Yun, where she spoiled it wide. Plays an absolutely marvelous stroke here. Just 30 balls in this innings in total. That just means every delivery matters so much. Margin for error is so fine from either side's point of view. The momentum could swing very quickly. Already just sense the nerves and the tension. It's palpable. Struck hard and one bounce over the rope, 4 runs. Just give it a little bit of length there, Phil Yun low. Able to get that one away for another boundary. Terrific stroke, and got such powerful wrists and such incredible bat speed as she strikes that one away. Oh, it was a wider delivery, and well, this time it doesn't matter that she doesn't leave it alone. She struck that away for 4 runs, give it a bit of width, and cuts that away through cover. Yeah, many a batter would leave that, but Phil Yun does chase it and strikes it away very firmly, capitalizing on this power play. That's been a good over for them so far. 3 successive boundaries, 13 runs coming off it. And the Hutton skipper, it's just a little bit concerned now. It's not what she was hoping for when she inserted herself into the bowling attack. Nice to straight the fielder, but oh. Well, a slight misfield will just allow them to pinch a single here. And that is really, really bad from Hutton's perspective, because it does mean that Phil Yun will be on strike heading into the 3rd over. Upminster, 24 for no loss. Need another 32 runs from the remaining 3 overs. This game is very finely poised. Looks like it's going to be a highly entertaining finish. Here's a look at the standings for this European Cricket Series so far. Gunnersbury sitting at the top of the table with 2 wins out of 2. This match absolutely crucial for these 2 teams. Their match this morning was abandoned, and that's why they're so keen to get out there and play. Full toss, struck out towards cow corner, and really well dealt with by Rachel Pierce. Might just have to check that to make sure that it's a clean bit of fielding, and there was a chance for a run out as well at the bowler's end. It's a good throw fired in. Let's just take a look at this here. Pierce does really well, and just need to make sure that she's fielded that cleanly. Just trying to catch the other fielder's name. That's Maddie Griffin who fired that throw in, and oh dear. I think she's just missed that. It might just have caught the inside of her shoulder along the way. Law batted superbly in that first innings. Gave her side a chance to still be in this game. You take away her innings and they would have been in all sorts of trouble. Down the leg side with the line, and Phil Yun sends that all the way for 6 runs. Just allows Phil Yun to get underneath this one, and Phil Yun smashes it away towards that boundary. That fine leg goes away for a 6, and a 6 really is a hammer blow for Hutton. It's 24 needed of 16 now. Keep in mind, just to remind our viewers, bonus points are not in play in range-shortened games. Oh dear, this could be a no ball. This will be a no ball. So a free hit coming up here for Fillion, and probably could have just maybe left that one alone as well, Fillion, I think. And it would have definitely got some runs of buys. That might even have just raced away towards the boundary and been a minimo. I think one thing that Hornchurch players, both the men and women's side, have been guilty of is probably just chasing too many wides. Fillion launches that one away and once again goes towards Pierce, has been so busy out at long on / cow corner. He's dealt with every challenge that's come her way exceptionally so far. Firmly struck by Fillion. Towards point, and looks like they'll push for the second run here, and they'll be able to get it quite comfortably. And it all comes down to the fact that they ran that first run hard. A terrific throw by Hobson. Fired the direct hit in. I'll take a look at this throw. I think, well, Fillion's obviously in safe, but it certainly was a good direct hit from that far out. 19 needed a 14 now. Houghton need to find a wicket. They need to get rid of Fillion here. Can Law pick up the wicket? Oh, that goes away for 4 runs. Another terrific stroke. Brilliantly played. Law just straying down the leg side a little bit with her line. Probably needs to just start from around the off stump. Just 15 runs needed now for Upminster to win this. Full toss, struck away, and goes out to Griffin, who deals with that quite well. And well, once again, Fillion Low keeps the strike heading into the next over, so she's done a good job of hogging the strike so far, and just looking to see her side over the finishing line. This has been a perfect inning so far from Upminster's perspective. Look at how they're just motoring along well above that required rate. At this point, you'd be very surprised if they were to lose the game from here. I think umpire's just going to have a word with Captain Hobson. I wonder if it's about the playing conditions and how wet it is. I can just hear a cheer ringing out from the distance, so maybe the umpire's just going over and asking fielding side if they're happy to continue in these conditions. And well, full credit to this Hutton side. The conditions aren't the best, and they certainly could have thrown up a bit of a stink about this and said, well, we don't want to go out there and play in a game where they did have a below par score, and they would have had every right to say they don't want to play in these conditions. But they've gone out there, they've given their best, and they did that knowing that it was going to be an uphill task for them in the second inning. So got to give so much credit to this Hutton side and all the teams involved today who've been so eager to go out there and play, and often had to be forced by the match officials and the blue crew to realize that, some of these conditions might not always be ideal to play in, and it wouldn't be a bad idea to just sit out and wait for weather conditions to improve. And the eagerness to play has been there. They really wanted to go out there and play regardless of what the conditions have been like. Oh, an appeal over here, probably just going above the stumps, but scamper across and pinch a single. A run of ball will be enough for Upminster to win from here. Still got plenty of fielders out in the deep. No one on the one for Upminster. Just wonder if they should maybe consider bringing a couple of fielders in close here and try to squeeze in a few dot balls. It's going to be another single. Singles more than enough for Upminster to win from here. Got a great comment here by Mr. Kitty Denny saying these players are real troopers to still be out there playing in this condition. This is launched. It's just going to take a bounce in front of the rope, and it's going to be 4 runs. So Upminster 1 shot away from winning this game. 1 more boundary, and they'll pick up their first win of this European Cricket Series. Struck away. Oh, that's going to be a 4. And well, you really got a feel here for Pierce. She's done such a superb job out in the deep, saved her side so many runs, been the busiest fielder. And this time, conditions weren't ideal, probably just skidding along to her. The footing wasn't the best. And she's just unable to prevent that from going away for a boundary. We'll take a look at this one more time. And I can see just wasn't quite ideal. The ball was probably very slippery as well. Goes away for 4 runs. Upminster take the win, an emphatic victory for them as they notch their first win of this ECS with an over to spare in this 5-over bash. Upminster win by 10 wickets. Comfortable win for them. And now fingers crossed that conditions improve before we go to our 5th game of the day, which is between Upminster and Gunnersbury. Gunnersbury did defeat Upminster earlier today, so Upminster be hoping to get their own back in this next match. Let's see, one change for Upminster. Jamie Arms will be playing in that next match, and Kylie White will be skippering Gunnersbury. Let's have a look at the highlights of this innings, and it was all Upminster, and it was all about Sunette Filion-Low, who batted superbly, making 47 of 20. She made the bulk of her side's runs during this innings. Roche, on the other hand, really only faced 5 deliveries and managed to make 7 runs during them. Filion kept most of the strikes, often got singles at the end of the over just to face the rest of the next over. And her fine performance was enough to see her side over the finishing line. And it's absolutely crucial game for Upminster. A loss here really would have put them behind the 8 ball, but by winning this game, they're still in a good position to go on and win this ECS-W. Some good shots hit by Sunette over the course of this innings. Struck 9 boundaries, 8 of them were 4s. They take the win here, and credit to Hutton for going out there and playing in these conditions. They could easily have made a meal out of it and said that, well, we refuse to play in these conditions, and just taken the abandonment and picked up 2 points. But instead, they went out there, they soldiered on, and they made it a very exciting and competitive encounter. Here's a look at the scorecard for the second innings of match number 4. Sunette Filion-Low with the top score of 47 of 20. Paige Roche made 7 of 5. Didn't lose a wicket. Upminster cruised to victory and won with an over to spare in this 5-over bash. Take a look at the bowling figures here for Hutton. As we can see, Parmenter gave him 10 runs in the sole over. She bowled. First, Hobson, the captain, inserted herself into the attack and conceded 14 runs. Amara Law went for 18, and Isabel Madison going for 13. One thing, though, you got to credit them for is giving up only 2 runs of extras in these very difficult conditions. I mean, the ball must be like an absolute bar of soap out there, yet they did a good job to not bowl more no balls and wides. Upminster take this one in this range-shortened match. We'll have a quick break, and I'll be right back on your screens for the start of match number 5, which, fingers crossed, starts on time. We'll continue to give you any weather updates in the chat. But yeah, hopefully we get to start that match on time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Well, there we go. Those are the scenes right now live here in Hornchurch, and match number 5, as you saw on the ticker, has been postponed. Unfortunate scenes. We wish we could have brought you this match today, but the match has not been abandoned. It has been postponed. We will play this match at some point later during the second week we have here in Hornchurch. Thank you so much for tuning in for today's cricket. I know it's been a little bit frustrating with all the rain we've had. It's been a bit stop-start all over the place. At times the weather has kind of struggled to make up its mind, but it looks like the rain has set in and it's impossible to get match 5 underway today. The outfield has also taken a real beating, and although Hornchurch has fantastic drainage in the outfield, they simply won't be able to continue this game, or start this game, I should say. And it will be postponed, so we will get a chance to watch these two sides do battle later in the week. I'd like to give a big thank you to everyone here at Hornchurch CC, in particular the ground staff, for the incredible work they have done today. It has been very challenging and testing conditions for them. Thank you so much to George Clark and Tom Fletcher, who have worked tirelessly throughout the day, and also all of the members of our Blue crew. It's been a difficult day out there. We've been glad we've been able to get as much cricket as we can today in these testing conditions. But hopefully when we come back on Monday after we have Sunday off, we're hoping for better weather. Thank you so much to all of you for tuning in for today's broadcast. It's been a real pleasure to come to you live from Hornchurch, and we hope to see you again on Monday. This is Nishchey Hutt on behalf of the entire European Cricket Network saying thank you for tuning in.
my body back and forth. Move my back.